Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the third day of Belgium against Elite Stara Zagora. Last night, 4 teams were eliminated, and today we're gonna see the 4 best teams who will proceed to the semi-finals. We're gonna see Tenerife Titans taking on MBAPEEK, and of course, Fate versus Bluejays. Lurking in the lower bracket, we have SKADE and Majesty looking for a shot of redemption in today's closing best of threes. But without further ado, let me introduce you the first team. That's going to be MBAPEEK. Well, guys.
As Khabib says.
Okay. All right. Well, Victor yesterday he said that everybody's underestimating him. So he did quite well yesterday. Will he do the same today?
I think MVP on the tournament.
Oh, okay. All right. All right. You can take your seats then.
Thank you.
And of course, their opponents on the other side, Tenerife Titans. Welcome on stage. How do you feel today?
We feel confident, we feel prepared. We knew that we're gonna play those two, so I hope we're gonna show a good match today, and yeah, that's it.
And do you think that you can take the likes of MBAPEEK?
I mean, yeah, of course, we respect them a lot, but of course we have like really good players as well. So, I mean, it's gonna like the match, the winner will be the one who like shoots more heads.
All right, all right. You can take your seats. I'm looking forward to you again. And of course, without further ado, Crema and Ted, take it away.
Thank you very much for that, Niku. And what a game we have ahead. Tenerife Titans versus MBAPEEK. I'm really looking forward to this one. I'm your caster at Crema3, and joining me is a man whose voice is so sexy, he's illegal in 6 European countries. So, how do you feel about this one?
That was a nice one. That was a nice
proud of that one.
I'll give you that. I'll give you that. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the third day, the first best of one. As Niku said, if you didn't understand, of course, the loser of this game will play a best of 3 later today versus SKADE, and of course the winner will proceed straight to the semi-finals tomorrow and maybe to the grand finals. Yeah. And same goes for the second best of one that we'll have later today, that our beautiful colleagues John and Jasmine are going to cast. The loser of it goes to play Majesty in a best of 3 later today, and the winner going straight to the semi-finals. But now we have MBAPEEK versus Tenerife, 2 of the maybe main contenders for the tournament.
Yeah, and 2 solid teams. And I tell you what, before this broadcast started, you leaned over to me and went, I bet you'll beat us too. I bet you're happy with that prediction, right?
Yeah, I was like, there's no way Tenerife want to play Mirage versus MBAPEEK, especially after they saw what MBAPEEK did to SKADE, after they saw what MBAPEEK did to the press. So like MBAPEEK, they have maybe the best individuals in the tournament. So it's normal for Tenerife not to want to play Mirage versus them. And I was like, there's no way MBAPEEK want to play Inferno versus Tenerife because that's their best map. We've spoken about this. We said that double magic in every team he goes. He just loves to play Inferno. So I was kind of expecting either Train or Dust 2. And I told you I think it's going to be Dust 2 because as much as I know both teams love Dust because Tenerife, not Dust but Train, as much as Tenerife like to play Train a lot, and as much as Bubble loves this map, I don't think he would risk it to play on Train with this exact lineup right now. Or maybe they have prepared something on Train, but they want to just leave it for later, like a little surprise.
And I tell you what, if they have Train as a pocket pick, that would be really interesting because, of course, they finish this. If they win, they go forward to a best of 3 semi-final. If they lose, they've got to play another best of 3 against SKADE. And SKADE is a team that can't be underestimated.
Yeah,
we've seen they can
what's interesting is that SKADE are good on really tactical maps as well.
Exactly.
We saw what they did on Nuke. I think they're almost as good on Train as well. So it will be really interesting to see two teams that are willing to play a more tactical map that have actually prepared well for it.
Yeah, without a doubt. And I would love to see that. But, of course, the game on hand. Tenerife Titans versus MBAPEEK.
Yeah.
Have you got a prediction for me?
Oh, on paper, like, it's a best of one, really.
Yeah.
You can't have a clear, like, you can't put a lot behind your words when it's a best of one, because really it depends who gets the momentum, who wins the pistols, and so on. Because if you win both pistols, like, you have a massive advantage, what MBAPEEK did to SKADE. But I believe that MBAPEEK are going to win it. And I will say only because, I'll tell you why. Because Ships and Red Star are on fire. We saw what Victor was doing.
That was incredible, yeah.
We saw what Sleepy was doing. They just don't have a weak spot in MBAPEEK. And I believe what Double Magic said, the winner will be the team that shoots off more heads. And I think this team will be MBAPEEK in this matchup. Who do you think will win? I will give a prediction of 16-9 for MBAPEEK.
Oh, you think it's going to be a tough one?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, you say MBAPEEK, I say Tenerife Titans. I think the fact they've been able to work as a team, the fact they have that cohesion that I'm sure Tenerife have because of that core, that of course have been together for years now. I think that Tenerife, they've had that chance to play as a full five, and this is a best of one on Dust 2. I've seen Tenerife play Dust 2 against Peak in a qualifier I think it was about a couple of weeks ago, and they were strong. They were
the thing is
strong.
that they're playing with a stand-in. They have Flashback standing in for Sereni, whom we wish fast recovery from COVID. By the way, we have someone who's got a birthday.
We do.
In Tenerife, Raftu, turning 21 today. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's give a round of applause for Raftu and wish him happy birthday. And, of course, good luck in the matchup. Yeah. I'm surprised he didn't drink yesterday.
I bet you he did. I bet you he did.
I think he did, but I don't think he told me.
Definitely did. But regardless, we've got a fairly late start. You had a chance to recover. And, without further ado, I do think that for Tenerife, their chance will have to be through getting these early rounds. They can't give MBAPEEK that momentum. As MBAPEEK, when they stomp on Mirage, it's after they got that early start. It's after they got that chance to just work from a kind of economic advantage where he just keep buying, and just walk all over their opponents on both times they played Mirage. For
just
Tenerife,
snowballing their effect.
Exactly, it's a massive snowball effect. For Tenerife, I want to see them try and mitigate that, to try and shut it down before MBAPEEK can really get the ball rolling.
Yeah, if MBAPEEK get confidence, if they play with joy, we know what Ships is capable of.
Yeah, without a doubt.
Come on, Ships is maybe arguably the best player on this stage out of all of the teams. His class is above other players, and we know what he's capable of if he's on fire. We can say the same. MBAPEEK, they have a core that has won WSG. They have 3 players who have played together for 2 years, have participated in minor qualifiers, have participated. They qualified for Pro League. So that's some high tier CS. But on the other side, we have really young and motivated players. We have Double Magic and Caliber who have been playing for a while now together. They have been changing rosters, but they are sticking together. We have Vutrix, who is one of the best young players on the Bulgarian scene, and I don't think anyone could argue with that. We have Raftu, who's one of the most experienced ones. He's played in SKADE, he's played in B-Pro, he's won tournaments, he's played a lot with Vutrix as well. And, of course, we have Flashback, who, by the way, I spoke to Tenerife's coach yesterday.
Oh, yeah.
And he told me that, actually, he didn't expect Flashback to do so well. He was like,
oh, really?
I'm hearing this guy for the first time. I have never heard of him. He's doing really well. He said that there's still some movement on the map that shows that he's never played on a serious team. But he said he's doing well with us only because he's a good player. Not because he's played in previous teams, only because he's a good player. So I think Tenerife have a decent shot at it.
And tell you what, you've spoken about players of Tenerife. There's a player on MBAPEEK who I've never heard of, Sleepy. He's been found prowling the kind of hills of Rank S. He said the only Bulgarian player to qualify for Rank S without a direct invite. And what I love about Sleepy as well is he's playing all the difficult positions. He's just playing anchor. He gives every other man on MBAPEEK a chance to just let loose. It gives him a chance to just walk all over the map and constantly take fights, take his aim duels. And we saw that yesterday with Ships and Victor, who just had an insane display on Mirage. And from the looks of it, I think our caster PCs are frozen.
Yeah.
regardless, we're okay.
I think our PCs froze, but
that's okay. I think we'll get word from production once we get into game. But anyways, yeah, I'm really interested to see just how Sleepy's able to perform, because
I spoke to Sleepy before the game because I was curious that I've never heard of him like before a couple of months, and I think for the first time I heard of him, I think Punisher told me that he played Ranked with him, and he said he's a really nice player. Like, he's doing really well, and I was surprised because I've never heard of him before. So I spoke to him. He said, I'm not really playing with a lot of Bulgarians. I'm not really playing Faceit. I'm not really well known. I've played only ESEA for the last like 3 years. But qualifying for Ranked alone without an invite is a really
impressive.
hard thing. Like, most pro players need an invite to go into Ranked.
And semi-pro, you usually see them at Rank G. They get Rank G and then they just like, well, that's enough.
Yeah, exactly. They don't even try to go for Ranked because it's so hard.
Yeah.
But now we have a player that single-handedly went there. So that's why I'm saying in MBAPEEK, you just don't have a weak spot.
Yeah, exactly.
You have 3 players who have won WHG together. You have Red Star,
he's been everywhere.
Who's 2 times FPL champion, I believe. He qualified 2 times for the hub, for the league. And you have the only Bulgarian that qualified alone for Ranked. So on paper, considering the results, you have the 2 best puck players in Bulgaria with 3 of the best, like 3 players from maybe the best Bulgarian core that we've ever had.
Yeah, without a doubt. But again, it's only 3 in their core. You know, they haven't had that time to form a cohesion, and that's why I think Tenerife Titans might just inch ahead. I didn't give a round score, but I think it's going to be a close one. 16-13, 16-14, that kind of gist of it. So again, regardless, I think it'll be very, very close. I pray it goes to overtime. I think I'd love to see an overtime, but it's going to come down to these first 5 rounds or so.
And both teams are really motivated because they know if they go to the lower bracket, they're going versus SKADE for elimination.
Yeah, and that's a scary prospect.
SKADE are one of the favorites for the tournament.
Yeah,
like,
exactly.
It's really normal. And they got stomped in the first day, but it was a best of 1. Yesterday, we saw a whole different face of SKADE. They started losing in the beginning, but was it really their fault for just not having a nice game plan? Or was it just Peak winning the clutches, just SKADE being maybe not so concentrated in the clutching rounds that made Inferno so close? And on Nuke, we saw what happened. So I think SKADE are more motivated than ever. I've spoken to a couple of players from the team, and they said that they want to get a chance for redemption today. And I believe whoever goes to the lower bracket will have a really hard time with SKADE.
Yeah, and I'm curious. Out of the 3 teams left, Tenerife, SKADE, and MBAPEEK, who do you think is going to get eliminated? Who do you think is going to be the one to fall?
Oh, that's such a hard prediction because someone will get mad at me if I say.
Sorry to put you on the spot there.
I will say just for the on paper, because in reality I don't want a single team out of the tournament.
Yeah.
From the teams that were in the beginning, I didn't want a single one to go out. It was so nice when everybody was around, when everybody was cheering up. But on paper, I think Tenerife should be the team to go out today.
Okay. All right.
But I really hope that they prove me wrong.
That was very diplomatic of you.
Yeah, thank you. I did my best. Who do you think will go off?
I think it could be SKADE. Like yesterday, SKADE, they looked shaky against Peak on Inferno. Their nuke was incredible, but I think everyone knows SKADE's nuke is incredible. My worry is that...
So they will ban it?
Yeah, of course. Yeah. My worry is that if SKADE have to face MBAPEEK, they just won't be able to get... MBAPEEK aren't going to leave teamwork maps in there. It's going to be Mirage, it's going to be Dust 2, maybe even an Overpass. We'll see how they feel with that one. Like those sort of maps that can be won solely on aim, and that could really play to SKADE's detriment, because we saw when aim came into it, Peak were outclassing them. My worry as well is that if Tenerife are the ones to go down, and it becomes Tenerife versus SKADE, their map pools kind of contradict each other.
Yeah, I really don't know if SKADE... What I think about SKADE is that they're not concentrating so much on anti-stratting their opponents. They're playing the maps that they want to play.
Exactly.
So, SKADE, if they decide that they want to if they want to play the main map of Tenerife, they'll go for it. They'll play Inferno. as they decided to play Mirage versus MBAPEEK. They know MBAPEEK are the best on Mirage, but they're like, okay, we want to play Mirage, so we'll play Mirage. We don't care what they want to peak. We don't care what they don't want to peak. We will play our best maps. So that can make the series really interesting for anybody that's playing SKADE. Because that's these surprise picks when you think that they're going to pick something, and boom, they pick your map choice. And then you're left like, wow, what the hell is happening? What do I do now? What map do I pick? They picked my map.
So your whole veto goes out the window.
Do I pick theirs now?
Yeah.
Just to be equal. Like that's going to be really interesting. We should be ready, by the way, any moment now as our...
And now, before the game between Tenerife and, of course, MBAPEEK starts, we are going to take a look at the best moments and best frags from yesterday's full day of Counter-Strike here at BGE Stara Zagora. Enjoy. Hello back, ladies and gentlemen. We hope you enjoyed the best moments of yesterday. This 1v4 clutch.
That was insane. That was truly insane.
And that was... In that way, TTFU got disqualified from the tournament.
Yeah.
Like, that must be heartbreaking.
For imposters, they probably rode that high for hours after.
It must be heartbreaking. Any moment now, we should be ready to hop in the server. I think ships just disconnected from it, but we were ready. So we'll be waiting a bit more. What
was that?
I don't know. Production are just speaking between themselves, and they're speaking to us as well.
Yeah,
no problem, Marbe. Don't worry.
We're in like 3 different conversations at once. It's great, but in a different language as well. But regardless, again,
we're not speaking only Turkish here. Like, we have everything.
Awesome. Regardless, this game up ahead: Tenerife Titans versus MBAPEEK. Yeah, we've said everything we possibly can against or between these two teams, predictions, everything else. But for those who have just recently come back, do you want to say what your prediction was?
My prediction, I believe, was 16-9 in favor of MBAPEEK. We're going to watch Dust 2. I really think that they will have the edge, considering they just have the better individuals, and they have like a core of 3 men who won WSG together and have played for 2 years together.
Yeah. And on the flip side, I am favouring the Tenerife Titans. I think that their cohesion, their work they've done as a team, even though they have a stand-in, they still have that core of 4 that's going to give them a bit of a structure, which I don't think we'll really see from MBAPEEK. Granted, they have a core of 3, but I don't think it's enough.
I got you there. It will be interesting. I love it when we have different predictions for the games.
Every time.
Every time, but
Even
so far...
Normally you're right, but no.
So far I'm right, yeah.
We'll pick it regardless. And again, we will be transitioning in-game fairly shortly, so we shouldn't have to wait too long. I do apologize deeply for the delays we've had to experience. Unfortunately, we had, I think it was one delay, then another, and it all added up, and we just had to throw it a break. Luckily, though, our wizards in production have been able to fix it, and from the looks of it, we will be going live really shortly.
Marbeto,
he's genius.
Yeah. He's a magician.
Yeah, I haven't seen him, like, I think I've seen him once or twice these 2 days. It looks like he hasn't slept. It's just
he hasn't.
Under wires, under desks.
He has been drinking in my room. He hasn't slept. Yeah.
Yes. Well, I would be as well if if I was having to run production.
He's been drinking a lot.
Yeah.
He's been drinking in my ears right now. But yeah, ladies and gentlemen, you can use the time that we have until the start to tell us in the chat, for those of you that are watching from home, who do you think will win? Will it be Tenerife or MBAPEEK? And who do you support in the tournament? You can as well follow us on social media. It's !social in the chat. So you can just stay tuned. You can see really cool clips, interviews with the players, with the casters, with the crew just being uploaded. You can get the fastest results from the games if you can't watch the stream. Yeah, be sure to follow that.
Have they played your interview yet?
What?
Oh, we all did interviews. Have they played yours yet?
No.
Oh, I can't wait.
I can. I don't want to see that.
Production.
Because I was
respect our wishes.
I was literally standing there with my hands behind the back and I was shaking.
Oh, man, me too.
Introduce yourself. And any moment now. Yep.
Hey,
okay.
there we are.
There we go. The knife round has started. MBAPEEK versus Tenerife Titans. On the winner of this goes straight to the semi-finals tomorrow, and the loser of that is gonna have a really hard time in a best-of-3 series versus SKADE later today.
Yep, without a doubt. Knife round going through. I think it's fairly standard to assume that Tenerife Titans will be starting on that CT side. For MBAPEEK, I wonder, because they're a mix, right? They'll have a few kind of bare bones strats. I expect we will see a lot of armor come out from them on a pistol round, simply because they're going to go for those angels, they're going to go for that early contact, and they're going to work to just try and play angels against the side. And I think from there we'll actually see a fairly aim-heavy pistol round.
Yeah, maybe. I really want to see aggression from them. I want to see Tenerife just pushing out middle, going for the fights, not just sitting back. They know they're up against really confident and talented players, and I believe they want to prove themselves. They want to show that they can just out-tame them.
Yeah, without a doubt. And again,
I don't know why we're on
the I was saying, I guess we're not going to see the buy, but without further ado, again, I would love to see a kind of early long control come out for them, or one of those really fast short plays we see where they just bomb flashes up over mid, quick Xbox smoke, and just try and get a plant, then play for an after plant on short. Something that has been fairly common in mixes to see, especially if they know those standard smokes. I think for Tenerife, they're just going to have to play default. They're going to have to see how MBAPEEK play and then hope they can react in time.
Of course, we'll see if Tenerife put on some pressure on long, because a lot of teams recently have just stopped fighting for long. They're just giving it up. They're playing from side. They're putting more people towards middle, towards that short area. They're aggressing into tunnels, and they're just kind of trading map control, which works really well because you can play retake on long. It's not that hard. It's way harder to play retake on B, so I can understand why players are concentrating more on defending that middle area, that B side, rather than A, because A is simply easier to retake. There's not a lot of places where T's can hide after the plant, and B, it's so hard to enter on B side. Like, B side does too. It's maybe the hardest side to retake in the entire game. Even if you're with a man up, it's so hard to retake.
Yeah, without a doubt. Looks like the unpause comes on through. From MBAPEEK, it's going to be Armor round the board. They're going to be going for contact, they're going for Angels, and they're going for them hard. It's a mid-invasion coming through. Ships leading that charge. Going to be spotted by Double Magic as he'll make his way on forward. Caliber, one of the only men with utility, is going to be caught off guard. Bubble kicking it off by finding Double Magic. Caliber now, Caliber needs to be very, very careful. Red Star leading that charge. Nice little kill with that P250, looking to find one more. Ship's going to be able to take him down, though. Regardless, the Titans, they're already on this A site. Plant goes through, and looks like it'll be a fast retake coming through from MBAPEEK. They've got a flash in the hands of Ships. It'll be Raftu to try and hold. Fleshback, he's been able to get all the way down towards long, and he'll have to be able to play retake, but as the push comes through from MBAPEEK, it's going to be hard to hold. CP and Victor, they respond in turn. It's all down to Flashback. He's going for a long rotation through shorts. He's going to try and catch him off guard, but unfortunately that time is ticking on down. He's going to have a lot of work cut out for him. No armor either. He'll swing wide, looking for a first. He won't even do that. Sleepy finds him, and MBAPEEK find their first.
Flashback here maybe went for the surprise factor he wanted to, because they saw that he's on long. He went for that fast rotation, but his teammates couldn't stay alive for too long. MBAPEEK doing a pretty decent job in pushing middle, refragging Caliber there. That was vital, because had Caliber went for the second frag, that would have been just a Tenerife round all the way. But really nice refrag. Of course, the half buy, not even a half buy, just only Digos throughout the board. And there's the two Oaks on the side of MBAPEEK. They're going straight for the full rifle buy second round. We can see FAMAS M4, two Oaks, and a Scout. Ships, though, doesn't want to challenge it. He knows that he's got a weak buy against him. He doesn't want to lose any of these rifles here. That's a really risky buy from MBAPEEK.
Yeah, and these two AUGs, it's... I love the buy on Dust 2, especially you got these long channels, these long corridors to fight up, you know, mid, long. Push comes to everything, you can fight into long doors as well. AUG's perfect buy, but a well-placed deep shot, and that's a full investment just gone. Ships will find Raftu to kick things off. Red Star being very accurate with that scout. The bait and switch comes through on Long Victor to respond. Red Star continuing to ring out a few shots. He'll be destroyed by Double Magic, but of course the bait and switch comes through yet again. MBAPEEK, they don't take a single fight without a teammate to support them, and that comes through as Victor. He'll find that remaining 2k and secure MBAPEEK a fairly comfortable second round.
Of course, but that's a big risk. It's a big risk investing only in rifles, but I can understand them. It worked out for them. Now they have a pretty solid buy, because, you know, on Dust 2, there's not a lot of places where you can play with SMGs, really. You can play it on B, you can maybe get aggressive on shore, but that's it. You need the rifles on Dust because of these open spaces, and that's why they go for the Oak buy. That's why they risk it. But at the end, they got the biscuit as well. Now 5 AKs and a lot of nades for Tenerife. They're going for the late long control. There's the boost, though, from Raftu.
I'll tell you what, Victor, he was very close. He's actually playing up close and personal with no trade. He's in a one-and-done position right now. If he falls, the Tenerife Titans, they're going to be able to get a mad advantage without any response.
Surely he will fall. The answer is how many can he take with himself?
Uh-oh.
Not a single one is the answer to that question. Raftu with a really nice entry, and now a man advantage for Tenerife. And MBAPEEK, they don't have any map control whatsoever. They have no idea that all Tenerife players are on long, and now that's the late player. No, he's not gonna go to a short. All 5 going for that long take. And MBAPEEK, they might just fall back and wait for the bomb to go down. There's the boost, top of the smoke. 4 ships,
shots.
1 shot there, connecting, and now a 4v4. No grenades whatsoever on the side of Tenerife, by the way. They have nothing to defend themselves with, except their weapons. Trying the jump shots here. Ships pushing. Nice headshot onto Viltrix. Will he check Goose, though? I don't think he will. He loses his life to Raftu. Caliber with 1, Caliber with the second, Raftu as well. And that's the first round on the board for Tenerife. Really well played after plant positions.
Yeah, I love that little setup they had. They didn't show Raftu on Goose whatsoever. It was only once he made contact. And I worry that Bubbly was being a bit too cocky with that jump spot. It meant that with one of the locations known, the player on car, it was a free kill once he pushed. It meant that the Tenerife Titan players on site, they had a chance to relax, compose themselves. Short push came through, easy counter. Their first buy round going in their favor. But don't get me wrong, they took damage. Their economy, it's not out of the woods just yet.
I think they were with 3 alive. So that's pretty decent. That's pretty decent considering now MBAPEEK's economy won't be much better than theirs. I think MBAPEEK should be able to buy again, but they're playing for reset round. But same goes for the sides of Tenerife. It will be...
wasn't round.
Yeah, the afterplant was pretty good actually, because everyone just baited Viltrix. Like, they let Viltrix take the aggro, and when he got killed, just instantly Caliber peeking from Car, Raptor peeking from Goose at the same time, just taking these crossfires that worked perfectly for them. And now round number 4 is going to start, reset round for both teams.
Yeah, they're going to be early control made so pretty much around the map by MBAPEEK. It's going to be an early aggression up short and into lower tunnels. For Tenerife, will it be their chance to maybe catch them off guard? And catch them off guard they do. Caliber able to find ships early on. With Bubble in lower tunnels, he's the only real hope. But Bastion hope to get man advantage back in their favor. That he does. AK picks up. And MBAPEEK, they don't want to risk Bubble falling right now. Red Star will be able to aggress once more, finding that M4, pulling it back. And if they can get back to the A site in time, they might be able to contest Tenerife Titans. But regardless, Tenerife going for a very fast push up long. A lovely shot from Victor to kick things out. And for Red Star, he's the load man. He does have an M4 to try and hold this, but it won't matter. Caliber able to find him. Bubble ringing out shots through the smoke with the accompaniment of Sleepy, but there's no kill found just yet. 3 versus 3, an afterplant scenario going forward. Bubble, he'll take even more damage to this utility. Boost goes up, surprisingly, and Bubble, he'll find one. Caliber able to trade. Bubble making it 2, looking to make it 3. Viltrex, the load man, he'll find 1. He'll make it 2. A lovely little spray control from him there, just to find both players as they swing into him. Tenerife Titans, they make it their second. They tie it up, and they reset MBAPEEK.
That was amazing from Viltrix actually. And again, Tenerife, they're doing so well to get that A control. They're doing so well to get themselves on the side, and their afterplants are really well played. This time though, Caliber from Car, I think next round he should switch position, because MBAPEEK, they expected him. Last round, he managed to kind of surprise them with that position. This time they were ready, and now just Tenerife should clear this eco up from the sides of MBAPEEK. But Tenerife, they're managing to put up a fight early on this too, not letting MBAPEEK feel comfortable on the map.
All things considered, MBAPEEK, they're doing fairly well to do damage. I say that as in, you know, they found 1, it's 4v4, but I doubt they'll get much more than that. Caliber, he's just going huge. Still looks to make it 3 now, lovely bit of spray control, and it's just a formality at this point. Bubble, the lone man, he's got a deagle, but what can you expect him to do with this? Maybe the odd kill, maybe 1 or 2 if he's lucky, but I doubt he'll even find that. Tenerife, they're going to back away, they're going to look to save. They're able to take max 10 for the next round as well, so they're playing kind of a little bit of a bonus. And for Tenerife, they're going to take the lead. 3-2. MBAPEEK will be their chance to go onto a bye and just stop Tenerife from pulling away with this.
Of course, Bobo just saving. I want to see the AWP, and I want to see if Ships and Red Star are going to go for the double AWP setup. We know that Bobo played an AWP in Windigo for quite a while. So I'm going to be really interested to see. But on paper, Ships and Red Star should be the AWP players here. I want to see them proactive through the map. I want to see aggression on long, boost on short, just middle peaks. And yeah, it's going to be Bobo.
Yeah, without a doubt. And as the AWP comes out on Double Magic as well to try and contest with this, it's going to be a max 7 on Ships as well. I expect he'll be playing up close and personal.
Probably a short boost or something like that.
Exactly. Bubble going for the early pick, bringing out an early shot. And he's actually going to progress towards mid. Flashback going to full. And now Ships with this lower tunnel push. Let's see how he can hold it with this mag 7. He'll drop a smoke as well just to buy up some space. But Double Magic, he's there to respond. He goes to top mid. He'll win the AWP duel. And as he backs away, we find ourselves in a 4 versus 4. Ships, he's able to pick up that AWP though. That's the fallen comrade mentality where we're going to have to see him hold top mid. And I don't think Tenerife expect that AWP to be picked up so quickly, especially considering the other man was towards B.
And that's the baddest part. Like, you kill Bubble with the AWP, Ships gets it. It's even worse for you.
Yeah.
And on the other side, I really like the aggression here from lower. And that happened for the 2nd round in a row, I believe. MBAPEEK, they are showing no respect whatsoever. But the 4v4, of course, favoring the T side. And the Cities, they don't have nades. They need to push, and Tenerife know it so well. They know. MBAPEEK don't have money for full utility. They are equal. They're 4v4. They don't have map control, no information. They need to push, but Red Star, he's going huge here on short versus Viltrix. And Raptor, Red Star, can he follow up? No. Caliber finally with the trade. And now a 2v2, Double Magic and Caliber. But Caliber, he's going way too aggressive. He needs to wait for his teammate.
I don't know if he was spotted. We'll have to see. The AWP double magic coming in from long, going to hold any push up from CT. And as that plant goes down, it will give Tenerife Titans a chance to, well, be in a very good or very comfortable position for this retake. Instead, Clabber, he doesn't plant it for sure, or for long, sorry. The AWP is going to have to play for players pushing him rather than for that bomb plant, and that does surprise me. So
he did that because they boosted, I think, 1 or 2 times previously. He didn't want to risk just getting killed from the boost, and now Double Magic has a really tough task. He needs to push with the AWP, finds the first. Oh, that's a miss shot from Ships. Double Magic with the second. What a clutch from the in-game leader of Tenerife.
That was insane. And props to him, but MBAPEEK, they kind of handed it to him there. That leg shot from Ships should not have come through. This right here. God, that's just heartbreaking. Credit where credit's due. That 4K and a lovely second kill from Double Magic there. He's still maintaining that AWP, and he's going to leg down Sleepy early on as well. That man is lightning fast. As the Tenerife Titans, they're going to go on to a forced buy or full buy. It'll just be a standard push towards B against these Deagles. Just looking to find 1-0 damage, but he won't even do that. Sleepy to fall as well. And this round, it feels like a formality for the Tenerife Titans, just to make it 5, just to give themselves a bit of an established lead. Victor from behind, he might be able to catch out the AWP, and if Double Magic falls, Victor will be able to take it and just use that elsewhere. That being said, Double Magic, you can't sneak up on him like that. A lovely first kill, and now for Bubble and Red Star, they've just got to try and find a gun. It doesn't matter what, just a gun of any form. As Bubble will make his way on forward. Caliber going to spot him as he pushes up. There's the AK. Can they find it? Raftu's there to support. Red Star, he's doing damage where he can, but that's that. For Tenerife Titans, it's going to be a 5th. And for MBAPEEK, they're going to go on to another buy.
Tenerife, they look really solid. And there's the double AWP. There's the double AWP from MBAPEEK in Red Star and Ships. That's what I've been waiting for. Yep. That's what I've been waiting for. I think this could be the game changer for MBAPEEK here on those two. If they're aggressive, we know Ships and Red Star both are really good individually. Like, really, really good.
It's a hell of an investment, though.
I want to see. Yeah, it's a hell of an investment. It's pretty big risk. But now, unfortunately for Raftu, flashes not working. Victor with the first one, and now a man advantage on the side of MBAPEEK. And now the AWPs, they can go for aggression. They can go for just map control. They don't even need to aggress. They can just hold angles like that. There with the man advantage. Nice leg from Red Star.
That is just what MBAPEEK needs. Tenerife Titans, they're going to aggress towards mid, looking for this split. The second AWP comes through.
They just don't expect it.
They respond in kind. It's a shot in unison as they open up this round. Bubble to find Double Magic, and Caliber to suddenly find himself alone. He's got 5 players to find. He'll be able to make it 1 onto Red Star, but every bit of damage he takes, it's going to start building up. MBAPEEK with 4 players left, and with that bomb, Caliber, he's not really got much of a choice. These mollies are going to keep raining down mid, and he's lucky he can find 1, maybe a second if he's even luckier, but I can't see him taking this.
But MBAPEEK, they need to be extremely careful. They need to save the second AWP, and they shouldn't lose any more members because they don't have money.
Yep.
If Caliber finds maybe 1 or 2 more here, okay.
Oh, that's heartbreaking. Okay. That's truly heartbreaking.
Unlucky.
Yeah.
3-5, Tenerife, and there's the difference. There's the difference from the double AWP. If you're Tenerife, you just go out middle, the first AWP legs your AWPer, and he goes back to CT. You're just like, okay, easy. We'll just go out mid, kill him, go towards B. But boom, there's a second AWP right next to him, on the other side. There's a AWP crossfire. It's so hard to go past this. Especially without a smoke in CT and flashes.
Could have said it better. It's going to be an early push towards B from Tenerife Titans on this 4-buy, but Sleepy able to find 2 before he falls. Ships with another lovely shot from Viltex to respond. Bubble, Victor, and Red Star, the lone members, making their way towards B. In rotation, though, Double Magic to find Victor, and that means that Viltex is very, very alone. Flash goes down, swing comes wide, and Bubble, he'll secure the bomb. Double Magic on the other side of the map is going to have a really difficult time trying to get into this B site, especially when 2 players are ready for him. He'll scope up preemptively, but MBAPEEK, they don't need to fight him, they just need to wait for him, and that they'll do. There's a minute for him to play with, so it's not the end of the world, but Bubble, he'll just go for a bit of info here or there. Double Magic, he is in a really tough position, and a minute to find 1 or both of these last players.
They're just gonna keep playing on this crossfire. 1 behind Xbox, 1 towards car. It will be so hard for Double Magic. Nice molly there, but it doesn't catch Bubble, unfortunately for Double Magic. And now on Bubble's contact, Red Star will just peek, or the opposite. And there's no way MBAPEEK lose this one. Tenerife 5-4. It was not a bad round for Tenerife as an idea. Just B-Rush and Double Magic staying in spot to catch the rotations. It worked, but here Ships killed Ships and Sleepy did too much damage here.
Yep, and unfortunately Double Magic.
If it was a 2v2 on side from Tenerife having Double Magic in spawn, that would have been a Tenerife round, 100%. But Viltrix, he was all alone, he got full flashed, and there was nothing he could do.
Without a doubt. And MBAPEEK now, we are going to see a chance for them to really build some economy. They haven't really been able to establish themselves. You've got Bubble with 2k, Red Star with 3, so there's the hallmarks of an economy that's growing, but it's not as good as it could be. The Tenerife Titans, they're going for Tech 9s and armor here or there, and so for MBAPEEK, they need to win this round with as many people left standing as possible. Ships and Sleepy, they open it up to start things off. Sleepy looking for more, making it 2, going to switch up P2000, looking to make it 3, a lovely little display of prowess from him as Klauber comes up from short. The flash goes off. He knows that Red Star's going to be ready for him. It's a lovely and clean kill. And for MBAPEEK, they're going to tie it up not only 5-5, but they're going to give that economy the cash injection it also desperately needed.
Of course, had they lost many players, that would have been a disaster for them. But luckily, now even if they lose a round, they can still rebuy. I believe they can still rebuy with 2 ops as well, which is going to be... That's insane for them, because the 2 ops, they're making the difference. Since they bought them, they're just looking completely different. It gives them more freedom, it gives them more possibilities, and it's easier to hold middle. Middle is a vital point of the map. When you have 2 ops, it's really more easy to do that. And now Tenerife going slow towards short ships though. He's getting curious towards middle, but Tenerife, they are going for that short execute. They will throw the smokes, the flashes. They have only 2 smokes, 2 molotovs and 2 flashes, but that should be enough. Smoke city, smoke cross, they double molly side, give 1 flash and go out towards that A side. They slow down so much, but MBAPEEK, they have no idea because they haven't aggressed anywhere. There's still 2 on B, only 2 defenders here on that A side. The rest are missing the first bubble there to back him up. And now Tenerife, they've hit the break. They're not sure what they want to do.
Yeah,
they're going back middle towards B. No smoke to support it. Raftu with the first. Rest are missing. Raftu double magic. What's happening with MBAPEEK? And now Sleepy, the lone defender of B. He needs to go huge. Victor, can he help him?
We'll have to see. Sleepy, he needs to really deliver right now. The pressure must be on for him. We hear the players coming. Victor, he strikes at just the perfect moment. Both players falling. Sleepy now, he's going to hear these players coming out from sight. Going to swing wide, finding the first, looking for the second, and just like that, MBAPEEK, they're going to 2 versus 4. The Tenerife Titans. That round looks almost done and dusted for the Tenerife Titans, but Victor, the flank comes through at just the perfect moment. Sleepy, probably the youngest, or I guess most experienced player in this game, has just risen to the mantle and he's performing admirably.
What we said, he's always playing the anchor. He's letting his teammates get the good positions, but he's doing so well on these hard... Like, he's the last man on every bomb. On every bomb side he plays, he's the last man. He's playing the hardest positions. And he's doing so good. He's doing so well. Yeah, especially when there's a possibility for a split.
Yeah, I really respect that. I really admire that in a player, especially when he's with players who are so experienced. He thinks they can do even better, and he plays a position that allows him to do so. And we see that now. Ships, he's free to aggro towards tunnels. The lovely early kill onto Viltrax. And for the Titans, again, it's another deagle buy. They just don't have anything to fight with. Ships, he'll aggress even further simply because he can. This support fire from Sleepy is absolutely perfect, and it wouldn't surprise me if we see Ships actually just go straight into tunnels.
Ships.
Maybe
he doesn't want to get too curious here because they're versus a broken buy, and that's a really good chance for MBAPEEK to stabilize their economy even more. Spots 1, falls back. Ships though getting really aggressive. That just shows how much confidence he's got in himself. Like, he knows he's playing versus pistols. He knows on paper he shouldn't be pushing that. He's just like, there's no way I miss a shot. There's no way he kills me.
Nice little shot from Raftu to kick things off, but he's alone. He'll pull, and MBAPEEK, they take the lead. For a moment, the Tenerife Titans looked like they were going to pull away from this, but it's kind of mid-half. MBAPEEK, they've just got the second win, so they've got the second breath, and like that, they've just swamped. I think it's the last 5 rounds in a row they've been able to establish themselves, and it's off the back of this double op setup.
Look at their money as well.
You said it would be the turning points, and it has been. You know, their economy's doing great. They've got the buy, they've got the confidence, they've got the utility to fight anything. And for the Titans, they could be facing another bad buy if they lose
I should
this.
start betting. Every time, almost every time I say something will happen, it actually happens. Restart here, missing the first shot. He'll back off. Still going for the aggressive angle, but Tenerife, they're already out middle. I don't think MBAPEEK can dissipate them to be fast. Bobo, he will go out the smoke with the flash. 1-2 for Bobo. Will he get the third? Yes, he will. Oh, and that's a missed shot. Red Star and Sleepy will end things up. What a disaster for Tenerife Titans, and the in-game leader for MBAPEEK going huge.
That little help.
I think he's top fragging.
Yeah, that helping hand from Victor was absolutely incredible. You see here, he's completely flashed, and Red Star just finds the man swinging.
Bobo is top fragging.
Yeah,
that tells you the story. He's IGL top frag.
He's feeling it.
He's 15-6.
This is just insane from him. For the Tenerife Titans, again, it's another 4-buy, and I sound like a broken record right now, where they've just collapsed towards this kind of mid to late round, or mid to late half. Again, penultimate round, so the Tenerife Titans, they could come back. They could make this a lot closer if they find this and next, but for the way things are looking, it is going to be a 10-5 half.
Let's see, these set pieces are really dangerous, but yeah, Raftu doesn't have a single chance to shoot a bullet, and now Red Star, he's the next barrier of defense.
Holding firm, waiting for the players to come. He's step goes out, flash to follow, the Tech9 to dive on top of Bubble. He'll hide in the smoke, he'll turn back around, Ships to find one, Victor to respond in kind. By some miracle, Ships stays alive, a lovely shot by him. Red Star to finish the job. Now for MBAPEEK, that's going to be a 9th round, and what scares me isn't MBAPEEK doing well, it was the fact Tenerife Titans didn't get a single kill. That was almost guaranteed.
They're struggling. In the beginning, they looked so much better, but at the moment that the double op came in, it's been MBAPEEK all the way since then. Like the double op setup on Dust 2 is so strong, and I'm looking forward to seeing that from Tenerife as well when they switch sides, because we know Double Magic loves to play dope. We know Flashback was an oper and is an oper, but of course he's a stand-in. He's going for the Creek by the way, and he's having a hard time so far.
He's having a rough game.
1-13. He's probably a bit nervous. We know. I think this is his first LAN event, and he's playing versus so experienced players.
Well, regardless, final round of the half. MBAPEEK, they are in the lead. They've won the half. Question is to what extent. As we'll see a little pause come through, a tactical timeout from the Tenerife Titans. Just take a moment to compose themselves before they go into this. And for Tenerife Titans, it will be another default. We got players going towards tunnels, long, shorts. Should be early control. Shot ringing out from Ships, uncharacteristically missing a shot. We don't see many of those this game. Another one as well. He'll fall down very low on HP, but he'll still survive. And with an AWP, HP doesn't matter too much. It's still a one-shot kill, and we've seen how quick Ships can be as the Titans establish themselves, getting up close and personal. Short control, tunnel control, and almost on control, depending on how Flashback chooses to play this. It's coming through for them.
A default setup from Tenerife. From the looks of it, they're just giving themselves the opportunity to play for pretty much every part of the map now. And again, they're going towards short. I think short worked well for them the first 2 or 3 rounds, so that's why they're trying to duplicate it, but just Red Star, look at the awareness. He's ready for the boost. It's not coming though, but just the fact that he considers it tells you that he's experienced.
Yeah, exactly. And for the Titans, they haven't got much utility.
Oh, and they're going to bait for it. They're going to bait for it. Tenerife, they're going to have a really hard time if they don't molly goose, because Red Star, he's going to bait for Victor. His teammate, of course, staying under flash, hiding. Red Star immediately taking off. And Victor, the molly doesn't get him. He can go for the
discipline as well.
Oh my goodness, Victor. He will go huge here. I don't know why we changed from him. Victor going for the double. Doesn't cancel the bomb plan. There's the refrag from Caliber. And somehow the round could go in the way of Tenerife as Ships tries the jump shot. And now Sleepy in a 1v2. One of the players heavily tagged, that being Caliber. Both on side, Sleepy creeping his way up ramp. He will find first a guy loose. Doesn't manage to connect. Flashback with his 2nd kill. But, oh, pardon, 3rd kill. But Flashback, he had so much impact with these 2 kills here. So that's a nice recovery from him. And the half will end in the fashion of 9-6 in favor of MBAPEEK.
Yep, solid half from them. Tenerife Titans, they started off strong. I think they showed a second wind. The Titans, to their credit, were able to get another round towards the end. But regardless, this is a CT-sided map. MBAPEEK, they've done all they've had to on that CT side. They go on that favored T side. Let's see what they have in store for us. It's 2 flashes, or 4 flashes, 2 smokes. Tenerife Titans going full armor, looking to play for aim duels. MBAPEEK, they're going for fast and hard along control. These smokes are going to go straight towards CT. And it looks like the Titans, they're forced to play retake. Double Magic bombing it up mid, trying to get behind these players. It looks like MBAPEEK are ready for them, though, as Victor takes him down. There is a response as well as Caliber makes his way on forward, but Victor, he's just tapping them down. He's buying some time, ringing out a few shots. He's calm, collected, and controlled. As the Titans, they reset themselves up towards A. Now the set piece goes down. Now the push comes through. He's just snapping away. Viltrex and Flashback to find 2. 4 versus 3 for the site. Swing coming around. Flashback looking for more. Raptor's the one to strike, though. As Red Star falls, it's all down to Victor. He makes it 1. He makes it 2. He runs out of ammo. And the Titans make it their 7th. The pistol round they oh so desperately needed should they want to tie us up 9-9.
I think Flashback and Viltrex starting to wake up just does help their team a lot. We saw them go huge again, and of course Caliber being maybe the most stable player in the team since the beginning. He's been there all over the time. 9-7, there's the force buy from MBAPEEK, of course the scout in the hands of Bubble. Fast lower play from them. They will maybe try the B-split with a flash from I don't know who. They only have 1 flash in Victor. Oh, but Chipsky's going out contact. Raftuk, he was staying counter-flash. And now Caliber with the refrag. But they have already gone out. They decided to go back and play all from tunnels. That's a pretty interesting decision here. Let's see how MBAPEEK decide to continue this round. There's a huge gap in Tenerife's defense to our short. And that's where MBAPEEK want to go.
Oh. It's either a perfect read and what looks like a very messy round so far. 4 players stacked up in mid for MBAPEEK as they make their way towards short. They're really just hovering around Xbox. I don't know if they're just going to just commit to a mid B push or a short fake as the smoke goes down. Flashback from behind though. Going to find Sleepy turning back around, tacking up Bubble. There's no kill though as they'll look to find Victor. It's a lovely trade with that Deagle. It's down to the AK of Red Star to bomb it towards the side. Double Magic going to be the man to try and stop him. He'll dink him down, he'll swing wide, but Red Star wins the aim duel. Suddenly for the Tenerife Titans, this round is collapsing. The plant goes down. Viltrex trying to pressure the Scouter Bubble down as he just run towards him, eventually finding him. And Red Star with this AK, he's the only man with armor, and he is very low on HP. Viltrex to find him. It's down to Victor with this Deagle. He'll be taken down. Viltrex, a lovely little 3K. And with that, the Tenerife Titans are going to make it 8 against the force buy of MBAPEEK. Or MBAPEEK.
NBA.
Yeah, sorry, mine's elsewhere. Yeah, MBAPEEK.
That was such a nice round from MBAPEEK though. The read was perfect. They knew that once they put up pressure towards that tunnels area, towards middle especially, Tenerife thought this is surely a B-split. And when they fell back from middle, they were like, they're just gonna group up and play towards B and just hope that we don't have another rotation so they can capitalize on us having only 1 player on B and no fast rotation whatsoever, because they killed the guy that was playing closed doors. But afterwards, them just slowing down just left Tenerife questioning themselves. Only 1 guy on short, but at the end, Viltrex with a really nice clutch, and now double magic and flashback in the first buy round. But Red Star with the double refrag. I was just gonna say that things are looking pretty well for Tenerife. Well, they were before Red Star went towards long in the refrag 2 of his teammates. And now a 3v3.
And unfortunately for Tenerife Titans, they've set themselves up very heavily towards A, going for a fairly kind of retake play towards short and long. And unfortunately, MBAPEEK, their point of contact, their decision is going to be towards this B site. It's going to be down to, I believe, that's ships to just sell a bit of a fake to keep some players locked in rotation. And for MBAPEEK, it'll be a free site. It's going to be a free execution, and more importantly, a bomb plant. They don't have any money whatsoever, and so this cash injection they'll get from the plant, and potentially a rounds win as well, because we've seen how difficult it is to retake B. It could be what the turning point is for them.
I think this could as well be the save for Tenerife if they don't find chips. If they manage to kill ships without losing a single player, they might go for it. But considering they don't have a defuse kit, they don't have a molly, they have only 1 smoke and 2 flashes and low HP on caliber, they will try it, but they need to find ships and lower. Oh, and he's gonna play behind them.
That's not gonna end up good for Tenerife unless they just play so fast that Chips doesn't have time. Oh, but Double Magic, he considers it, he kills Chips. That's a brilliant read from Double Magic. And now the 2v3, Restar and Victor. Restar managing to find the first. Victor, though, has his back. And now I don't think Double Magic has anything to do with this round. Gets the first, misses the second, but no time on the clock. Even if he killed Victor, he wouldn't have time for this. And that's going to be round number 10 in the pocket of MBAPEEK.
That was a scary, scary round, and messy at that. It was a push that just happened all over the place. There were kills here and there, scrappy to the final moments. Regardless, MBAPEEK, they find themselves on top. And more importantly as well, that T side, it costs a lot less than on that CT side. The Tenerife Titans, despite the early victories, are going to have to go down to an MP9 and Deagles. MBAPEEK, we're going to see them maintain a bit of a bonus with the Mac 10, but more importantly, AKs and the accompaniment of an AWP in the hands of Red Star, and these AWPs on pretty much anyone for MBAPEEK has worked admirably for them the entirety of the first half, and we saw it strike again in the second.
Of course, Ships going for that Mac 10 as he knows that enemies would have a low buy, probably no helmets. He wants to just farm a bit of money as MBAPEEK's cash doesn't look so good. Nice try here from Bubble. His teammates going towards long. Nice attack though from Double Magic towards Restar. That could be really dangerous. We know Deagles are not a power to joke with. Double Magic sprays through the smoke. Gets taken down by Sleepy. And now Ships, he wants to go hunting. I see, he wants to go hunting. He's hungry, he wants to eat, but Caliber, he just kicked him out of the round.
That is an insane little headshot there. Granted though, Victor is responding in kind, a lovely second kill, and Caliber, he'll make it one more. Falling to 1 HP, but he's still alive as he'll start aggressing. He's actually able to find Red Star as well. Suddenly it's down to Bubble. The lone man will make it one, looking to make it two, but Flashback wins it. The Tenerife Titans from nothing are able to win on the backs of a force buy. A lovely round from them. Only one round separating these two teams, and for MBAPEEK, they can justify a buy, but it's going to be a poor one at that.
Of course, they can go for a maximum of 1 AK, unless someone drops to another guy and decides to play with a Deagle or Mac 10. That was so good by Caliber. Like what we said earlier, he's the difference maker. Well. He's the difference maker. He's 18 to 15. Of course, there's the pause, probably from MBAPEEK. Could be from Tenerife as well, by the way, because we see a lot of these teams just calling pauses after insane clutches like that, just to cool off a bit, calm down,
recover.
Yeah, exactly.
Yep. Regardless, though, that was an insane round from Caliber there, and it was down to his heroics. They won that. Yeah, I'm seriously impressed, and more importantly, it's those Deagles that have just brought them a great deal. Just a great deal, because it was MBAPEEK's chance. That was a chance to build some economy, to run away with it, and to make things look a lot more difficult for the Tenerife Titans. But from there,
from there, just Caliber. He was crazy.
Yeah, I just nothing as well.
He was on 1 HP, I believe, when he got the second and the third kill. He was low. He was tagged after the first, but that was a brilliant round. Pause has been cancelled, ladies and gentlemen. We are ready to go back in the server. MBAPEEK versus Tenerife. There's the force buy from MBAPEEK. 1 AK that falls down so early from Double Magic. Now Bubble going for the refrag. He manages to do so, but Sleepy takes down Viltrix Zombie. He's all alone. Double Magic, he needs to be quick on that rotation. Misses the shot. And that could be a disaster. Tenerife, the round started so well for them, but Raftu cancelling the bomb plant. Doesn't manage to get the second. And now Flashback, he needs to go huge. He needs to go for that 1v3.
He didn't go for it. His position's known, and that could play to his detriment. That made early kill from Red Star. MBAPEEK, they make it 11, and again, it's just poor buy after poor buy that's winning. And when you have a force buy winning against a force buy and that to and fro, the T side always comes out on top simply because it costs less. We're going to see the Tenerife Titans now with no economy whatsoever. They've got no choice but to force again, as this time it's just Deagles round the board. Even a P250 on Flashback, you couldn't afford a Deagle.
Imagine how tilting this could be for Caliber. He's like, I just gave 3 headshots, we won the eco, or rather force. We can play with weapons, boom, they just lose the next round.
Yeah. It's going to be early push towards B again from MBAPEEK. Let's see how Viltrix and Caliber hold it. Contact made. Caliber needs to go huge, but Red Star and CP, they've got other things in their mind. Early few kills. Flashback, he'll find one, but all he can really hope to do is save this AK. MBAPEEK, they start easing towards this finish line as they make it 12.
Things are starting to get ugly for Tenerife Titans. Slowly. They don't even have the money to go for an open. It's normal. They can't stop forcing. They can't win 2 rounds in a row. That's the first time that a team in the second half has won 2 rounds in a row.
Yeah.
After winning a force. Like Tenerife, they just can't get a bang going. And what you said, when teams are just playing force for force, force for force, it favors the D side because they're investing less.
Yeah. And
it's just cheaper.
That bomb's going to go off. Flashback. He is able to save the AK to his credit, but I'm still. So he's also got the full armor as well, so that means that he's going to have a fairly weak and he's going to have a fairly comfortable investment going into this round. But for MBAPEEK, they're going to need to win this. Oh, sorry, for Tenerife Titans, sorry, they're going to need to win this. If MBAPEEK are able to take it, that's 13. Eco comes through 14. Then they're going to have to play flawless CS if they want to win it. And, you know, they're only allowed 1 mistake if they want to take it to overtime. And, frankly, to see what would be about 7 rounds in a row without a single mistake, that's a hard ask.
Of course. For Tenerife, it's not impossible for them, but surely things are really hard. The next buy round will be everything for the side of Tenerife Titans. Now, though, MBAPEEK spot the AK towards long, and they're just immediately going towards that B side. They don't want to fight with the rifle, even though he's on low HP. They don't know that. They just want to go versus the pistols. Refrag, use their grenades, use flashes. There's a little fake there from Bubble. Just going in, killing the pistols. Easy, clean off for MBAPEEK, and that's going to be round number 13 on the board as Flashback even falls down. Oh. Nice little one tap there from Bubble.
Styling on
By the way, I think he changed resolution soon and he put on 1280 by 960 black bars. He's just copying shocks. You can see he's just copying shocks. That's it, shocks. Right there.
Beautiful little shot. For MBAPEEK, they're 3 rounds away from victory. For the Tenerife Titans, they're only 2 buys away from defeat if they're not careful. It's going to be early smokes going down towards Xbox. MBAPEEK, they're going for the fast push towards short. Double magic kill. Aggressive will find Sleepy early on as he'll back on away. And now with a man advantage going in favor of the Tenerife Titans. A 2-man advantage at that. I expect to see MBAPEEK try some form of heroics if they want to even consider coming back into this round.
But Tenerife, they have only 1 player responsible for middle, and Victor, he might have a shot in this 1v1 versus RAV2. If RAV2 falls here, things are gonna get really ugly for the sides of Tenerife. He needs to stand his ground. He'll get smoked off, volleyed off. He needs to concede. He's going forward. Oh, but they heard it. Bubble with the kill through the smoke, and now the 2 defenders on B need to go huge. But Double Magic pushing short. Ships doesn't anticipate. Flashback continuing. 1 more for him. And now Victor, he needs to go for that 1v2.
1 versus 2 now. Victor making his way up short. He's got 2 to find. And for Tenerife Titans, all they have to fight this with is a flash, and that's it. We might see a boost come through as well as Caliber will make his way forward, leading that charge. But Victor, he's at the ready. He'll find the first 1 more left to find. Swing comes through. Viltrix to full. And Victor is going to make it a 14th for MBAPEEK. 14-9 they lead. And this is their chance to look to close out the map, especially with the poor buy from Tenerife Titans.
I don't know why the spacing between both Tenerife players were so big. Look, Caliber peeks, and there's this gap for like 1 second where just Viltrix is so far behind.
Should have waited.
He needs to stop shifting. He needs to go just on W so Victor hears him. And there's so much time for Victor to readjust and react. And MBAPEEK, they're looking so well now versus this half buy.
That is insane from MBAPEEK. We're less than 20 seconds into this round, and there's already 3 players who have fallen for the Tenerife Titans. And for the Tenerife Titans, they've got some CZs. They've got a little bit of damage that could be outputted.
You know, this is not French CS. You've heard of CZ Go?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was the CZ meta. I loved it. I loved it.
Fun method to play.
There was this one time where French players were actually better with CZs than with AKs and Opes. I don't know how.
Fortunately, it's not the case here.
No, if you see Envious or Titan playing CZ 4th round versus you, 90% you lose it.
Yep. acts as a buy round, just an automatic AWP. Regardless,
c'est vrai, mon ami.
Regardless, MBAPEEK, they are leading 15-9. It's one more buy, one last hurrah potentially to come out from the Tenerife Titans. It's a double AWP setup, and it's already damage done by Bubble, inflicted to Caliber, and a nade in the wrong place could spell the end for him. Now 30 HP left, and it's just early aggression coming through. Sleepy is actually just going to shift through this mid-smoke, catch out Caliber. Early kill for MBAPEEK will continue going on to CT. Sleepy finding Raptor. Vildrex out on this B side has to go absolutely huge, but Ships is going to find him. It's a collapse from the Titans. Double magic to fall. It's all on Flashback, the lone man. He's able to take down Victor. Coming up from short. 4 players left to find. Flash goes over, swing goes wide. Ships to spot him. Red Star to kill him though. And with that, MBAPEEK triumph over the Tenerife Titans, taking it 16-9.
What a game we had yet again. We have a really close game. I think I got the prediction right. I said 16-9 to MBAPEEK.
Yeah, fair enough. Props
Bro,
to you.
easy. I need to start betting money on this matches. Yes. Really.
Well, that
MBAPEEK
you can't cast if you do that.
Doing such a great...
You're not allowed to cast.
Can they?
No, you're not allowed to cast if you bet.
Ah, that sucks. Okay, MBAPEEK doing such a great job with coming back, because Tenerife, they started so well. What we spoke about, Tenerife needed this like fast-paced start where they win the first like 3, 4, 5 rounds. They did that. But afterwards, in the moment that the double AWP came, it was just MBAPEEK all the way. We saw the individual class of Ships, of Red Star, of Bobo coming in, Victor as well. Sleepy, everybody was performing for MBAPEEK.
Yeah, that was a just unification of talent there. All of them just played out of their mind. It was absolutely awesome to see. And it is a scary thing to see as well, because I think we originally thought that MBAPEEK, they were strong because they were on a pug map. But that's still a more coordinated team-based map, and they were still playing out their mind.
Of course, they were just like, I don't know. I feel like if you put MBAPEEK on a map where, as Double Magic says, you need to shoot heads, they're going to win versus everybody. Like, they're so good individually. We saw the double AWP. Even Bobo got the AWP. Bobo, Victor, Sleepy, all of them were shooting. We're not even discussing Red Star and Ships.
Yeah.
Like, Tenerife, props to them. They played well. But there were so many lost clutches. We saw the 1v2 by Victor.
Yeah.
We saw...
It's an important round as well.
We saw the round that Double Magic turned around, kill Ships on the backstab, but afterwards they lost the 3v2 retake. So there's so many rounds where just MBAPEEK edged in the clutch when it mattered the most.
Yeah, without a doubt. And unfortunately, it was just these kind of closing rounds. You know, it's these little nuances that really decided the map and dictated the pace. And unfortunately for Tenerife Titans, they just couldn't win them. And that kind of, I think that boils down to experience, really. You know, MBAPEEK, you physically couldn't get a more experienced side. And I think that's what allowed them to potentially just take it, get that little experience to nudge them over the edge. It looks like we are going to have an interview fairly shortly. We'll get a little word from a fabulous Nico on stage once he is ready for us. Probably that in the form of a hand gesture. But until then,
we're just waiting for production to tell us.
Yep.
So, okay, we're waiting for Nico. Ladies and gentlemen, we want to remind you, Tenerife aren't out of it yet. They're going to be playing SKADE later today in a best-of-3 series, which, of course, me and the only guy that can look like the male version, like the human version of Shrek, and still be fabulous are gonna cast. That was good, right?
You were thinking that for a while, weren't you?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm proud of you.
Thank you.
Regardless.
Okay, so are we ready for the interview?
We're ready.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we are ready. Okay, we're not ready. Okay,
he's just got from production.
I'm asking, and he's like in my ear. He's like, "Shut up, we're not ready."
That was perfect.
Okay, now we're ready. Okay, thank you. He just wanted to tell me to shut up. We were ready.
Yeah, it was
I'm sure.
To.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, taking you to the main stage, to Nico and the in-game leader for MBAPEEK, Bobo.
Thank you, Ted. All right, well, I'm here with Bobo, the captain of MBAPEEK. Bobo, what was the strategy going in versus Tenerife Titans?
I mean, we were ready to play versus them on Train and Dust 2. Also, we knew that they're gonna ban Mirage because previously our 2 matches were on Mirage. We had pretty good start on this map. We didn't prepare for them. I mean, we knew how they're playing on the T side. We didn't prepare for them, but we just knew how they're playing. So, yeah. Obviously, we played pretty good on T side. It was pretty rough start on on our city side. Also, from the beginning of the T side, what we didn't do great was that we had some solo picks and trying to find individual kills, but it didn't work for us. So after that, we just talked about it to play more safe, and everything went great.
All right, and are you ready to go official with this team?
I mean, we haven't spoke about it, but I don't know. Can't speak about it.
All right, you can speak. Thank you, Bobo. All right, well, guys, we are gonna go on a quick break, and we're gonna go back with the next match.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to BGE Stara Zagora here. I am going to be your caster for this next game. I'm the wonderful John P, joined by the equally as wonderful Jasmine. How are you today?
I'm doing great, thanks, John. How about yourself?
Yeah, you know, I love these generic intros that us casters do. It's like it's totally like we've not been hanging out for like most of the day together already. like we've had this conversation over breakfast this morning or something. But anyways, we got a fantastic match to look forward to. We've just seen a very terrific game actually on Dust 2 between MBAPEEK and Tenerife Titans. MBAPEEK just edging that one out, you know, keeping my dream alive for my predictions to stay true. And yeah, you know what, let's not talk a little bit too much about that. No doubt we will have some time to talk about that either throughout this game or later in the day. But we are going to be looking to Fate versus Bluejays, two very strong teams on paper. However, one team has performed a lot better thus far in this competition than the other, that being Fate. Fate's played fantastic. They've only played one game, and it was a 16-4 win on Inferno over the squad of Majesty, and Bluejays obviously struggling early doors against imposters.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like Bluejays really haven't shown us that much of a fight. I feel like, obviously, with the loss of Red Star, I believe it was, I think that's kind of showing itself now, this tournament especially. You really shouldn't be going double overtime versus a mixed team known as imposters. No offense to the imposters. Imposters played incredibly well, but yeah, I definitely feel like the loss of both their coach and Red Star is definitely starting to show.
Well, yeah, let's not dive too much into the analysis. We're going to do that while after we've introduced the teams. And speaking of introducing the teams, there's no better beautiful man to do it. I mean, I would do it myself, but you know, I guess you guys would have to set them for second best, and that's going to be our lovely stage host, Niku. Take it away.
Thank you, John P. Guys, please welcome on the stage Fate. And I can see only Blocker on the stage. He can't wait to play. Wait, isn't it Nikki talking? No, it's him. Okay, all right, that's fine. So, Blocker, if you win, you're going straight to the semis. Are you prepared for Bluejays?
I'm prepared for everyone.
What about your team?
Everyone.
Everyone.
Yes.
Okay, well, okay, take your place. I don't have any more questions because you answered them all. Just. All right, well, they will do the veto, but in a moment we'll see also Bluejays. I hope they are ready. All right, please. I want to see on stage Bluejays. Welcome, guys. So, Rocking, Fate is a difficult opponent. Do you think that you are ready as a team?
As a team, no, but this is a best of one on Bulgarian tournament, so everything can happen.
All right, so do you have a particular strategy going in this matchup?
Yeah, our strategy is not choking elite.
All right. I want to hear from Mr. Worldwide. How do you feel today?
I'm feeling well. Slept 8 hours, so I'm good to go.
All right, and do you think that you will make another like 40 frags today?
40 no, but at least 8.
It is okay, I guess. All right, take your places, guys. Thank you very much. And of course, you said that I'm beautiful, but you're more beautiful. So Jumpy and Veracity, please take over.
Yeah, thank you very much, Niku. He's been on hand all week so far to keep you guys up to date with all the teams that are playing. But you have to listen to us ramble on throughout this next map for you. So yeah, let's dive into a little bit more deeper of analysis. Looking forward to this game. There is a lot of storylines actually behind this game while we were researching it and talking to some of the players. Players that used to play for Bluejays now playing for Fate. Players that used to play for Bluejays now playing in other teams in the competition. So there is a lot to talk about going into this one. But quickly, before we start talking about the actual players and the team itself, let's talk about maps here, Jazz. I know you was looking at Bluejays' most recent win in the ESCA Open Division League, and you've got some of the map results from that initial final.
Yeah, exactly. So Bluejays, they played in the ESCA Open final. They played that, I believe it was versus a mix in the final. So the first map that they played was Dust 2, and they won that in overtime. I feel like we're seeing a common reoccurrence that overtime.
Maybe they just, they're giving the fans what they want. They just want to see as much CSGO as possible.
As much CSGO as possible, exactly that. Their second map was Mirage, and they lost that 4-16. That's a bit of an ouch moment, isn't it? And they also played Nuke as their final map, and yet again they won that in overtime, John.
Yeah, so I mean, obviously this was with, a slight different roster back then. That was when Red Star was playing under that lineup of the Bluejays, and when they actually did have their coach on board for the team as well. And one thing to mention that I don't want to be making potentially a big deal out of nothing here, or throwing shade for no reason, but the two maps that Red Star played well in,
they
were the two overtimes that they won.
Yeah.
As soon as Red Star stopped fragging the Mirage, I think he went, like 9 or 10 kills negative. They got stomped on.
Yeah.
Now I've obviously seen Red Star move over to the mix of MBAPEEK and playing with the former WSG winners as well. Very good aimers, very good individual players. They look very, very dangerous this weekend, and they look all fantastic. And I think Red Star's really flourished since moving to that team, because he's now can express himself in a role where he doesn't probably feel as much pressure to heavy frag, because he's got these, sort of blockbuster names around him.
Yeah, most definitely. I feel like at this moment in time, I think that Bluejays are potentially considering the fact that, oh crap,
this could have been
we maybe made a very big mistake.
Bit of a bad decision to bench one of our best players.
Bit.
But anyways, we need to talk about Fate as well, because they have recently revamped their roster in July this year, adding Blocker, Patrick, and Han to the lineup. And funny enough, two of those players, Blocker and Patrick, have been former players for Bluejays International.
Yeah.
So, this is kind of their way of saying we've made the right move here. We've moved to certainly one of the best teams playing out of Bulgaria, for example, if not one of the best teams in the European region. They're obviously performing very well. I think they're playing in ESEA Prem. I think Fate playing. I think it's in the Prem. I think they play in the Premier Division. 90% sure. I might be wrong. I'll get confirmation of that throughout the game. But since that new roster change, they've played in 4 online leagues, cups, events, whatever you want to call them, and they've won 3 out of the 4.
Yeah.
They've only finished, and the other one that they've played, they finished second in. Those events being CSGOFast.com Cup, Cup number 5, the ESEA Cash Cup this summer for the European region, and obviously most recently A1 Gaming League, which I do believe they were actually playing with a fill-in for. I'm not 100% sure on the play. I think it might have been Caliber who was filling in for them. I'm pretty sure I saw his name on the roster somewhere.
It is worth noting also, they won the A1 Gaming League, and they actually beat SKADE 3-2 in the final for that. So, I mean, it's pretty damn good.
Well, not only that, it sets up another potential storyline for later on in the event, right? I mean, if you came into this event at the start of the week, you would say, who's going to be the 2 teams that we're going to see in the grand final? It would have been SKADE and Fate. They're both on the opposite sides of the brackets for a reason, because they're probably the 2 highest seeds coming into this. And it was sort of us waiting to set up that dream situation, And we might see it. SKADE's obviously dropped down into the lower bracket. They play later on this evening in a best of 3 against Tenerife Titans, who we've just seen lose to MBAPEEK. And I think we might actually be casting that one, so I'm looking forward to jumping back into that game later on today. It's just going to be a great game. Fate, they've looked so strong this weekend. I mean, they've only played 1 game, and it was against Majesty on Inferno. And we obviously saw Bluejays really struggle on that same map against a team of, look, we don't want to be like disrespectful or anything, but the squad of imposters are...
I did say that I was very impressed with the performance of imposters. I believe everybody that was watching at home and here at the event as well was incredibly impressed by their entire roster, particularly Purple Rain.
Wolfen played very well as well this weekend. But let's just be realistic here. You give someone an option who's going to win a game, Fate or imposters. There's going to be one answer. It's going to be Fate.
Yeah.
You know, Fate are light years a better team than the squad of imposters. You know, they're the lower tier level of Bulgarian, you know, players that are hanging around that semi-pro sort of bracket, in that lower ELO sort of rating. Made a mix for this tournament and they played very well. But, you know, I think if Bluejays had struggled against a squad like imposters, a team like Fate, who they're so ruthless, man. We spoke to one of their players earlier on today, and I was like, "You guys ready to play?" I was like, "Yeah, we're good. I'm gonna go pick up the boys from the hotel now." And it was such laid back, relaxed vibes.
You wouldn't think that they were about to play.
You wouldn't think they were about to play in a knockout game of a tournament. You'd think, all right, these guys are like they're about to play a prac game, or you know, they're about to go do some demo reviews or something. It was so laid back. He was like, "I'm ready. We're all good. We got good night's sleep last night. You know, we're feeling great going into today." And hopefully that, you know, that laid back, relaxed, kind of confident mannerisms plays into their hands today on CSGO.
Yeah, most definitely. I feel like I'm definitely interested to see whether Blocker and Patrick are able to still point out those same strats, those same like play styles to like their new teammates and let them know, you know, I'm going to predict exactly what they're going to do.
Yeah, exactly. And I think, you know, especially a player like Blocker, who's a very big personality, you know, you saw his interview there on the stage as well. He said, look, we're not just prepared for Bluejays. We're not just prepared for whoever. We are prepared.
I'm ready to face
anyone. And that is the type of attitude. That is a team that has come into this tournament. And it's a mirror matchup with that confident, laid back, you know, sort of arrogance in a way, you know, but it's a good thing to see from a team. They're just so full of confidence. They know they're one of the best teams here, and it's really translating into their CSGO. Like I said, we saw them perform very well on Inferno earlier on in the week. It was 16-4 against a much stronger team, I think, than Bluejays are in Majesty.
Yeah.
So it wouldn't surprise me if the first ban on this game is Inferno. But you think the game might actually be a map pick on Inferno?
I feel like it could be Inferno.
We've just had to confirm the veto is over. What map is it?
Overpass.
Can we get?
Ooh.
I called it. I literally said yes. I did. No, you didn't. And Niku can confirm this. He said he thinks the map's going to be Train, and I said I think the map's going to be Overpass, and we are heading into an Overpass here for Fate against Bluejays. And you know, again, this isn't really a super crazy hard map to play. You know, it's not the likes of Train or Nuke, for example, or even. It's got very somewhat similarities to Vertigo in terms of play style as well. But for the team of Bluejays, a map like Overpass could be good for them, you know, especially if they can pick up those 1v1 AWP duels down long, for example. Getting a few early picks, get a bit of confidence on a map like Overpass, it can really turn into your favor.
Yeah, I'm wondering, is this the moment in time where we try and do our predictions again?
Well, I mean, I've already made it pretty clear. I was speaking to Niku earlier on before the start of the game, and I said, I think this is going to be like a 16-4, 16-5 kind of win.
I'm going to go with like 16-6.
Yeah, I think it's going to be quite a comfortable win for Fate, and I don't want to take away from anything from the players at Bluejays. I think they are very good individuals, and obviously if they do lose this game, they drop into the losers bracket. I believe they play Majesty. I believe they play Majesty. Let's just bring the bracket up here quickly for you guys. Later on this evening in a best of 3. So whoever loses this game, yes, they do play they played Majesties. Obviously they beat Imposters 2-0 yesterday, and that's going to be a best of 3 later on. One thing to mention, this is a best of 1. You know, so this is a. Let's not write Bluejays out too early, because we've seen Imposters against Bluejays was a perfect example. Crazier things have happened in best of 1s if a team shows up and plays well. Before you know it, one of the favourites are dropping into the losers bracket.
I mean, it is worth noting as well. Obviously, this is LAN, John. Anything is possible. I feel like, however, not quite enough can happen to save Bluejays from this. I feel like Fate are going to win this quite comfortably.
If Fate were a freshly new lineup that had only been put together about a week or 2 ago.
I mean, even when they were a freshly made lineup,
they were still stomping people, and that's that. You know, these guys have been around for a while. They've played on LAN before. You know, they've played it for some of the biggest regional events, for example. So, I just think they're going to have too much experience to know that, okay, even if we lose the first few rounds after the pistol round and even lose the first full buy, for example, how many times did we see that happen yesterday, where a team pulled out like a 5 or a 6-0 lead after winning that first full buy round and the initial pistols, for example, and then just completely crumbled towards the middle stages of the game and that first half, when the first team started, the next team got a bit of momentum going,
Yeah, I feel like I said earlier, I feel like Blocker and Patrick leaving Bluejays to join Fate, that's definitely going to be helping Fate out. It's just going to make things that much easier. Obviously, the fact that Bluejays, they lost their coach as well as Red Star, that's definitely going to impact them greatly. I mean, I feel like everybody is probably in agreement here that this is more than likely going to be a win for Fate.
Yeah, I don't think I spoke to one person in and around the venue that has said, yeah, we think Bluejays is going to win. I think the only person that would probably think it would be production whispering in our ear, but that's just because they've got their predictions very, very wrong this weekend. The production have just confirmed that they're actually predicting Fate, so they didn't want to get another one wrong this weekend. But we are going to talk a little bit about the other side of the bracket, of course. Once the two bracket sides have been finalised and those teams go into that next, the best of 3 stage of this tournament where they're playing each other from each side of the bracket. We have got Tenerife Titans versus SKADE later on. That's going to be a great, great game. SKADE played fantastic yesterday. They really struggled at the start on Inferno against Peak, 12-3 down, but then I think they won like 13 straight rounds or something like that to win the game. Come back and it was a clean 2-0. They dominated the next map, which I think was Nuke.
I wonder though, because they had lost against MBAPEEK. SKADE did. So that just kind of makes me feel like, is that like, are you not taking this as seriously? Are you kind of coming into this thinking?
I mean, I don't think it's not necessarily that they're not taking it seriously. I think it might have just been a bit of complacency, maybe. Let's be honest, every single team here knows that the 5 individuals on MBAPEEK are very good individual players. Like I said, you got the 3 WSG winners, you've got Red Star 2 times FPL a player. These guys can do it. They know how to play the game. Let's be honest here. So I don't think anyone would have underestimated their gun skill or how good their aim is. I think people kind of wrote them off as to how well they would play together as an actual team. As an actual 5-stack. Every time we've watched them play, their utility usage has been fantastic. They've known when to smoke off, for example, watching them play Mirage every single time. They know when to smoke off CT, when to smoke off short, to smoke off window. Everything has just been flawless. I would really have wished that we could have gone to, some sort of in-game type listening situation with the squad of MBAPEEK. That would have been great. It would have been amazing to see how the IGL is coming to his team and if everyone's listening. But we don't do that, unfortunately. But yeah, I'm really looking forward to seeing that game against Tenerife Titans for SKADE later on.
I've still not forgiven SKADE for getting my prediction wrong.
Well, yeah, you predicted it to pretty much stomp everyone, right?
Yeah, I put full faith into SKADE. I made my prediction, and my prediction was wrong. So I feel like
that's been a recurring theme this week for you, though.
No, SKADE are the only team that have let down my prediction.
I don't think that's true. She's lying.
Yeah. Okay, buddy.
I do think we are just going to be loaded into the game. Like we said, we are playing on Overpass. We have got a few tech issues with servers, etc. You guys at home know how CSGO esports works. I mean, I know you definitely do as an admin.
Definitely.
How are you enjoying, for once, not having to worry about PC breakages, server crashes?
So I'm loving it. I'm loving this whole casting and kind of chilling. Yeah, it's a great experience. Everybody here is super lovely. It's I feel like it's a lot more laid back, but my inner admin always...
How many times have I had to drag you from away from the stage to say, Jazz, this isn't your job. So I'm hungry. I want to go for lunch. I want to go for dinner.
Every time they mention a tech issue, I'm like, I wonder if they've tried this.
She has asked them 5 times, do you want me to take a look at it? And I'm like, dude, I've just casted for 3 hours. We're all hungry, and you're here trying to fix a PC. Dude, that's not your job.
I can't help it, John.
It's all right. You're one of the best admins in the game for a reason.
Aw, thanks.
You're not too bad at casting either, I guess.
Aw, thanks.
We are just waiting for the players to load in to this game. Again, guys, we do apologise for the short delay, but...
How do you like Overpass, John?
I really enjoy Overpass. It's a map that I do like to play because, funny enough, I never used to like it. I remember when you first asked me this question.
Yeah, I love playing Overpass, right? And every time I would ask him to come and play Overpass with me, he'd be like, "Oh no, I hate that map."
Well, it's not even that. I think, like, you know, again, I'm fairly new to playing in CS:GO. I've got around like 300 odd hours on the game, and I would say the majority of that are idled hours where I go out and forget to turn my PC off. And the only two maps that I knew how to play were Mirage and Inferno, and I'll be honest, I'm a bit of a stress head, a bit of a hot head when playing video games. Yeah, insert rage compilation here.
Yeah, I know.
And I always find it, I'm a person that I've always been quite naturally decent at games or maps that I play. And I hate not winning. I'm a very competitive person. You know,
yeah, me
you know
too,
that
yeah.
best. I know that the same about you. I hate losing, and I just don't like people who are better than me at the game, pretty much. And it was so hard to learn that map. But once I played it, like, you know, 2 or 3 times in a row, I was like, oh, okay, it's similar to some other types of maps that I played before. And I started learning, you know, the types of executes onto bomb sites, the sort of setups you would want on CT side, for example. And now it's actually one of my favorite maps to play. I really, really enjoy it.
Okay, so I want to hear no more excuses out
No
of
more
you.
excuses.
When we go home,
The only
I
map
wanna
that
play.
at the moment, I probably can't stand to play is Nuke. And that's only because
Oh yeah, I can't stand Nuke either.
I have a hard time channeling and focusing on one noise and trying to figure out, like, I struggle to com steps in Palace on Mirage. I'm like, wait, is that in Palace or is that like T-spawn or is that ramp or is that someone behind me? Let alone train where you could step on like one side of the map and it's heard from the opposite, and it's so hard. That's why, you know, I really respect these pro players for knowing where everyone is at every exact time. So yeah, I mean, Overpass is great, and I really like watching Overpass as well. It's a very strategical map. You know, the bomb sites are quite close to each other. You can use that connector to rotate from B to A relatively fast. You can also, you know, from B push up in and around where that heaven area is, intervals the back of bank and push onto A site. And I love the AWP duels on that map as well, down long, for example. I know yourself being an AWPer, you're a huge fan of that.
Yeah.
If I was you, I'd probably highly suggest watching the pro players play so we don't always get picked off first while playing it together. But it's a very great map to watch, in my opinion, especially at the highest level of CS:GO.
Yeah, no problem. Let's just scoot over the fact that you've just roasted me. It's fine, John. 1v1 me. Go on.
I think you've bottled it every time I've asked the 1v1.
No, I haven't.
Yeah, you have.
I've 1v1'd you and won on stream multiple times.
While open, you'd never beat me with a deagle or rifle, in my opinion.
I'll tell you what, after these players are done,
We can play on stage.
I'm so down. I'm so down.
I am down.
Yeah, I'm so down. Production. Should we set up 2 different teams? Oh, hell yeah. There we go.
Okay, I'm down. I'll scout my players out. You scout your players out.
All right, where's Red Star? Red Star.
Not
Is
even
Red
that.
Star here?
I just about to say, I'm just gonna say to one of the guys from Fate, you got to take one for the team. Like, you know, you can be our coach. Let me fill in. But no, I mean, I'd love to do that. I think we were actually talking, like, you know, to some of the production team and the event organizers, and they were like, one thing at the next event, once the whole COVID regulations stop, we want to get as much fan interaction as possible. One of those being like show matches and fun events and stuff. So can't wait to see that happen. Hopefully this time next year.
Can't wait to upstage you.
Oh well, yeah, you dream, keep dreaming. But we are again just waiting to head in to Overpass. Now we know what the map is. Give me a bit of a score prediction here. We've already said that it's going to be around you said it was going to be a 16-7. That's when we thought we might be playing the types of an Inferno, for example. Overpass, I've actually never seen either of these teams play Overpass. I'm not too sure if... Did they play Overpass in the A1 Gaming League final against SKADE, the team of Fate? I'm not 100% sure if they did.
I'm still going to stick with my 16-7.
Yeah, I think again it's going to be very much... A few early rounds might go to Bluejays, get their confidence up a little bit. But on a map like Overpass, as well as having the control over both bomb sites is very, very important. I think all 5 players from Fate have got what it takes to go huge on a bomb site on their own. And I think that's going to be, having that added wow factor, that X factor, as you would say in the UK, is going to be a real positive for Fate.
Have you got a player that you're going to be looking out for?
I mean, again, I want to look towards the likes of Blocker, for example, as well as Patrick, for the squad of Fate, former Bluejays members. Of course, that's going to be a big storyline.
Yeah.
No doubt we're going to see potentially a few bits of BM in the game if they get a few kills on their former teammates. But you know what? These guys are professionals at the end of the day. I think business comes first. You know, they're all friends outside of games, but business does come first, and they want to perform as well as possible. So I'd definitely be looking at them.
I'm definitely going to be keeping my eye on Han.
I would say Han played very, very well when we saw him play on Inferno, if I'm correct. I think is he the AWPer for?
Well, yeah, he was AWPing
Fate?
in that demo that we were reviewing as well. So I'm intrigued to see whether he's going to be one of those like flashy plays on Overpass, if he's going to show that confidence knowing he's going up against players from Bluejays. But I guess we'll find out.
On the squad of Bluejays, however, there is, you know, one player that I want to look out for, and that's going to be Rocking. He's recently left SKADE in July, so, you know, he was on one of the best teams out here and in and around this circuit and region. So no doubt he is definitely one to look out for. I thought he played okay against imposters, but then again, I think if you're gonna you know, critique one player on Bluejays, you've got to critique the whole team, because playing against a mix like imposters and struggling to go to double overtime, where I kind of thought they should have probably lost that map.
I feel like that could have just been a simple case of, you know you're going up against a mixed team, so you're going to go into it thinking, you know what, we're just going to mess about, have fun, pug it out, and then as soon as you're losing round after round after round, then you're like, oh, okay.
Yeah, we should probably.
That's a bit like what used to happen to us when we would play CS. We'd have like a huge lead, and then just
to be fair though, like I was back when I first played, I was a Fortnite noob, weren't I? Like, you know, I came from the dark side, and every time someone shot me, I would try and build around.
Yeah, he would literally aim at the floor. I'm like, John, crosshair placement, so important in this game. What are you doing? He's like, oh wait, you can't build in this game. I'm like, oh. That was a struggle. I
feel like watching, the more CSGO you watch, the better you get. And I mean, no doubt people at home who are supporters of the teams of Fate, Bluejays, you know, some of the more upcoming players throughout the youth sort of side of things, and the academy teams, they all watch these pro players play to learn from them. Myself, I've already learned about 50 new smoke lineups and flashes.
It's a matter of whether or not you remember them.
Yeah.
I definitely don't remember any of them.
Yeah, my usage of Molly is to Molly myself by accident.
And then me.
And then you.
Yeah.
So guys, we are waiting to head into this map once again. I can hear the game audio in my ear, so that means these players are just warming up.
It is quite loud as well.
Mine is okay. Mine's okay.
I'm struggling to hear you.
Sure? You sure?
Yeah.
Would you like to swap microphones?
No, it's fine.
Sure?
It's fine.
Amateurs, guys. The people I've got to work with.
Okay, Fortnite player. Okay, whatever you say.
So yeah, we are just waiting for Fate. I think they have a few connection issues joining the server, and then we will head into this. And again, I can't contain my excitement, and I probably sound like a broken record to keep saying that I'm excited for this game, but the thing that I'm looking forward to most is to see the likes of Fate play over a best-of-3 series later on in the tournament, you know. Yeah. Regardless whether they win or lose this game, the next game they're going to play is a best-of-3. We've seen them perform over a best-of-1 on Inferno, that time 16-4 over Majesty. Can they perform well over a best-of-3? I think we've already got most of the answers because they've done it on multiple occasions, but, you know, you never know what's going to happen in a series of CSGO.
Yeah, especially when it's online.
Especially when it's online, example. People, you know, might get a little bit nervous. I can't really see pro players like Fate or SKADE getting nervous, however, but people might come out slow. One thing to mention is Fate, they've only played, like I said, one map before this. You know, whereas Bluejays, they had a very long and grueling game against the imposters, for example, and it's, you know, I'm really struggling to see how Bluejays can do anything in this game to counteract any sort of aggression or setups that Fate would have. I think, you know, on paper, 5 versus 5, the 5 better players are on the squad of Fate.
Yeah, definitely. Couldn't agree more, John.
Couldn't agree more.
Couldn't agree more, John. Oh my god, this game sound
the game
is
sounds
very
really
loud.
Hopefully during the game we can get productions come and fix that. If you guys can hear us, just lower the game sound in Jasmine's ears for us. And yeah, I would really like to know. I'm actually going to try and pull this up on the laptop here quickly to see whether or not we saw the A1 in the A1 Gaming League in that best-of-5 series against SKADE in the final, whether or not Fate actually played an overpass, and they did, and they won 16-7 against SKADE. My predictions now turn from 16-6 to 16-0. I think
3.
Something like that. I mean, we're talking about a team like SKADE, who are, again, 5 of the best players out there to play and compete against it. But I can't really see.
I'm sticking with my 16-7. You know what? I'm actually going to write this down so you can't turn around and change your mind. Okay, here we go. It does look like the game is now going live. It is knife round.
We are going to get a knife round.
Stab, stab. Do you have a favorite knife?
Do I don't know. I quite like the look of falcon knives, personally, to be honest with you. I know not a lot of people use them. But obviously the likes of a karambit, for example, is so nice.
Yeah.
I'm still waiting for you to send me your karambit that you've got.
Absolutely.
But I think that the M9 bayonet that I've got, the fade, is pretty clean as well. So we are heading now into this knife round. Both teams trading back and forth, and just like that, Kristen's left in a 1 versus 3. And Fate do pick up that knife round, meaning they will get to choose whether they want to stay on the CTs or switch to the T side. And what's your preferred preference to start on overpass? Is it T side? Is it CT? Because me personally, I feel like you can definitely pick up rounds on both sides, regardless on what side you start with.
I think I prefer to start CT.
To start on CT?
Yeah.
Any particular reason, or?
It's more opportunity for me to try and ult people. Isn't
Yeah.
it?
You know, you can play a little bit more passive, well scoped in to try and find the angles.
Yeah. It does look like we've got a tech pause coming in as one of the players has disconnected. You know what? I'm pretty sure I've showed you this a few times. You know, Pillar on bomb site.
Yeah.
Right. You know all the monsters that are like on there. My favorite thing is when you've got those sprays like the hats or like the silly mouth sprays.
You do that, don't you?
I do. And then you can get like the sprays where you've got like the funky.
You know, you do realize everyone in the audience and watching at home is thinking, what is she talking about?
It's so funny because then you can put like a bougie looking necklace on a monster with like a little top hat.
Well, at least we know what you get up to in your spare time.
Yeah, most people would sit at home
so
and learn smokes.
You know, that's the
and all
reason
of
why
that,
we have no smoke setups. That's the reason why
Yeah,
we always get out fragged, like for the opening frags. I'm like, yeah, well, where's my main AWPer? She's sat, you know,
putting sprays on
tattooing a monster.
Yeah, but it looks really cool.
Yeah. But we are just waiting on that player from, I believe it was Bluejays, to get back into the game. And I think it was Fate who stuck on CT side, if I'm correct. I'm pretty sure I saw Rockin on the T side. So that means Bluejays will be hanging out on to the side of the terrorists. And if you're starting on the T side here, going up against the likes of Fate, you know, what are you going to do to on the initial break off to try?
Okay.
I'm good. I just remember the reference that I made. If you're the T side here, if you are the Bluejays, how are you going to approach the break off onto that initial pistol round? Are you going to, rush down Monster onto B side to try and get control?
What side are they on?
They're on. I believe Bluejays are on T side. I do believe Bluejays are on T side. Or are you going to, potentially push towards Banana, push up long onto A side?
We've spoken about how much I just say full send it. I want to see a full stack, a full rush onto one bomb site and try and apply as much pressure, as much damage as you possibly can. So I'm hoping we see more of that.
Yeah, we are just waiting for these players to get back into the game. Hopefully they won't take too long. But guys, this is, of course, an esports event. And how many times have we called it this weekend to say, as soon as you hit go live, everything is going to probably go wrong for you. And
yeah,
just waiting on the players to join back into that lobby. As I think we are going to kick things off now, as it looks like the players are moving. As we are going to jump into Fate versus Bluejays here, guys, on the best of one. We are playing on Overpass. The winner advances through to the upper stage of the best of three. The losers drop down to play Majesty. And it looks like it's going to be an aggressive push through short here to the B site. Flash comes out. Hahn, can he find one? He tags two players up. He does take down Kristen. Zix trades it out, however. Kills traded left, right, and center. It's a 3 versus 2. Both remaining Fate players up towards heaven. Mar tagged down to 19. Nikki on 79 HP.
Oh my goodness. You can hear how hyped Bluejays are in the background, can't you? They're ready for this game. What was your prediction again, John?
I mean, I said that I thought Bluejays was going to win the first pistol round, and I said I thought they were going to win the few follow-up rounds.
I feel like you're just making...
No.
What was your score prediction?
I said that the prediction was going to be 16-5, 16-6, in and around that mark. I think it's going to be quite a clear win here for Fate. And I did say it wouldn't surprise me if we see the recurring theme that has happened so far this weekend, where we see the first pistol round go to one team, they then follow up with a force buy, for example, or follow it up into the full buy the round after, get about a 4 or 5 round lead, and then they just kind of crumble towards that middle stage. And already the full spy is going to come through the 2 AKs in the hands of the Bluejays with the 3 Galils. We've got 2 MP9s on the side of Fate with the 2 Deagles in the hands of Nicky and Mar. It looks like the bomb is going to be pushing their through playground over towards A-Long. They are going to be met, however, I think that is by Mar with that
You know what would be
Deagle.
great here is if Mars sticks close towards the right-hand side, because almost always nobody checks that.
He actually does find one though onto Kristen. That's a good first frag there to try and hold this A bomb site for the CTs. Nicky now trying to find one. Blocker does find Psyche. Blocker finds the second onto Zix. Nicky finds that shot as well. All up to Rocket. Rocket finds the pre-fire with the spray down, and Patrick trades that out. And you can see already, you know, I think you can start to tell we're getting to the business stage of the tournament here where, all right, cool. They just picked up a very, very good round win there. The screams, the cheers are already coming out as you see.
You see, and this is what I love to see. Nicky, even though he only had a Deagle, he applies that initial damage and then lets his teammate
He allows Blocker to,
falls
you know,
back,
yeah, exactly.
allows his teammates to pick up the remaining frags. He's made it that much easier for his teammate who had an MP9 to pick up those kills there.
Yeah, and let's even just talk about, you know, the first frag that Mar got on there. Okay, he died when facing towards Long with that Deagle, but not only did he find a kill, he tagged up 2 players as well with that Deagle. That allowed Blocker to, you know, rotate over towards that side of the site and pick up 2 easy kills with the MP9. And very, very good round out of Fate there. They've now got a nice bit of economy as well as that AK saved from the last round. You've got a Gillo in the hands of Han as well, the FAMAS for Nicky, M4 for Blocker, and just like that, you know, from what we would have said, Bluejays maybe winning that second force buy round to then set up themselves a nice bit of buy-in going into that full buy. Sorry, they're now down to just Eagles and hardly any utility to work with as well. Let's not take that away. They've got 1 flash and a smoke.
I mean, they're definitely going to start making their way towards B. Like, they definitely should be making their way towards B. However, it looks like they have other plans here, John. I mean, when you're armed with a flash and a smoke, typically you throw that one over Monster and storm straight out. But it looks like they might elect to play this somewhat slowly.
You have to wait and see how these guys start to play. It looks like the bomb is gonna just, you know, and I like this from Bluejays. We've seen it a few times this weekend where teams have got a little bit overzealous with the bomb. They played a little bit too aggressive, and they're just the bomb's being dropped on one side. The players rotate over, and they can't pick up that bomb and get the plant. But I like the slightly more a little bit of passive approach. You know, send a few players to scout out in and around the B bomb site, get a little bit of information if possible to know how many players are there, and that's exactly what they've done. And it now looks like that bomb's going to be pushed up through connector towards Toilets and Banana. But Mar is going to be waiting there with the M9. He gets taken down from the headshot of the Deagle by Rockin. Han finds one, however, with the Galil, finds the first spray down, but Zix somehow staying alive. They're on 2 HP, but he gets instantly traded out to Nicky, but that kill is traded straight back out to Kristen. 3 versus 2 now in favor of the Bluejays as they try to take this A site. But as I say that, look at that rotation coming in there. Both players would have had a call to say that it's probably be A. They get the rotate over towards B site, and just like that, they've got the kill onto A site there from Psyche. They know that Patrick would have rotated there to send a one-on-one split to try and get some sort of info. And they've got a free A bomb site. They're going to get the plant. They'll pick up this round, and it'll be 2-1 to 2-1 to Bluejays. Sorry, going into the 4th round. As it looks like Patrick's, you know, I like this from Patrick. He's just going to chill out, save that AK. The economy is not going to be looking fantastic on the squad of Fate after a few buys coming in for that round, and they spent a lot of money as well on that utility for it to just instantly drop straight down. Nicky does manage to recycle the nade going into the next round as well as the 2 Deagles. And, you know, this is slightly a little bit more closer in this stage of the game than I thought. Usually you'll see if the team wins the pistol round, they force buy and maybe win the follow-up few rounds as well, but...
They literally only had pistols as well, didn't they?
Yeah, and I mean, it just goes to show at this level of CSGO, anything is possible, and unfortunately therefore Patrick can't even save that AK, you know. Going into the next round now, that's another gun out of the hands of the squad of Fate, and that just plays into the hands of Bluejays. We are now gonna head into this 5th round. Round 4, sorry. Just a scout in the hands of Fate here, and you know they're gonna send Nikki here to try and just get a few tags up.
Look at this push up towards long. I feel like Zix is definitely not gonna expect this. He has absolutely no idea. Unless they've made sound, he won't know.
Unfortunately for him, Kristen just a little bit more crispier with a headshot. Ra now finds one, can't find the second, as that trade does come in. 3 versus 4 here, as bomb site is going to continue to make its way towards A long and push towards this A site. You've got 2 players from Fate. That's going to be Nikki and Blocker in and around this A site. Blocker slightly more. I like this play here. Look at Blocker here. He looks like he's going to try and go for a bit of rotation through to Banana and come behind them, but he does drop Rockin'. That's just pure game knowledge there. You know, knowing someone's going to be lurking in and around that usual setup of sending one towards Banana or Toilets. He's going to probably come behind us, try and get a few sneaky big kills in the back. This is fantastic play. Unfortunately, Nikki doesn't find the kill. Psyche does get tagged up, however. 2 versus 3 here as Fate try to retake this A bomb site.
It's not even like they have a kit to work with. I mean, one of their players just very easy.
Patrick is going to drop all up to Nikki, and Rockin' finds that, and you know, just adding a few extra bullets to make sure he was dead and not going to live to see another day. 3-1 now in favor of Fate, and look at the economy, in favor of Bluejays, sorry, rather, and look at the economy on Fate here. They have got nothing to work with at all. It's going to probably be a full eco round here for them. They might pick up a bit of armor, but it really wouldn't surprise me if we see a full eco as the replay comes in there for Mar getting the kill on the 6, but unfortunately for them, nothing to work with as the bomb now is going to be dropped. And it looks like there's just, again, I like this.
See these 2 nades. I'm just hoping that they
yeah, I think, yeah, there you go. That is fantastic coordination there from the squad of Fate. And that entry frag, sorry, to hold that B site was absolutely huge for them, because especially on the eco round as well. You know, you want to try and get as many number advantage as possible and try and even pick up one of those guns and take it into the next round. So it looks like a few of the players from the squad of Bluejays are going to rotate over towards A to try and get a little bit more information, but that bomb is still down. And if you're the Bluejays here, after losing that man advantage, and you must know full well Fate are eco in here, they've already used their utility that they would have been able to afford, being those 2 nades. What's the play call here?
I feel like they're definitely going to try and sell some sort of fake. You see Rockin' picking up a kill there on one of the Fate players who maybe got a little bit impatient, trying to push in and get some more info for his teammates. However, I do believe he only spotted the 1 player. The rest of the CTs are just going to have to play patiently. We see all the util coming on through, however.
Han finds one, does get traded out, however, that's going to be Kristen, who finds the kill while fully blind, and Patrick thought he would have had a pretty simple kill there onto Kristen, but does get picked up. Zix now finds the kill onto Blocker. Oh, very low, does get tagged up. And that is so frustrating if you're Patrick there. If you find that kill and you get off of that side and you hang around water, for example, you're then going into a 2 versus 3 with 2 players on the opposite team down to under 20 HP. You've got a USP. You're going to find those kills within 1 bullet, and that would have been a very, very doable retake there for the squad of Fate. But unfortunately, lucky for Bluejays, Kristen with the crispy shots to turn on him. As Bluejays, they're playing very, very well at the moment. But is this where my prediction might become true here? I mentioned that Bluejays would probably start quite well in the game. Are we going to see a potential turn of events here, a turn of tides? And are we going to see Fate potentially come back into this game?
I did say it would be 16-7. I feel like I'm going to be right. I feel like everyone's going to be shocked, however, if Bluejays pick up this win.
Yeah, you know, and I mean, what a story that would be, you know, the 2 favourites of the tournament, both into the losers bracket side of things before we've even made it to one of the final days, you know, of the best of 3 series is. As we are going to see the first full buy around here for Fate, 4 M4s and an AWP in the hands of Han. We highlighted that we wanted to see how Han plays with that AWP, but it looks like he's not going to be finding any sort of engagement or contact soon. Rockin' finds the first onto Patrick with that Molotov. Nicky now, he's going to hurt. He's playing short. The spray down through the smoke isn't effective as Nicky finds 3. He does get traded out by Zix, however. Ma, 2 versus 1 situation. I thought, did that nade even tag any of the players up?
I think it tagged.
I think it tagged Rockin up and he put him down from 60 HP to 70. He finds first. This is a very, very doable round here. He has got a flash to work with as well. If you're Ma here, you try to get the info, you probably throw that flash out, find the kill easily, and he finishes that bomb.
He's running out of bullets. Bullets in a dream, John.
He's got 90
He
left.
he doesn't have a kit either. You should really be flashing in, fake defuse, and then spray through that smoke because you know he's going to try and face you. Oh, he knew it was a fake. Oh.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately there, you know, not having a defuse kit costs him the valuable seconds. If he has that defuse kit, he's got 5 or 10 extra seconds to work within that round.
I wonder if any of his teammates had a kit.
Not too sure. Not too sure, but again, that's really hurt the economy of Fate here, you know. Only Ma with the M4 in his hand. We see Blocker by an MP9, the scout for Nicky. Gonna probably see 2 Deagles coming here for Han and Patrick. And somewhat of a force buy here from Fate to try and get some momentum rallying into this 7th round. But Bluejays are playing some phenomenal CSGO at the moment.
Yeah, definitely. So you see this aggression. Is that Ma? No, you see that aggression from Han being taken out very early on in the round. He has got some info for his teammate. He did actually spot the bomb towards A long, would have called that out to his teammate. Blocker gets taken out by Psyche. This is exactly what happens when you get impatient and you get curious.
Yeah, and at such a high level of CSGO, you know, patience is key. We've seen it a few times this week already where players have just stayed in one corner and the person has just walked straight past him with not checking because he expects him to be impatient. He don't expect him to sit in the same corner for 45 seconds of a round or 30 seconds of a round. And that split-second decision of you to whether to move or just keep holding that angle can cost you or win you the round. But Rockin makes it a 4 versus 2 now as both players, Nicky and Ma, are going to rotate over. Nicky finds the first headshot, narrowly missing that second on the wall bang onto site. 2 versus 3. Nicky does find the shots here. 2 players from Bluejays, very, very low. Nicky finds 1, can't find the second, however, as the crossfire was there from Kristen and Psyche to trade out. 6-1 lead now in favor of the Bluejays, and fantastic first headshot there on Nicky to find that entry frag for the retake, but can't follow it up.
See, the thing is, you just know if they had the utility, that would have made a world of difference. You had a player there on the T side with 16 HP. A simple nade would have...
Even that, a nade, for example, a nade or a molly, they knew 2 people were going to be probably around pillar, maybe 1 towards short. You molly short off, so that means that player can't push through. So many variables come into play with just that small bit of utility. Now, an aggressive push here. Ma finds 1, Blocker finds the second, but Ma did get traded out. Blocker finds his second in quick succession. Now a 4 versus 2, and that's what Fate needed. They needed to get slightly aggressive, get up in the faces of Bluejays. I think they was giving Bluejays a little bit too much respect. Psyche finds the kill onto Patrick, however, and they've got pretty much a free plant on this B bomb site. And I like this play here from Psyche. He's going to get nice and close and aggressive. Trying to push out this site as much as possible. He finds the first. I think he spotted the second. That's the AWP Han. Can he find the kill? Is he going to be patient? He's not patient enough as he does drop. Nicky finding the kill, and was that the round that might spiral some sort of momentum for the squad of Fate? And that all come down to that initial aggression up A long from Blocker to face towards Playground. He found the first 2 kills after, I think it was Han who found Ma who found the opening frag. And just like that, Fate, a fantastic retake on that bomb site there.
Do you think Bluejays are rattled right now at that round, or do you think they're just thinking, you know what, we're fine, we just carry on doing exactly what we're doing, don't even worry about them, just play our own game?
I don't think they're rattled in a sense of them losing a round. I think the thing that would, like, you know, sort of rattle them or shake them up a little bit is that this is a very big round. You know, they lose this, the economy is going to get reset. They've wasted and burnt a lot of money on utility here to go out and say we're going to win this round. So this is a huge, huge round in terms of how the next few rounds are going to play out. Level up this game. Like I said, I think he finds 1, does get traded out. However, that's Kristen. Ma can't find the shots as Kristen somehow stays alive on 16 HP to find the second. Rockin'.
You can see there that he has called out to his teammate that he did spot the bomb towards connector, and we saw an immediate rotation come onto a bomb site from one of the CTs, and there we have it. Sneaky beaky, like going back towards Monster with only one CT player on the bomb site. This should be easy for them.
Yeah, but you know, crazy things have happened inside of CSGO, and I think this is all up to Patrick here. You know, he has got the flash to work with. If he hears the steps, it wouldn't surprise me if he throws the flash down towards Monster and tries to find a few players while fully blinded, or he might even try and keep that for the later stage of the round should they need to do some sort of retake. I'm just trying to look at the utility across the board here. So much in favor of Bluejays. You know, they've got the Molotov, they've got 3 flashes, and as I say that, Patrick, he found the first. We mentioned he needed to find that open frag. Can he find the second? No. That's going to be Kristen rocking there to find the kill onto Blocker, and it's all up to Han. Has got the AWP in hand, however. 1 smoke to work with. 3 versus 1, as this is pretty much a nigh on impossible retake here for Fate, and it wouldn't surprise me if Han just hangs out, tries to find a frag if he can on the exits and saves that AWP, and that's exactly what he's going to do. As it is going to be another round on the board for Bluejays, as they're going to pick up their 7th here in round 9. And I think what that came down to was, you know, the rotation there from connector straight in towards short on B and to push out to that side as quick as possible. It did look a little bit cagey at points because Patrick did find that first frag on the 3 players that pushed down Monster.
Did you see Patrick also looked away thinking that they would then throw a flash at him, but they didn't actually throw anything his way?
Yeah, you know, I mean, sometimes playing at such a high level of CSGO, you try to outpredict your opponents and, you know, you replay that same situation maybe 10 more times, 6 or 7 out of the 10 times, a flash or a Molotov comes your way towards those barrels, and unfortunately just the pure gun skill there from the Bluejays got them through the round. And heading into this round 10 here, a 5-round lead in favor of Bluejays, and again, that was a very, very important round for them, because if they lose that, the economy wasn't looking too great for them, but luckily for the squad of Fate, they should be able to pick up some sort of force buy here. It wouldn't surprise me if Nikki picks up an M4 and we see some SMGs in the hands of Patrick or Mar, but it actually looks like they're just going to give the AWP to Han here and probably pick up a few Deagles to try and just save that economy up going into the next round.
I do believe we have a technical pause coming in right now. Issues, LAN events, maybe a more iconic duo.
I was about to make a really dark joke then, but I thought better not.
Just don't.
Better not.
Just don't.
Do want to be allowed back in the country at some point.
It does look like the round is finally coming back into play now. Let's have a look at their buy. There we go. We have pistols. We have all of the T's are actually pushing up towards that B bomb site through Monster. Taking a little bit of damage from that utility, being completely flashed. What they really should be doing at this point is just storming the bomb site.
Yeah, at this point you've been spotted, and Blocker with the SMG finds 1, finds 2. Can he find the 3rd? But no, Nikki and Fate are there. Sorry, Nikki and Patrick are there for the squad of Fate to find the 2 remaining kills. It's all up to Zix alive on 15 HP, and do you know exactly what won Fate that round? The fantastic use of utility there. We saw, I think it was 3 or 4 flashes as soon as they heard the steps towards Monster. And what happens? Blockers there on hands with the SMGs to kill those blinded players. Fantastic teamwork and communication out of Fate there. And that was before even 2 of the players rotated onto the bomb site. You know, that was a 3 versus 5 hold.
You know, I think what happened there is Bluejays just thought, we know they're going to be eco. We know that they're not going to have amazing guns. So let's just win fast, you know, but apparently that's not the case at all, because even when armed with pistols, Fate are more than capable of applying that initial damage, and I think they didn't anticipate the fact that, you know, utility would be a very big part to play in this round.
Yeah. Again, we spoke a minute ago about those flashes, for example, and it really come down to Blocker finding those 2 frags with the MP9. After that, everyone kind of focused to try and spray through the smoke to find him, and before you knew it, Nikki and Patrick, you know, snuck down the side of the smoke and found the 2 kills. And just like that, you've got 2 AKs now in the hands of Patrick and Mar. You've got the AWP still for Han, and if they can pick up this kill on Zix to potentially put the AK in the hands of Nikki as well, this has been a fantastic eco round here for the squad of Fate, albeit Khan did have the AWP at the start of the round, but a very, very good round. You know, all they had to work with was the AWP and the MP9 as well as a couple Beagles, and man, did they make it work.
Look at those flashes come in. See, I feel like this was their problem. They all just bunched up behind the smoke instead of just storming into their faces. You know, they've got pistols. They're going to have to reload them. And you've got 30 bullets.
And not only that, it's one of those things where as soon as that smoke goes down, you know the players are going to be spraying through the smoke anyway. You're going to die regardless. You might as well try and do some sort of damage to take down an opposition player. And it looks like we might see, yet again, another aggressive B push, but I like this. Look at the confidence now that the squad of Fate have got. They just run around. They know they've got the AKs to play with. They storm down Banana to gain that mid-map control. They get no information. What does that mean? Okay, it's most likely to be either a really, really slow push towards A, or these guys are up close and personal. So what happens? The extra player rotates onto the B bomb site, and they are now going to try and hold this as a 3 versus 5. And no doubt, as soon as the bomb is called out, you're going to see that player rotate towards bank, drop down into the B bomb site.
You do not want to be missing those mollies.
And again, you know, it's the fine margins at this level of CS:GO. You throw a flash, a Molotov, a millimeter too far, a millimeter too wide, you can miss your lineup completely. And you think you're going to run into the bomb site and someone's flashed or Molotoved out of somewhere, and they're just still holding that angle because you've not hit it.
See, we have 3 players towards the B bomb site for Fate. I'm hoping what happens here is Patrick relies on his teammates maybe throwing a flash over towards Monster and himself just storming on through, trying to pick up as many kills as he can, but I'm hoping maybe Fate play this a little bit passive. Yeah,
but I think it is the player who is at the barrels is Blocker, and Blocker has got that flash that you asked for, so yeah, wouldn't surprise me now if we are going to see this flash. There you go, you've literally exactly called that. The flash comes in, it was from Blocker. Patrick finds the first, Blocker finds the second, but Zix is there to trade out. Nicky finds one, Nicky finds the second while fully flashed, and you literally called the exact play that needed to happen, and that's exactly what happened. Nicky with the 3K there, and again, beautiful communication out of the squad of Fate there to say, Patrick said, listen, I've spotted bomb, I've spotted 5 players, 4 players here at least, 3 players at least. Whoever's got a flash, throw the flash. You see the flash coming from Blocker, the flash coming from Nicky, and before you know it, they take recontrol of that site. It did look a little bit cagier. Zix finds 2, but you know, the crossfires were set up there for the instant trades should one of their teammates drop. That's exactly what happens, and Nicky finds a fantastic 3K.
Yeah, I feel like now we're definitely going to see this aggressive pistol push pistol coming in from the Bluejays as they start making their way towards A. The Zix managing to take out Han towards lower. Breaking that off, making sure nobody pushes up behind him as he joins his teammates towards that mid area on the map. They've got the bomb with them. I'm wondering, are they going to try and work their way towards connected to B?
Yeah, that's it exactly what it looks like. It's going to be the 3 players going to rotate back towards T-spawn, you know, and push over towards Monster. It looks like 2 people are going to come out of connector. And
my favourite thing on this map is when you boost on that sandbag. Like you oh. What was that? Oh my god.
We need some sort of...
That's got to be a replay. I want to watch that in slow-mo.
That is ridiculous. Patrick finding 1 onto Zix. Nicky now finding the kill after Patrick was dropped. 2 versus 3. If that happened to me, you are instantly being reported, by the way, if that happens to me in any form of game. Ridiculous shooting. Nicky finds 1, finds 2. Fantastic shoot. Nicky with the 3K again. Not 1 headshot, not 2. Give me all of the kills. That wasn't even a 3K, that was a 4K because he found the initial kill in the round as well. And Nicky was the player that we was talking to in the hotel lobby earlier on. He was so laid back. He was like, we're ready.
Watch this, here we go.
I want to see this. Oh.
That was oh my god. Thank you for that slow-mo as well, production. Oh my goodness.
But do you know what? Like, as good as that is, I think the 3K from Nicky is equally as good. You know, he finds this, he pretty much retakes this bomb site on his own, finds the first spray down, finds the second. Where's the third? The third player even had the initial shots on him as well. Fantastic playing. If you're the squad of Bluejays there, you're kicking yourself for losing that round.
We do see a tech pause coming in, but you know what, John?
Yeah, they're definitely checking if Zix is cheating. That's what's happening right now. They're just checking.
I would be taking a tactical pause at this point. You need to reevaluate the situation, consider where you're going wrong, and you shouldn't be losing those rounds. You really shouldn't.
Well, I mean, I think this tech timeout comes in a fantastic time for Bluejays because they're really struggling at the moment. I think Fate have won, what, 3 rounds straight, 4 rounds straight. And They need to get themselves together. Albeit, you know, we know the rules of CSGO. The coaches can't talk. The players can't talk about the game, rather, throughout a tech pause. They just need to, individually, they just need to take some composure, regain themselves. You know, I think, look, we're still in this. We're still 2 rounds up. Okay, we're going to probably lose this round because our economy's not going to be too great. But let's go into the next round after that with a clear mind. Let's try and run a strat. But yeah, I do think we need to see a tactical timeout somewhat soon. And if anything,
I've been saying this entire tournament, John, that I just want to see.
I think we've seen one the entire tournament.
I just want to see people making use of the pauses. You know, you've got 4 pauses for a reason. Make use of them. Worst case scenario, it doesn't work.
And for example, something like that, you know, if you're talking at a higher level CSGO maybe, that Nicky picks up that 3K immediately, you'll probably see a coach call a tactical timeout. You know, he'll regain the team's composure as Han finds a fantastic opening frag with that AWP onto Psyche. Now it looks like the bomb is in connector and they're still trying to decide what they want to do with this. Blocker and Patrick are the 2 players left on B site. Han does get tagged up and I think he's called out now that the bomb isn't around toilets and banana. Mar playing sneaky in the smoke. He finds the kill onto Kristen. That's going to be the bomb down. As he must know Zix is there. As he finds the second shot as well. 2 versus 5 here. The smoke comes out. Is he going to find the third? And I like this from Mar. You know, he's not shooting, he's not revealing that he's still inside of those toilets. A lot of players, what would happen there, they'll spray through that smoke and reveal their location and probably get killed in the crossfire there. He's going to just hang tight to that wall, now rotate back to the A bomb site. Okay, they've got the bomb, but...
I believe they did hear him as soon as that molly hit him. They threw the molly to make sure. So that was when his location was revealed. However, we do see Rocking with the bomb. Sorry. NK with the bomb, making his way through toilets. A little bit of util damage coming in there. We don't see any mollies, only flashes left for the CTs, but it does look like Bluejays are going to gamble. It's all about timing at this point, John.
Yeah, it's minuscule time, it's split-second timing, and you see it at the lowest level of CSGO, you see it at the highest level of CSGO. Khan is going to drop, but the trade is there for Mar. It's a 4 versus 1. Mar picks that kill up, and a 4K for Mar. Back-to-back 4Ks in rounds for Fate. It was Nicky last round and Mar this round. That was, you know, fantastic use of putting out a flashbang there. I loved it. That was the most elegant look of a flash.
Flexing skins, John.
Flexing skins, flexing gloves. But Mar does it here. This is the replay of the 3K he picks up, I think. In and around toilets. So I haven't got time to show you the rest there. As again, just look at the aggression here from Fate. You can see that they're really confident right now. They're not going to give up any map control. It is going to be a 5-man stack. Over towards the B side here. Blocker finds one, finds the second. Can he find the third? No, he can't. He can't join the 3K club just yet, as Patrick does trade that out. Finds the second as well. And
that was such a quick round.
The word that comes to mind was clean. Absolutely clean there. Every player did their job. Unfortunately, if a blocker dies, but you know, he did enough damage on the player for the instant trade. But really fantastic play from the squad of Fate. That's the 2K there from Blocker. Really unfortunate not to have got that third kill. One more bullet and he would have done the job, as he dropped him down to 30 HP. But Patrick's there to trade. He finds the second. Mar finds the third as well. Fate, you can see they're starting to heat up here now, Jazz.
It does look like going at this rate. My prediction might be right.
There's still a lot of CSGO left. Hard. That would have been a collect lineup, I think, if he hit that.
I think that's 2 shots that Han managed to miss. He should have fallen in through to connector, joined his teammate Mar there, who could have backed him up.
Yeah, if you're Mar, there's a few players hanging around over towards Party and Fountain. 5 versus 4. A lot of utility. There's a flashbang in the hands of every single player on the Bluejays, bar 1. It wouldn't surprise me if we start to see these flashes go out towards A once they advance further up long to try and take complete control of that site. And Mar is there to find the kill onto Zix. Mars finds the second as well. That's going to be Rockin' who drops. And I'm just thinking, the individual brilliance of each individual player here. Fate is coming out, the 3K from Mar. Can he make it a 4th? Psyche's there to trade, but do you know what? He don't mind dying there because he spots bomb. He's going to call out where the bomb is, so that means what you're going to see is probably 1 player stay towards A on his own and 2 players just hold that B site. That's exactly what's happened. The common rotation here would be to go down connector, push towards short, and that's exactly what it looks like is going to happen. And they're going to walk into Nicky, and if you're asking me any money, if Nicky gets 1 or 2 kills here, I'm going to put my money on 2.
What happened to your prediction, John?
He felt sorry for them, that's all. But Patrick's there to trade out. Psyche now left alive on 1 HP blocker. I think he's actually seen him. The flash not land. Psyche finds the kill. Patrick. Is it like, if you're Psyche here, do you maybe try and...
No, at this point, if you're Patrick, you just wait for the plant,
Yeah,
exactly like
exactly.
that. There's no point in facing him. There was only 10 seconds left on the clock there, and you knew that he was lit anyway.
7-all. Some really top-tier CSGO we're seeing here as... I kind of, you know what, I know my prediction, my round score is not going to be right, but I kind of called the way the game was going to go in terms of Bluejays starting off very strong and Fate start to make some sort of comeback as they've, for the first time in this map, going to go around ahead here to make it 8-7.
Nicky's putting up a really good performance.
I mean, if you look at all the other players, it's only Mar who's got 15. Everyone else is under 10 kills at the moment. And we're talking about being 16 rounds in here. These guys aren't even averaging a kill a round at the moment. But Nicky doing it all for his team as we are headed into this pistol here as Fate heads to the T side. Blocker and Mar are going to drop. Zix finding the kills. And it's actually going to be a full armor buy for the squad of Bluejays. It's only Kristen without, but he's elected to pick up that flashbang as well. And
as well as the kit.
Has got the kit to play with too. You've got the flash and decoy in the hands of Patrick and Nicky. Nicky's also rocking that smoke grenade, and we saw Bluejays win the first pistol round earlier on, of course, on T side. Looks like they're going to try and replicate that exact same thing here on the CTs.
I'm hoping Patrick actually makes use of this decoy over here. Makes them think it's a flash, gets his teammates to throw an actual flash, so as soon as they turn back around... Oh.
And that was the play with the extra flash that was just shot towards Nicky, and fantastic dink there onto Rockin', and you're going to see the players now try to push out onto that A site, but the rotation was there, the support was there. It's going to be Rockin' and Kristen cleaning it up on A site, and Bluejays win the pistol round once again. And this is what we saw last time. They won the pistol round, they then force buyed. They lost that force buy on T side, and we all know that the force buy on the CT side is a lot more economy value than it is on the T side due to the fact that M4 being worth a lot more money. They can't afford this M4 to drop out the hands of Rockin' so early. It does get dinked, however, going to drop down to 53 HP. He elects to rotate out, and just the one deagle for the squad of Fate, and not even a single bit of armor as well. So they're really saving here to try and put some economy in their hands going into the next round.
I mean, it's quite concerning that Mar there with a Glock managed to have quite a bit of damage on Rocking. But we see Psyche picking up a kill on the players moving towards Monster. He has called that out to his teammates. Kristen is well aware that there will be one. He picks up one kill. Can he pick up the second one as well, John? In comes the flash. Han being left in a 1v5 situation, unable to do any more damage than he already has. John doesn't pick up the kill, and now we see 8-9 in favor of the Bluejays.
Yeah, and one player we spoke about coming into this that was going to play very, very well was Han. He is the AWP player for the squad of Fate, and he's really, really struggling at the moment. He's 5-13, but you know what? There's another whole round, half of CSGO actually to play. And the full buy now coming in from Fate. You've got the 5 AKs, a pretty decent bit of utility damage as well. I think you've got yourself 5 flashes to work with, 3 smokes, a Molotov and a decoy. On the side of Bluejays, they're just going to still hang out with those 3 MP9s, the FAMAS and the M4, but again, equally a strong utility.
It does look like Fate are actually a little bit indecisive as to what they want to do right now. They have sent one of their players towards Monster, to try and get that initial bit of info. Nicky and Marlon their way through connector. It does look like they're just listening out for footsteps to try and relay any sort of information they can for their teammates. However, the CTs have elected to stack towards that B bomb site. Obviously, when you've got SMGs and things like that, you're hoping to make close contact with anybody that pushes through that tunnel, so your teammate at the very least can trade you for a kill.
Yeah, well, I think what the play call there for them to do was, I think they kind of anticipated Fate to get quite aggressive, on that first full buy round. And like you said, with those SMGs of the MP9s, you kind of hope to close in that close fight engagement. Like we saw Blocker do, for example, when they had that one round where it was only him and Han with the AWP and the MP9, last round. It worked for them. They tried to do exactly the same thing, but I think they've actually sold a pretty nice fake here, There is going to be the call out now. You can literally hear the comms from the right-hand side to say that they're on B site. The bomb goes straight down, and Psyche nearly taken down Nicky, but he drops. Blocker and Mar find a kill apiece. However, after Kristen traded that initial frag out, and it's a 4 versus 2, but Nicky is very, very low here. 6 with the MP9. That's going to be blocker to drop, and it's all now up to the solo. Blocker does drop, however, 3 versus 1, and I think if you're Bluejays here, you're probably just saying, you know what, it's a bit of a die around. You're not going to probably win this. You're not going to retake it against 3 AKs here with just the MP9. You can't do any sort of damage at a long distance with it.
I think we did see quite a bit of impatience there from the Bluejays. Had they remained on the bomb site for an additional 5, maybe 10 seconds, they would have known, okay, we're making the right play by stacking this bomb site, but NK was hanging around, seeing if he could pick up the rifle. He does so with AK.
You know, that's not too bad. That's not too bad for them. They going into this next round, they're now going to have the economy to set up a full buy come through. All players are going to have an M4 in hand, except from Rocking. He's got the AWP and obviously the saved AK from the last round. But on the other side of Fate, you know, they pick up that round. That allows them to restack themselves back up with AKs as well as stacking that utility, and it's a full utility buy for the whole squad of Fate here. And here already the smokes, not the smokes, sorry, the flash is coming out. Zix is going to rotate back towards A site from Banana.
I'm wondering if they're going to try and apply this initial pressure towards mid, maybe pick up 1 kill towards mid and then rotate through connector once again like we've seen previously, or if they're actually going to make use of all of their utility and storm that A long.
Yeah, exactly. And I think what they've done, you can tell by the fact that they've dropped the bomb in and around their spawn area, that they're just going to try and find this first frag here. They're going to try and get a bit of information, and if they find that first kill, I think it is going to be potentially on Zix, who's in and around toilet still. If they find that kid in and around mid, that's then going to probably force the Bluejays to rotate A, and exactly what you said, the push might come down connector into B, but it looks like the bomb now is going to be heading towards B. It's going to be going down towards connector and up into short, and there's 2 players here setting up a very nice crossfire on B site. It's going to be Kristen who finds the first onto Han. The bomb hasn't been spotted yet. Oh, they've lost the crossfire there, as somehow Fate have got out onto that B bomb site. The 2 remaining players are going to be rotating out over towards A. 1 is up in heaven. That's rocking with the AWP. Ma, 2 versus 1. He's got 1 flashbang to work with. But Zix, he's got 2 flashes here. You know, should he need to, he can always pop a flash out, get some information, and push on to find that kill. And if you're rocking, you're pretty much just saying, you know, try and make me work an angle with the AWP. But Ma finds him. Is the flash going to come out? I'm not too sure if you're... He hasn't got a kit, though. I think he should have a lot of time to get this. If you're Ma there, do you try to pop flash that as quickly as possible and try and swing out from pillar to find that kill?
I mean, one really interesting thing here is 2 of the T players had full nades. Absolutely full nades. As soon as 1 kill was picked up towards Monster, you should have been throwing those flashes, throwing those mollies. Your teammates should have been giving you the info. You should be able to storm that bomb site easily, but instead of using any of that utility, you've just elected to face both of the CT players, which somehow worked out for them, but definitely need to be using those flashes and nades. We see a big rush coming in towards Monster. Kristen being completely flashed off. Ma picking up the kill on Kristen. Psyche chilling in the bottom of water. Picks up 1 kill. Bomb down. Gets taken out by Patrick. Seeing Zix and Rocking being left in a 2v3 situation. Patrick only armed with a Mac 10. He should really opt to try and pick up the M4 from one of the players that he took out.
And again, I think what Patrick's going to do is, you know, with that Mac 10, he's just going to try and play sort of close quarters here on the bomb site to just try and keep those players off. You know, they've pushed off of the site here. They've got 1 player towards short. What's going to happen is this player on short's going to call out whether or not they're going to push onto the site. You're going to see Patrick probably storm down Monster to kill him from behind. I think Rocket's actually going to get shot in the back shortly here. The fuse is coming into play. So
I wonder how close that was on the defuse.
It looks.
He had a kit.
I think we're talking about a second or if not milliseconds there on the defuse, and it's always, you know, your heart's in your mouth a little bit when you miss that first spray down through the smoke, because you're like, okay, my gun recoil is all over the place and I've got no idea where this guy is. 10 rounds apiece now, and you know what? This isn't the one-sided affair that we both thought it could potentially be.
You see the 2 T players, you see all 3 of the T players absolutely scrambling. It's almost as though they forgot that there was another CT player that would have been covering his teammate.
I mean, you know, sometimes that happens. Maybe a lack of communication or a lack of awareness on the game. But it looks like the bomb now is, again, going to be dropped towards the back of T-Spawn here and just waiting to get some info. 2 players from Fate pushed out in and around Fountain. 1 player pushed up in towards Graveyard. And this is going to be a counter-aggression with aggression here. I'm not too sure what Patrick's... Did he see them 2 players that went down into Collector there? The flash did come into... I think he might have... Fantastic shots there with the Mac 10. He does get traded out by the MP9 of Zix, and Mar, you had to make that kill, and that's exactly what he does. It's a 4 versus 3 now. 3 AKs and the Mac 10 of Mar to work with here for the squad of Fate. You've got the 2 players, Psyche and Kristen, both over towards Water looking to face Connector as the bomb is going to be rotated straight towards them. I'm just really hoping that they don't get bad timing here, and if you're Fate, you delay a little bit longer in and around, wait till that 30-second mark.
Oh, the impatience.
And this is exactly what we just said. We don't hope that happens. I said you wait a few extra seconds, they've delayed slightly, and now they've gone out onto the bomb site, and they've got a free plant. The only person that's going to hear this bomb is Psyche, you know. No doubt one person's going to push out towards short anyway, and at somewhat of a long-range battle between an AK and an MP and a Mac 10, sorry, there's only been one person who wins that gunfight.
So I think Psyche here is just going to kind of wait for his teammates to make some kind of play, try and pick up a kill, maybe pick up an AK on the player that is pushing behind them. But I think they have absolutely no idea.
Oh, that's...
that was
that's a tough one to take as Mar finds the kill, and it's all up to Kristen now in a 3 versus 1. He's going to save that UMP, you know, to try and head into the next round with it. He might even look to try and find a few exit frags, but I love this here from Fate. They know the bomb's going to defuse and blow up in a minute. They're just going to try and push out and hunt for this kill if they can. You know, they don't want any sort of economy value going into the next round for the squad of Bluejays. I don't think they're going to find it in time, however, but a very, very nice round from Fate. And I think, you know, patience is a virtue is the saying that we're probably looking for there. As I think it was that player, Kristen, who initially rotated towards the A bomb site. That if he waits, you know, kind of for 5 seconds or so, he sees all 3 players face out from Monster, and he calls that out to his team, and they probably hold that bomb site quite comfortably.
You know, one of the players that we said we were going to be looking out for is Han, and he doesn't seem to be looking too strong during this game. However, Nikki putting up a really good fight.
Looks like the bomb is going to be sent towards that A-long. Now is this one player coming behind, and Mars going to shut him down. There is one player in toilets, however. It's going to be Zix. Find the timing. Fantastic shot there with the Deagle on that counter strafe to find Patrick's head. Now,
look at this. The T's, they all have utility. Molly him, nade him, you know. Okay. Thank you, guys.
Oh, all at the same time. Can the admin check that all the T-spawns have their headsets on, please? As there is 3 flashes left, or 4 flashes rather, make it. 2 in the hands of Han. Oh, sorry, no, 5 flashes. I thought one was a decoy for a minute there for the squad of Fate. So they're looking very, very comfortable. They can sort of execute anything they want onto any type of bomb site, should it be A, and they throw those flashes out towards Truck and Bank, for example, or if they want to throw the flashes towards Heaven and Short, or maybe even Barrels on the B bomb site. There's lots of options.
Looking incredibly free for them right now.
They don't even need to waste any of this utility. They might, you know, throw a flash just to be safe. There is one play, you know.
I don't even think Bluejays would consider going for this.
I think they completely give it up.
Yeah.
You know,
I mean, Psyche, it's worth a try. Obviously, you've only got a pistol, and you know you're not really invested anything into this round.
I think you send Psyche to try and find as much damage as possible, and
obviously, I feel like these CTs are going to be trying to hunt for Patrick's gun, but what they don't know is that that gun was actually thrown over the map, so they have no access to it at all.
Yeah. I mean, again, equally, if you know that, they're going to have known that Patrick died towards long, so these players are going to be in and around long, banana maybe, for example, toilets, exactly where they are, so it would just practically see 2 players start to hunt for these kills, you know, just to add to the economy value. And
yeah, you see the one player around A long trying to find that AK. None the wiser that it was thrown over the map.
Yeah, we know something you don't know. There's a 12th round now on the board for Fate. As, you know, Bluejays are going to be able to get themselves a buy on the board here, but if they do so, the utility is not going to be looking too great, so I think they've actually elected to save for one more round and pick up a few Deagles, as well as that added MP9 to go with the saved UMP from Kristen, but the full buy across the board from Fate once again. You know, look at that utility. They've got nearly 2 flashes in the hands of every single player. They've got the smoke, they've got the Molotovs, and I love this. What I think is going to happen, I love that play. I think what they've done is, look at that, that's fantastic.
Yeah.
They threw the Molotov out, one player threw the smoke, and the same player spammed through the smoke. All of the players from Bluejays rotated to B site. They storm up A long here. They've got one player to deal with on A site, and they completely have control of A bomb.
I feel like that player in Toilets definitely heard footsteps, and he's called it out to his teammate. We see the rotation coming in through towards CT, and now they start shifting. Obviously, we see plenty of flashes, smokes, mollies, so, you know, this bomb site should be relatively easy for them to storm onto. However, we do see a UMP on Kristen and pistols all around for the CT. Patrick managing to pick up a kill onto Zix. There we have it. We see the smokes, the mollies, the lot all coming in. Rocking unable to pick up a kill on Han there.
Yeah, 5 versus 3 situation as Blocker takes down Psyche. 2 versus 5 now, and it's not looking good if you're a supporter of the Bluejays as Kristen drops it all up to that Lone Ranger once again. How many times have we seen 5 versus 1s, 4 versus 1s left alive for the squad of Fate? Sorry, for Bluejays rather, and Fate, they're just... I said it's going to be towards the middle stages and the late stages of the game where you'll start to see the brilliance of Fate come into play. The flashes come in here. Do you know what? They don't even need to really bother looking for this kill. They know that they're going to be saving. They know regardless they're going to see a full buy come in next round with a full set of utility as well. And if you're Bluejays here, this is a very important round for you. You know, you're going to probably invest very heavily into this round. There you go. You see the AWP come in the hands of Rockin as well. You're going to see the 4 M4s, a full pretty much utility buy for anyone that can do it. And they lose this round here, the Bluejays, it's pretty much a GG. You know, they go into that round of 15 with very minimal economy. You know, they'll probably be able to afford maybe a few SMGs if they pick up a frag or 2. But for the squad of Fate, you know that if you close out this round, you're probably going to see a GG and advance into the next stage of the bracket.
You see plenty of the CT's utility is being used very early on in the round. I feel like they definitely anticipated that there might be some sort of rush, but, you know, save some of that utility in case of some sort of delay or fake or something of the sort. And I think at this point in time, they have stacked 3 people towards that B bomb site with only 2 towards A. The T's still looking a bit like they're up in the air. It does seem like they're going to work their way towards B.
I think what's happened here is Fate have realized how much of an important round this is. You know, they realize that if they win this round, like I said, the economy for the next round for the squad of Bluejays isn't going to be too fantastic. You know, that they just want to take their pace, take their foot off the pace a little bit here, really take their time in this round. And you know, it's like they are going to see a 2 to 3 split here on the bomb sites. 2 players from the Bluejays over towards B. There's 3 heading over towards A, and the smokes come down. The monster. You're going to see the full execute onto the bomb site here as Han and Blocker pick up a killer piece after Blocker was dropped from site. He is in complete control of A bomb site now. It is going to be a 4 versus 3. The 3 players of the Bluejays have to retake this bomb site, Jazz. It's a really huge round here for the squad of Bluejays, and just like that, it looks like Rockin is just going to... I think they're already going to give this up and try and save these guns going into the next round. You know, you're going to probably see now a few SMGs in the hands of Kristen and Psyche, and oh, this is Nicky. Oh, he's going to find both kills.
Yeah, he's heard the. I think he heard the scope. He heard the scope.
Oh, Nicky, that's a huge gunfight to lose. He finds that kill, and Bluejays are looking in a very tough spot going into the next round, and a little bit too confident as the flash comes in. Can Patrick find the kill? He finds 1. That's a gun out the hands, however. Did Rockin hit the shot or did he miss?
No, he didn't. He missed.
He finds the kill onto Han, but do you know what? It doesn't really matter. There's a lot of economy value left here for the squad of Fate, and another round on the board. 2 rounds now from Fate to close out this map here on Overpass against Bluejays. So we are going to just head into this round. You can see the players deep in focus. The full buy coming in once again from Fate. Like I said, their economy is chilling. They got, look at how much, even if Fate lose this round, they can lose another round after that as well. They are super chilling right now. Lots of economy to work with. However, if you're on the flip side, if you're Bluejays, Luckily for them, they saved 3 guns going into this round. That could have now allowed them to put a gun in the hands of 2 of their players. You've got the FAMAS as well as the M4 in those 2 remaining players' hands, and it gives them somewhat of hope going into this round. But if they lose this, they're going to probably have to eco in the last round. As I say that, Ma does trade that kill out after Nikki was initially dropped. It's a 4 versus 4 here as the smokes, and this is going to be a pure aim. Whoever wins the gunfights, and it looks like it's going to be Fate as Han and Patrick find the kills onto Zix and Psyche, and Kristen and Rockin left alone. The bomb's going to go down. The shots through the smoke from Rockin narrowly missing. I think they've heard the steps of the bank as well. They know exactly where both players are. You can see
they just don't want it at this
both
point.
players putting on their best pair of running shoes, scooting over towards the B site and away from that A site to try. And that's a big AWP save from Rockin and a great M4 save from Kristen. But I don't think the economy is going to be good enough to put many guns in the hands of Bluejays going into this next round.
You said skadooting?
Skadooting.
Never heard that before.
Inspired by the one and only Skadoodle.
Oh.
I don't know if that's facts or not. I mean,
Did you just make up that word?
You've never heard of the word Skadoo? Wow.
You've definitely made that up.
LF1 Coco.
Wow.
Alright, so luckily for the Bluejays, I think we're going to see 2 M4s. They've just about got a full buy into their hands here, as we could be heading into this final round here of Fate versus Bluejays. The loser drops down to play against Majesty in a best of 3 later on this evening. The winner advances through to the upper stage of the bracket. And it looks like it is going to be a B bomb site execute here potentially from Fate, but
they've done the exact same thing again. They've thrown all of their util towards B as soon as they're going
to send these 2 players to get control of A site. If they find these first, no,
oh my god,
they counteracted it.
It's
Fate. Fantastic plays if this works. They were going to send the 2 players to get the kills onto A. It's a free bomb site on B if there's more finding the opening frag. This surely has to force the 2 players to rotate from B side.
I don't think they will. I think he's going to stay there towards Barrel. But even so, if you get mollied out of that position, you're kind of screwed.
Yeah, they're going to rotate now. They're going to time. It's going to be perfectly timed. They're going to leave 1 player on the B site. This is up to Zix. If Zix can go shoot it, he can't. He can find 1. Can he find the second? No, he can't. But Kristen finds a kill. However, Nikki does trade it out. 3 versus 2 here, as the Bluejays try to force this retake onto B site. This is very, very doable. All players at very good HP. They got a lot of utility to work with. Nothing on the side of Fate, however. Blocker, Nikki. We've already seen Nikki clutch up for the squad once for 3K. Can he do it again? 2 players now. It's going to be Kristen who finds the shots on to Blocker. It's all on Nikki. He finds the first. Can he find the second? He doesn't. It's going to be Kristen who takes him down. The players have kits correct. I do believe the defuse is going to come in. And Bluejays force yet another round here in this best of 1 on Overpass. They're going to have enough economy to put all the guns back in the hands of the players, and no economy issues for Fate here at all. You know, they can afford to maybe lose another round if they want to. If not 2, they've got enough economy across the board.
I'm wondering how long it's going to be before we see another rush. I mean, I know Fate, they tried to do the old bait and switch there, but maybe committing to a full rush is the way to go here. Han managing to pick up a kill on rocking towards A long. We see 3 of the 2 players hanging in and around that playground area. I don't think they have any idea that NK is very, very close. They're not going to anticipate this. They do start running away though, it's not an issue, but if NK pushes further up and starts flanking them, that's when they're going to be in trouble, because I don't think they're going to be watching their backs at all.
The timing again here that has happened. They've just snuck through Monster in time to get control of this B side, but you might have seen the blocker cross. Kristen finds the first blocker, trades that out, however, you're going to see the full rotation. This is going to come down to player number 7 here, which is the player on the flank. Oh, you sneaky beaver, as he sits in the corner. Blocker does turn on Psyche. It's a 4 versus 1 here. It's all up to Zix to see if the Bluejays can fight another day, but it looks like they're going to be dropping down into the losers bracket to play against Majesty, as Fate Esports really performing well here on the main stage. It looked a little bit nervy for them at one point. You know, it was, I think, a 5 or a 6 round lead for Bluejays, and I said that they could come out strong, but the experience, and let's just talk about what a performance out of Nikki as well. Really stepping up for his squad, you know. In them early rounds and that middle stage of the game, they needed someone to step up. They need to say someone, look, boys, we can out-aim these guys. We are better than them across the whole board. We have better strats than them. We can execute better. We can hold better. And most of all, we are better individual aimers and players. That's exactly what Nikki did. He clutched up, you know, really performing well. I can't remember the exact score that he dropped. I think he had way over 25 kills, though, for his squad. Equally impressive as well was Ma. He got a lot of opening frags in that second half as well, you know, in and around toilets, for example, as well. Really, really strong performance for the squad of Fate, and what a game. What a first game for us to cast. I know, really, really even, and I really prefer casting these even games that have you on the edge of the seats in opposed to like a 16-3 stomp, for example.
Yeah, most definitely. But it was a really great performance from both teams over the course of this game.
Yeah, really, really strong performance. And do you know what? That fills me with a lot more confidence for Bluejays now, going into that game against Majesty. Because somehow they really, really struggled against imposters on Inferno. But, you know, going up against a team like Fate on a map like Overpass that does require a lot of strong teamwork and, you know, usage of strats coming into the game at the start of the day, they played very well.
Well, I mean, yesterday, Majesty actually did very boldly state that they would much rather play versus Bluejays than Fate. So that tells me that they're incredibly confident about winning a best of 3 against them.
If I lost 16-4 to a team on the first game of the day, I don't think I'd really want to play them in a best of 3 the day after, to be honest with you. I mean, you know, that wouldn't really fill you with the best of confidence going into that next game.
I'm wondering if this is going to impact how Bluejays play.
I think there's a lot of positives to take away from that game, and we might even talk about those positives after we've thrown it to our lovely stage host, Niku, who is with the one and only Nikki on the stage. Take it away.
Thank you, Jumpy and Veracity. I'm here with Nikki on the stage. Nikki, you are through to the semis. And how is the mood in the team?
Oh, it's good. We didn't start good from the beginning, but I said to the guys to calm down, and I said them we're gonna win anyway, and
that's it.
Yes,
and you won in the end, right?
And we back in the match.
All right, you're gonna be playing against MBAPEEK in the next round, and they showed some great performance against Tenerife Titans today. Are you scared?
We are not scared, but they're a good team because have experienced players like Bubba, Victor, Chips, and we're gonna play our game.
Okay, and as you said, you had a slow start on Overpass. Bluejays definitely gave you a hard time. What did you change in order to win in the end?
Mostly, I talk with the guys to calm down and to play slowly. That we change. And I say...
Just be patient.
Yes, be patient. All the time I say, guys, don't worry. Doesn't matter the result, we're going to win.
Okay, thank you very much. Well, we'll be back with more action just after the break.
So my name is John Pritchard, or you guys can call me John P. I've been casting CS now for around about a year, but I've got over 5 years live broadcasting experience in commentary and other games, as well as used to work on worldwide TV. So yeah, I'm looking forward to casting here. I'm not 100% sure, to be honest with you. I've done quite a few big ones. There's a gaming festival in the UK called Insomnia Gaming Festival, which is one of the biggest in Europe, probably. But I would say, you know, broadcasting on live television to over 55 million people, that's probably the biggest thing I've ever done. I wasn't nervous then, so hopefully I don't get nervous this weekend. You know, it was great to walk into the venue today and see everything come together. The stage is amazing. I felt like it was all coming together, to say the least. You know, it's every player or talent and even, I guess, the production's dream to finally see their project all come together, and where we're going to be casting is great. I'm looking forward to it, man. The players are going to love it, I love it, so I'm sure you guys at home will love it as well.
Hello and welcome back to BGE Stara Zagora Day 3. We recently saw Tenerife Titans fall to fate in a into MBAPEEK, my apologies, in a very close affair on Dust 2. we're going to see Tenerife Titans now face their chance of redemption in a best-of-3 against SKADE. I'm your caster at Crema3, and joining me is a man whose voice is so nice, he's on the run from 18 European institutions. It's Ted.
These are getting better and better, by the way.
I'm saving the best ones still last.
I'll prepare one for tomorrow as well.
Oh,
I promise.
Luck.
I'll prepare a really good one. Yeah. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. What a game did we just watch, Kremer?
Yeah, that was insane.
It's Bluejays and Fate. Bluejays, of course, a massive underdog here.
Yeah.
They're playing with a stand-in. They're playing they were with a 6-man roster.
Yep.
Before that, so they didn't really. Chris and Psyche, they couldn't. They didn't have the chance to play together because they were just the guys that were constantly just playing one or the other. They weren't playing at the same time. So props to Bluejays. Fate, of course. Props to Nikki. He had a phenomenal match. Yeah. I can say the same about Ziggs, though. Did you see that Digo shot? Yeah, it was nasty.
Filthy. Utterly filthy.
Nasty.
So if production still has that shot, I would love to see that again. We'll have to see it in just a moment. But yeah, that was an incredible match. And if this is anything to go by, or if that last match is anything to go by, the quality we're going to see when we enter these best-of-3s is just going to be unspeakable.
And now we're having a best-of-3 between two of the contenders for the win.
Yeah.
And it's in an elimination match. That's the most interesting. SKADE. We saw an entirely different SKADE yesterday, but still not the team that we expect after they lost to MBAPEEK. And now we saw that Tenerife, after they won their first game versus MBAPEEK, they started so well, but at the end, something just wasn't enough for them. I believe we're going to have one hell of a series right there.
Yeah. Likewise, again, you said it perfectly. SKADE, I don't think either of us expected to see them in the lower bracket. These guys were #1 seed. They were expected to win the whole thing. They ranked 50 in the world. Easily, on paper, one of the best teams there.
They were 6-1 in MDL.
Yeah, exactly. Just insanely strong. And for them to be instantly into the lower bracket, they're having to make a lower bracket run. Now we've got Tenerife Titans, an upcoming team that has done really well, I do say.
Of course.
Yeah, and they've just shown it as well here that they have players who are insane. Oh, we do have that Deagle shot from Zix, so I look forward to seeing this.
Play it, please. We want to see the Deagle shot from Zix.
This is it right there here. Oh, it's in slow motion as well. Filthy Zix, behave yourself. That is just
look at that
filth,
bro.
Isn't it?
It's not serious to kill people like that. Think for people's feelings. Imagine how Blocker felt after this one. It was he's behind the wall actually.
Yeah. He's got family as well. It's just
think about the kids.
Yeah, exactly.
How do they feel after this one?
Yeah, how can they look up to their dad after that?
Of course.
But regardless, that was insane. And if we have anything like that in this matchup ahead, it's going to be insane.
I'm sure we will. I'm sure we will.
Absolutely cannot wait.
Do you remember what Caliber did with the Deagle? Flashback as well.
Oh, that was
from the likes of Tenerife. Yeah. And yesterday, do you remember how Dennis Law was so sick with the AWP? Yep. I want to see more of that. I want to see flashy plays. I want to see people stepping up, just like Ziggs did. Yep. He saw my team has problems with dealing with Fate. We're starting to lose momentum. Let me just revive them. Same as Nikki. Fate being a bit rusty in the beginning, and Nikki just stepped up. He said, okay, you're nervous. You can't just win versus them without me. I will be there for you. I will carry the game, and he did.
Yeah, and it scares me because you shouldn't have to rely on a player to carry you.
Especially if it's your IGL.
Exactly, and Nikki, he's only going to be able to do that so many times. So this could be a very scary match.
But he's been on fire this entire tournament. Versus Majesty, he was again the top fragger. And now yet again. Oh no, it was Patrick versus Majesty, but he was second top frag. Nikki, he's playing really good now.
Yeah, he is. And quite a player, Han. We've hardly seen anything from him. We've only seen 2 games from them. But
both games were 9-10 kills, something like that.
Exactly. It's really quiet.
We can say that the first game there was nothing much to do. He didn't have to frag because his team was just mopping out Majesty, but now they needed him, and he wasn't there. He was missing so many shots with dope, and that's something that we're not used to seeing from him.
Yeah, without a doubt. But without further ado, we are going to have. I keep glancing up to see if the host is ready to introduce, but it looks like we do need to wait just a moment.
I don't know if we have veto.
Do we have the veto production?
Production? No.
Okay. No veto yet. So got a few more minutes to fill, and yeah.
What do you think we're gonna watch? Which maps do you think we're gonna watch? For SKADE, I believe the insta ban for Tenerife should be Nuke.
Yep. Nuke goes. SKADE. I would expect to see Inferno train and maybe something like an overpass.
I would say Dust as well.
Dust could be in there, yeah. Yeah, Tenerife are pretty good on Dust as well. And I think
Tenerife and SKADE both like playing Dust, and they both like playing Inferno. Like, their map pools are really similar, with the difference of just SKADE being comfortable in Nuke.
Yep.
And I think that Train is a possibility as well.
Yeah, so what's our decision? Train, Inferno, Dust?
Train, Inferno, Dust too.
Yeah, I can see
that. Not sure if it's going to be in that order, but I think these are the three maps.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, production, when you're ready to tell us the vetoes, I would love to see if we're right or wrong.
Okay, but are we ready for the introduction?
Are we ready for introduction?
No.
Okay.
Okay.
A few minutes longer. We've come in a bit early, but regardless, yeah, we could keep talking about this. Yep.
Of course.
Tenerife Titans.
After this game, actually, we have our first semi-finalist. That's going to be Fate tomorrow. Yeah. One of the teams that a lot of people think that will win. Of course, we have MBAPEEK as well, going straight to the semi-finals, but they're not playing each other now. The winner of this, I believe, is going to play versus Fate tomorrow.
That's a scary prospect, isn't it?
Imagine having Fate versus SKADE on a semi-final. That's going to be huge.
That would be huge. Or better still, Tenerife Titans, who would have already made an upset
against SKADE. Of course.
On that note, what do you think the score's going to be?
Oh, I believe I will wait for the map picks. I will wait for the vetoes.
Okay.
I'm curious what map we're going to start with.
Okay.
But I think on paper, SKADE should take this one 2-0 again, like yesterday versus Peak. I think SKADE are like the favorites. They're for me, they're still a favorite to win the tournament with MBAPEEK and Fate.
Yeah.
I think these are the three teams that have the best shot at winning. Of course, I'm not saying Tenerife could be like in their best day now, in their best mood, and just crush SKADE, but I believe SKADE are going to take this one 2-0. But ladies and gentlemen, we are now ready to introduce the two teams heading to the main stage. Niku, it's up to you.
Thank you, Ted and Krema. Well, guys, we are ready for some more action, and I would like to introduce to you SKADE. I presume that Dennis is speaking today. All right, well, Dennis, you haven't showed the audience the performance that we expect from SKADE. What is going on with the team?
I think we had a slow start yesterday, but I think we managed to come back well, and
you fixed the mistakes.
Yeah, we fixed our mistakes, and I think today we're gonna see like our real face.
Okay. Well, what can we expect from the game with you versus Tenerife Titans?
You never know when we play like two Bulgarian teams. I mean, we're gonna do our best to win, of course.
Okay, thank you. What would you like to say?
I think we expect a fast win.
A fast win. And you said something about Raftu.
Yeah, I'm gonna let him celebrate his birthday because he has birthday today. So we'll make sure he's free tonight.
So happy birthday, Raftu! All right, guys, you can take your places. And their opponents, of course, Tenerife Titans. Welcome, guys, on stage once again. So you heard what SKADE said, right?
Not actually. I was backstage and I didn't hear.
All right, well, they basically said that they are gonna smash you.
Are they?
Yeah.
Last time they didn't show that, but we're gonna see this time.
All right, well.
No, I'm just joking,
okay,
of course.
Okay.
I'm just joking.
All right, well, who's the birthday boy today?
This
it's
guy
you.
right
Oh, happy birthday. Come on, guys. Come on. Happy birthday. All right, what do you think about the game?
Well, we'll see.
You'll see.
Yeah.
Do you think that you can smash those guys?
Yeah.
On your birthday? That's going to be the best present, right?
Yeah.
All right, you can take your places. Thank you. And of course, going into action with Krema and Ted.
Thank you, Niku, for introducing the teams. Of course, you know what? I love the confidence from both teams, but I noticed yesterday's Pelon was a bit like, he was a bit shy to speak on the camera. He didn't want. Now he was confident. He was pretty confident. I'm looking forward to it. I like when people have confidence in themselves because that's what makes the matches like more interesting. When both teams come in there, like we are really prepared. We can smash them. We can just mop them off the map, and that's what I want to see from them.
Yeah, and I really enjoyed how because they play similar maps, both of them could be confident on the same map, and it's that absolute confidence that I just can't wait to see. I really cannot wait to see. I think we heard something from production there. Was that the veto being ready? Oh,
okay,
an interview.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will be watching the interview with Tenerife Titans right now.
Hello, my name is Double Magic, and we're gonna play a qualifying match for the playoffs. I'm from Tenerife, and yeah, let's start. I'm not gonna say we're at the best shape at the moment, but we're gonna try our best. It's gonna be a really difficult match against SKADE, but yeah, we're gonna see what will happen. This tournament we're playing with a stand-in. Unfortunately, our fifth guy couldn't manage to come on the LAN, but I mean, the preparation was pretty tough, I would say. It wasn't the best, but we'll try our best.
Of course, that was the
Hello,
idea of
Magic,
Tenerife Double Magic saying that they're confident in themselves, that they feel like they can win. They're going to show their best face today. Well, the stand-in, it kind of like takes something out of a team when you lose your player, especially when he has such an important role as Sereni did in Tenerife. But I still believe that they're confident. Maybe they're a bit shaky after the game versus Mbappe, because I think they thought that they have a shot at this game.
Yeah.
And I really feel that this doesn't tilt them and that they have refreshed mentally from this game so they can show us their true face today versus SKADE.
Yeah, and I really look forward to seeing both these teams go against one another. I think SKADE, that win against Peak, that 2-0, especially that stomp on Nuke, that has really given them the confidence that they probably initially lost after being forced down into a lower bracket.
Yeah, exactly. Right. And I really hope that doesn't happen with Bluejays later on, because they're going to play Majesty, which are a really stable team. They're really good. They have, like, wonderful. Their AWP player. He's 15.
Is he?
Yes.
He's insane.
He's 15.
Wow. That is incredible.
And I believe Darkside, he played in Windigo Academy.
Oh, okay.
When Windigo had a Bulgarian roster. So they have some wonderful players. Throne as well, being a really good performing player. I watched him in the qualifier. He was sick. Same for Wonderful. I really hope that Bluejays don't get affected. Yeah. But for now, we're going to concentrate on SKADE and Tenerife. What's your prediction? Because I said 2-0, but we didn't have time for you to tell me what you think and why.
I think Tenerife can take it. I'm rooting for the underdogs. I think SKADE, they've been really shaky recently, and that might play into their detriment here, especially with the performance we just saw from Tenerife. It was a strong game, and I'm feeling it for them.
Result?
I think we don't have vetoes yet, so we can both correct our result prediction once we get the veto.
You know,
but for now, I'm
saying it now. I'm saying it now. It's 2-0 SKADE. Doesn't matter what maps they play. I'm saying it now.
2-1 Tenerife. Doesn't matter what maps they play then.
Oh, I like that. I like that.
All right.
We need the ballsy calls. Like, we don't lose anything. It's only for pride.
Yeah. All right. Well, I mean, I'm obviously a better analyst if Tenerife win. You're the better analyst if SKADE win.
Every single one of my calls so far has been right. So
I've let you pick first though.
Oh, yeah, that's right. That's right.
Yeah.
It is, but for the results as well.
That's true. The results have been fairly... I wouldn't say that from you. Your results have been very accurate.
Okay, you know what? Next time. Okay, tomorrow for the semi-final and the final, you're going to pick first.
All right, okay.
I'll be second. All
right.
You know, we can go for the same prediction.
That's true.
You don't need to change from mine.
Oh, we've got the veto.
We got the maps. Okay. Okay,
Train.
the map pick of SKADE is Train, ladies and gentlemen. We expected that.
Yeah.
That's going to be a really interesting map.
That's 2. Ooh, that's
okay.
the second
Inferno.
map. I like that.
Decider overpass. Okay,
right,
we almost got it actually.
I like that veto. I really like that veto.
Yeah, we went Train, this 2 and Inferno. It's just Train, this 2 and overpass, which is pretty close, actually. Yeah. We were close.
I suspect it was a quick Inferno ban from SKADE after they looked really shaky against Peak.
Yeah.
That doesn't surprise me.
And probably Tenerife just removed Nuke out of there.
First banner being Nuke, minus Inferno, minus Nuke. I think second rotation it was minus Vertigo, minus Mirage. There you go.
Yeah.
So
I think that's normal for both teams.
Yeah, it's a fairly standard veto.
I don't see them playing Vertigo at all.
Yeah.
On Mirage, I believe, SKADE, I don't think they would want to play Mirage as they lost to MBAPEEK there, so they probably removed it, and I think Tenerife removed Vertigo. So there you have it. They're the bans. We're just
I think
we know everything.
I'm going to amend it to what was it? First map train. I'm going to amend it to 2-0 Tenerife. I think Tenerife take Dust 2 regardless. I think Train Tenerife have a chance to take as well.
Okay, and I will say 2-0 for SKADE because I believe that on Train they're tactically better, they're more prepared. And on Dust 2, if we see the double op in Spellon and Denislaw, or just Denislaw just mopping out everybody, Rainwaker, I expect a lot from him. I believe SKADE can take it by storm.
In my opinion, I don't think Tenerife are going to give SKADE the chance to build that momentum. I don't think SKADE will give them a chance to get, or Tenerife will give SKADE a chance to get the double op set up. I think they might invest in it, but I think they're instantly going to lose it, and the economic damage is just going to keep spiraling. I think SKADE, because they know a double op setup works for them, they're going to keep investing in it. They're going to be in a kind of investor's loop where once you're losing, you're still investing. Exactly. Because you've got too much committed to lose.
Yeah.
That's my thoughts at least.
We can speak about the first map. Train, it's like what you said applies for Train because Train is a map where the double op setup can do bits. I still remember the first time I think I saw double AWP on Train just winning a game for a team. Not just saw it. I saw it winning the game was for NRG when they just picked up Stanislaw. They were already with Tarek and Serg, Ethan Breezy. They were doing the double op setup so much, and they were doing bits with it, like Serg being mobile, of course, throughout the map. He's playing the rotation on Train. And just Tarek and Stanislaw switching up the op, just going towards Ivy for peaks, going towards lower B, because Stanislaw was the B player. He was peeking Copper with the op, peeking lower. The other round, just Tarek gets it in Ivy. Next round, he drops it, goes pop dog. Like, the mobility that the double op gives you on Train is huge, but on the other side, we can see double op for Tenerife as well.
Yeah, and I think that double-edged sword is really going to kind of fall into effect here because if you've already got an AWP and you stomp around, you can just pick up that second AWP and it saves you that investment. You know, investing double AWP, so one of the big drawbacks is that investment and the risk of losing that money. If you end up picking up that second AWP, then you mitigate that whole worry at all. I think we just got word from production that we're able to.
I didn't hear as well. Can you repeat, please? Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna go for a 5 or 6 minute break approximately before the game starts so that players have time to just set up and be ready, get in the server, and we're gonna be right back really shortly.
Hello and welcome back to the BGE Elite Stara Zagora. Day 3, and now we've got an incredible game on our hands. We've got the Tenerife Titans as they take on the likes of SKADE. We've got the vetoes coming in through, that being of Train, Dust 2, and then Overpass as the decider. The predictions came in, and neither me nor Ted suspected it will go to a third map, but on differing teams. SKADE predicting... Ted predicting SKADE, myself predicting the Tenerife Titans. Without further ado, it sounds like that little bit was
ready in the server.
Yeah, I can hear the server going off in the background, so I think we might be going live fairly shortly. But how are you feeling about this?
I'm really excited. I'm really excited because this is a chance for redemption for the likes of SKADE, and for Tenerife, it's a chance to prove that they have a spot in that semi-final. Like, both teams have a lot of things to prove. And this matchup is going to show who deserves to play versus Fate tomorrow on the semifinals in the HOTV matches as well.
Absolutely. And I'm really looking forward to seeing it. I really, really am. And do you think that either of these teams are going to have a chance in the semifinals tomorrow?
Oh, yeah, of course. You know, when you go on a best of 3, especially on a semifinal, final, anything can happen because there's only good teams going to the second finals. Like, I don't think anyone could go to the semifinals by luck. You deserved it if you went there.
And what I love about this kind of list of teams here, we got what? The teams still standing. Bluejays, Majesty, Fate, SKADE, MBAPEEK, and Tenerife Titans, right?
Yeah.
Any single one of them could win it.
Yeah.
Any single one of them.
Yeah, of course.
So it's such a closely cut tournament that I cannot wait to see just how it plays out and if we're going to see any more upsets than what we've already seen.
Yeah, of course. I think every team, of course, there are teams that have a bigger shot, in my opinion, than others because, for example, MBAPEEK being the clear favorites, we've seen they have been the less shaky team out of all of them. Of course, the second being Fate, but Tenerife, SKADE, Bluejays, and Majesty, they're not that far behind. Yeah. I believe they can still put up a show. I believe they can still make it pretty competitive. Of course, ladies and gentlemen, for those of you that are watching us on Twitch, let us know what your predictions are in the chat. Do you think that SKADE would win, or will Tenerife get their shot of revenge today and redemption, rather, and give us the result that you think that's going to be the last one?
Yeah, without a doubt. I cannot wait. Again, I keep glancing up at the stage, waiting to see if we're going to be going live fairly shortly. Again, we can hear the warm-up noises in our headset, so
I can't realize, like, I don't want to believe that one of these teams will have to get disqualified. Like,
yeah, it's sad to see because
maybe 2 hours time from now.
Yeah, both of them absolutely deserve it. They've both played so well. You know, we saw Tenerife Titans just put up an incredibly good fight against Fate, almost winning at one point. We saw SKADE yesterday give us an even better series against PEEK.
Oh,
and
that was
Inferno
one
game was
hell
just
of a
mind-blowing.
Like, props to PEEK, by the way. They did one hell of a show. And SKADE, they managed to show that they're quite a stable team when they have prepared for a map.
Yeah, without a doubt. And that was the just difference between Inferno and Nuke for SKADE. It was a map they're not that comfortable on, getting almost losing to PEEK, a team that on paper is drastically worse, or going on to Nuke, a map they prepared for, and just stomping. So I really am curious to see how that kind of translates into the current map pool. Train, I think we both know that SKADE played Train a bit.
Yeah, we haven't watched Train so far.
Yeah. Is this going to be the second Train map of the tournament?
No, it's going to be the first.
I think that was one that Jazz and John cast earlier.
Are you sure? Between which teams?
Majesty.
Majesty?
Yeah, Majesty play Train.
Maybe. It is possible. It is possible.
Second Train of the tournament.
It is possible. I'm sure I haven't casted Train.
Oh, we haven't yet. We
haven't casted Train, so it's going to be really interesting for us.
I love the variety, though.
What?
We get variety.
Yeah, you got a lot of variety. Like, especially on that T side, it's so vital. Like, on Train, you kind of have, like, it's not the same. You know, on Inferno, you have the fight for Banana, which is really vital. I think here, maybe the most important position is Pop Dog. Like, because this part of the map, as well as Z, controls the rotations on the map. This is the fastest rotation you can have from one bomb site to the other. And if the cities manage to establish Pop Dog control every single round, that gives them a big boost. Of course, a lot of teams now going for that mid-aggression, trying to get in timid when they're on the city side, just the deep smoke, posting a player up close, one Ivy, one Pop, so they can play 2 on B. So all of these things are things that I want to see in this matchup. I want to see these two teams just play the way that the best in the world play the map right now. Just go straight with the meta. Because the meta is the best way to play it right now.
Of course. And what I love seeing is Pop Dog control. Like, you've mentioned it already. That Pop Dog control, even if it's just something gimmicky, like a Mag 7 just bolting it straight there on a full buy, like, if you can get 1 or 2 easy kills, just switch to the AK. And what I've seen a lot of teams do is they fake Pop Dog control, where they chuckle that utility towards mid, or towards a main, and then they have someone hovering around Pop Dog. Second utility goes down, he'll drop a smoke to fake him still being there, and he'll just bolt. And the amount of expenditure that has to go to properly clear Pop Dog makes it well worth it.
Yeah. A lot of teams trying to mess up with control on Train because at some point I think City realized that it's so hard to defend A side when you need to play from the side. So they started going towards that Ivy section. They just want to be aggressive. They want map control. But now, ladies and gentlemen, we are ready to start. Of course, I think this should be the map pick of SKADE. Yeah, okay. They just haven't changed. They haven't switched the names.
Oh, yes, so you're right.
Tenerife starting On the city side of Train, they have 2 anime pictures, by the way, which we know that bring like extra 20% headshot.
Yes, without a doubt, that's good with plus 15 kills, right? So
yeah.
Really looking forward to seeing this.
Okay.
As someone switched to the wrong screen there, production.
Unlucky.
Having a moment.
Okay, unlucky.
And back we are
we're
going
ready.
into the pistol round. SKADE, they've dropped their utility early. It's a fast push towards A. Raftu in heaven, trying to find the odd member. He'll take down Duplicate to kick things off. SKADE entering a 4v4. Oxygen's there to respond. Viltrex pushing forward to Olaf. Oxygen fighting his second as Denisor finds Viltrex. Raftu and Caliber, the lone members for SKADE, or sorry, for Tenerife Titans as they make their way out from Connector. Raftu looking for the first spot of the player towards Ivy and Sandwich, but there's no kill found yet. Rainwaker spotted by Caliber as he'll find the first. A lovely shot to Oxygen, a lovely second kill onto Rainwaker, and with that, SKADE actually might be in a bit of trouble here. The tap comes through, Denisor from behind. He'll find the first. Raftu being deleted as it falls to Caliber now. He'll try and find Spellin. SKADE take it 1-0.
SKADE, this round was taken out of the books. Like, you saw, even when Raftu got that initial peak there, SKADE, they sent only 2 people to our side. They just
confident.
They only wanted to get the bomb down and one player to just drag the crosshairs away. The others, they were already ready for the post plant. They were on positions. So Tenerife, even though they found the peaks, it was so hard for them because SKADE, they didn't have to exit the site because there was no one on it. They were just standing behind, waiting, and once that bomb gets down, it's really hard for Tenerife, especially when they don't have a kit and a smoke. And now there's the force from them. Scout in the hands of Caliber, 3 Deagles, and an MP9 in RAF2.
My worry with that, there's no kit whatsoever. SKADE, they're also playing bonus, a fairly heavy bonus at that. You got 3 MAC-10s, 2 rifles to support. It's a fairly standard buy, but it's going to give them an opportunity to take these MAC-10s just that bit further, especially if they can make this round clean. They line up outside B, but the information is there for the Titans. They've got 2 players up close and personal with Flashback, and I believe that'll be Double Magic with him. As the smoke's going to fade, SKADE, they're going to make their way on forward. Flashes go out, set piece to follow. Double Magic, he'll just aggress. It's a lovely shot from Flashback, finding a first, looking for a second, but skills go either way. It's an utter collapse. That is a wipe from Tenerife Titans. We've got Raftu, one of the lone men left, and there are very low HP players on SKADE. That's a what avail. Rainwaker, 20 HP, going to be caught out by Raftu, but he's done enough damage to make this round look fairly set in stone for SKADE.
Let's see those Spellon and Denisor both attacked really low, especially Denisor, and now Raf2. Oh, he spots him. He spots Spellon, but now he's not gonna show anything. And Raf2, he's got no utility. He's got no defuse kit. So this should be impossible for him. He needs a 10-second defuse. He knows it.
Away.
There's no way he wins this. He'll just back away, save the armor, save the gun. Tenerife, they just gambled this round, and they gambled correctly, by the way. They didn't buy a kit, they went for the heavy B stack because they anticipated the big play from SKADE, and they just didn't want to get that bomb down. Unfortunately, most of the kills going in the way of SKADE, and that's going to be a 2-0 flawless start, and now an eco for the likes of Tenerife.
Yeah, and that perfect little kind of damage done by Tenerife there. Even though they go down to a eco, even though the only gun they have is a Galil, the damage they inflicted to SKADE means that the chance of playing bonus is gone. They've only got 1 MAC-10 left. They only were able to save from 1 rifle. It means essentially a full reinvestment has to come through from SKADE, and that's a very scary prospect if you're on the side of SKADE, because that bonus just gone. For Tenerife Titans, they're on an eco regardless. It's safe to assume they'll lose this round regardless.
Yeah.
But when they go on that full buy, they'll also have that kill money just to bolster them a little bit.
The thing is that Tenerife going for the 4th round kind of just heals a bit the want that the 3 dead players left in SKADE, because they know we're up against pistols. We can just invest in MAC-10s. We can try to build up economy. And for SKADE, the most important thing right now is to try and keep Tenerife's money low. Because if they can control their bank, they're going to have a really easier time on the T side.
I do wonder if SKADE just go, you know, they go screw it, and then we see MAC-10s be rebought by them, which would be really interesting considering that when MAC-10s get reinvested, the full buy is a little bit weaker. You get the utility bonus.
I think they should get MAC-10s now. Like maybe 2 or 3 AKs, but at least 1 or 2 MAC-10s.
They've already got 1 they saved, so second MAC-10 being invested could be perfect for them. Looks like they're taking no chances.
Yeah, 1 MAC-10 in Spellon. They're going for the 3 AKs and 1 Galil. Of course, they know Raf to save the Galil as well, so they don't want to risk it so much for the money. They don't want to get too greedy.
Tenerife Titans, they're going to make their way aggressive towards ramp. Flash goes out. Oxygen will spot the first. Taking down Caliber. The Galil from Raftu is able to respond, but again, he'll find himself on about 30 HP. And with that, you can't really expect to do much. Filtrex, he knows this player's coming out on A, but what good can he do? He's only got a USP. What damage is he going to look to do? Duplicate's going to find him. Flashback as well towards Connector. To try and tag up Duplicate as much as he can, and it's a fair bit, but it's not enough. Raftu, the lone man, making his way forward from Tunnel 2. Approaching center site, he'll spot the first, but again, Rainwaker is the man to finish the job. SKADE with a 3-0 lead are going to go against the first full buy of the Tenerife Titans, and it's an instant AWP buy from Caliber, and this is where this pre-game talk
I think we're going for the 2 AWPs from the start.
Yeah, does Double Magic get one? Yeah, straight off the bat.
Double AWP setup. They want to change things up. They don't want to let SKADE feel comfortable on their T side, because SKADE, after this round, they have a really good bank build up. And if they win this one as well, Tenerife, we need to win this by round. Otherwise, it's going to be so hard to reset SKADE afterwards.
Yeah, without a doubt. We will have to see if SKADE are able to be reset the Tenerife Titans. It looks like it's going to be very aggressive hold towards A main. Set piece goes out. Looks like he's just going to evade towards main. He'll find one. Rainwaker, he's quick to respond though. Raftu aggressing on E-Box, finding Oxygen. Going further, but Spellen to find him. And these trades are perfect for SKADE. It's a shot ringing out from Double Magic. He's trying his best to survive, but he's just been firebombed out of position. Caliber, a straight shot through the smoke might do enough for him, but that's a lovely shot from Dennis Law there. Double Magic to full, and it falls down to just his rifle and AWP and Spell. I'm not quite sure why he wasn't fighting there, but regardless, Caliber, 1 versus 2. He's got some fairly low HP players to find, but he isn't going to check the corner. Instead, Rainwaker's going to find him. SKADE, they make it a 4-0 lead, and the Tenerife Titans, they're going to go down to a poor buy.
That was beautiful, by the way, from SKADE. The execute, they knew that there's a possibility for a double AWP setup, so they smoked off Ivy, where one of the AWPs would be in the hands of Caliber, and they just threw like 2 or 3 mollies towards side to just isolate Double Magic and let him peek only towards Sandwich, but Dennis Law with a really nice peek there.
Yeah, that little AWP, or that AK shot.
I like the aggression in main, by the way, from Tenerife. A really nice idea. I liked it, but unfortunately for Viltrix, he just got immediately refragged.
For SKADE, it will be an early control. Oh, actually, it's an early default from SKADE. They don't want to commit anywhere just yet. The Titans, they aggress on both Ivy and Ivy and B main. Neither place works, as we'll see. Rainwaker, he'll fall down fairly low, but he's going to find the other Ivy player. No Magic to fall. It's all on Raftu now. Yet again, he finds himself alone as the lone man standing for the Tenerife Titans. He might opt to go down from Pop Dog, but Spellen, that is thorough. It's thorough, it's clean, it's precise, and more importantly, it's deadly.
SKADE not losing a single member this round, by the way, and you can see what's happening with their money on the other side. Tenerife again for the full buy, this time with the single AWP. Dennis having over $10,000, and he's got himself the AWP. Like, now, the AWP duo is really important for both teams. Double Magic, he needs to step up, and that's lovely damage from Raftu. Nice way to begin the round, and they continue. Dennis Law and Oxygen tagged as well. Brilliant utility usage here from Tenerife, and Dennis Law, though, he will equalize things. Finding Viltrix. I think Viltrix was trying to be up close main yet again.
Yep, and once more, because the Oxygen making his way down from Pop Dog. He'll try and hold a bit of a default there as Dennis will accompany him. And for SKADE, it looks like they're kind of warming up. They're warming to the theme of going to B. Double Magic, he's read it perfectly. They will make his way back. Again, his second chance with an AWP. He was deleted the first time round by that stray shot of Dennis. We'll see if he can finish the job this time. The Titans, it's a stacked towards both Pop Dog and B main. They couldn't physically be more prepared for this B hit should it come, as Double Magic, he'll choose to aggress. Shifting forward, Oxygen going to delete him though. A lovely shot by the man of SKADE. It's Flashback now, the only man actually on the site to defend against it. The other players are going to have to be locked in rotation. As SKADE, they take a moment to hold their breath. The flank is coming through from Rainwaker as well. Every second they wait is just increased the chances of them taking this. Rainwaker, he's going to be the man who's going to open up this, well, both sites actually. He's just walked straight past A. He's fully committed to this B site. 20 seconds left. SKADE do need to get a move on it. As Flashback, he's wary of a push coming from behind him. So the timing isn't there. That's messy from Rainwaker, but it does not matter. Players coming up from Pop Dog. Denny still holding for them. as Raftu needs that charge. Raftu to fall. Caliber, he's in completely the wrong area. He'll back away from Top Dog. His only option here is to save.
That's a save. SKADE again with a really nice play on the T side. I love that from Rainwaker. Again, they're just making noise on the other side of the map, and when they drag the rotation, they don't just rotate when Rainwaker says it's clear. They wait for him. He goes all the way through Z to strike from behind. And there's the pulse from Tenerife, a much needed one in my opinion. They don't have money. They need to go for the half investment here. Maybe just armors, pistols, right, left and center, a couple of nades, defuse kits. But things aren't working out for them on buy rounds. SKADE just feel like they seem prepared. And that's scary because if SKADE turn out to be as prepared on train as they are on nuke, what will teams do? They need to anti-strat.
Yeah, you need to anti-strat heavily as well, because in a best of 3, you've got to let SKADE get one of them. And if you have to, forfeiting a map in a best of 3 isn't a desirable option. You've got to find a ways to beat them on either train or nuke. I know that you know, a lot of the teams left, some of them prefer trains, so it would be wise to just leave it in the rotation, let their pick be kind of double up as yours, and then it gives you kind of free reign of that second rotation.
Yeah.
But for now, SKADE look unstoppable.
They do. Looking really well, managing to go for that. But Tenerife, they're actually not doing bad. Like the utility damage in the beginning, the setups, they're all good until just someone gives an immediate headshot from SKADE.
Yep, it's like every Tenerife Titans, they do so well, but the second they make the tiniest mistake, SKADE is straight in there to punish it.
Exactly.
Yeah, you've got to play flawless CS against SKADE to try and beat this, and unfortunately for the Tenerife Titans, they haven't been able to just yet. They haven't found that winning formula. Instead, they found themselves a few pistols, an odd bit of armor to accompany it, and an MP9 on Viltrex. It's an early push up from Bobdog, and Oxygen might be caught off right now. Spurn to full. Oxygen, he'll turn back around. He knows there's players hunting him down. Crafting to full. Lovely spray control there. A lovely 4K for him, and it's all down to Double Magic. The lone man, he's got a force of find, and with an aggressive position, his only real hope could be one, but Rainwaker again with another flank working in his favor, as SKADE make it a 7-0 victory. I'll say victory. It's pretty much a victory in this half against Titans.
That was so sick from Oxygen. For a moment there, that looked so sloppy from SKADE. Like, they didn't anticipate the aggression from Popdog. Really nice play by Tenerife. That's a pretty cool half by the way. Nice, like, set piece setup. Really cool by them. Nice idea.
There. That's great.
And now we're going on to the next buy round. Again, Dope in the hands of Double Magic. Oh, so much aggression from Denislaw, but Viltrex again with the utility damage. He's been so good with it. Both him and Raftu getting kills with grenades. Raftu again strikes down Rainwaker. And now a man advantage for the likes of Tenerife. Raftu though needs to be careful. He's so close to the molly, only on 10 HP. And SKADE players, they have 2 in Ivy. Only one being Oxygen and Popdog. This Molotov should finish up Raftu or no? No, he's safe somehow. Oh, he's so okay. Yeah, it's Fred. And now Viltrex, he needs to be careful here not to give up his life. Oxygen now will pick up the bomb and join his teammates towards A main. Duplicate manages to win the fight onto Flashback. And now a 3v2, but both Tenerife players are ready for that Double Magic with a nice shot onto Duplicate. But Viltrex, he's in such an awkward position. He's between 2 SKADE players, but the same can be said for Denislaw. Oxygen wins the duo, and now a 2v1. They know where Double Magic is. They have 33 seconds to work with. What will they decide to do? They're just running towards B at this point, but both on low HP.
If they can get towards this B site, they're really lining themselves up for a victory in this round. Retaking with an AWP, especially on that B site, can be challenging, to say the least. Instead, it's a fake. Smoke goes down, they go out towards A, and Double Magic, he's been had, so to say. Bomb gets planted, and unfortunately he's got to run through a molly already, falling to the AWP, and Denislaw with a 2K to bring SKADE to 8. What scares me as well, Denislaw sprinting through Ivy there to get that first kill, that shows confidence, that shows some serious confidence as well.
It looked the same way as it looked the shot from Infernal yesterday.
I've just seen as well, he's going 10-0, not a single death on him.
Wow.
And that, if that doesn't reek of confidence, I don't know what will.
I think he's feeling himself on this tournament.
Absolutely, absolutely. And
we saw that yesterday versus Peak when someone had to step up from SKADE. He was the man again. Today, he's doing bits for his team.
down. The SKADE will be a standard execution towards it. It's a bit slow to get their way out from main. Raftu will drop down a bit late, but Rainwaker's ready for one. Falling to Viltrex, but the man on low HP, it's just a matter of finishing him off at this point. He'll try to do a few shots here or there. It's messy by Denislaw, but it still works. As the Titans, they've got some players towards the back line here, but what avail will it do anything? They, with their position known, they're just going to be mollied out. They're going to be name-jeweled out. Spellin, he'll find one. Caliber on the rotation, or the flank might try and find Denislaw, but Denislaw, he's more than ready for it. Caliber to fall, flashback to Lone Man, going to fall to Spellin, and SKADE with just a deadly display of
It's
prowess.
such a one-sided affair, and Train,
it is.
I think that most maps are just turning to T-side maps nowadays.
Yep.
What's happening? Like, I just can't feel the city side factor on any map right now. Because Train, that was one of the most city-sided maps in the map pool. But now SKADE are just going 9-0. I really don't know what's happening. Even Nuke has gone pretty much balanced. Or even T-sided. I don't know what's happening nowadays with CS.
My worry as well for SKADE is that they've already won the half, which is already massively
after 9 rounds
harrowing for Tenerife Titans. If they can start pulling ahead, if they can hit double digits, they can delve deep into the double digits. The Tenerife Titans, they need to be so scared. They need to
look at them. They're not scared. They're pushing up main. They have control of that part of the map. They're 2 on B. They have the double op yet again. Tenerife, they have a decent shot at it. Double Magic finding the first pick. Duplicate with the trade. Now Double Magic, he have his second chance, but Denislaw, SKADE, they're so good on the refrag. They're so fast. And now Raf to Caliber and Viltrix, they might as well decide to save. No, they're going for it. Of course, they're going for it. It's 9-0. They have a defuse kit in Rafto and an HE and Caliber. They need to get rid of Rainwaker first, though. He's up close. And Rainwaker, he goes for the double kill before Caliber. Nice double with the open. Now a 1v1 versus Duplicate, but there's not much time left. And the defuse kit isn't on his disposal, so Caliber, he'll need to save the op. Really nice play by him, but unfortunately at the end that's gonna be 10-0 for SKADE.
At what point can you settle for nice? Because at 10-0 down, you need more than just kills. You desperately need these rounds.
Exactly.
What scares me as well is that was a double up setup from Tenerife Titans that once again just gets shut down. Double Magic and Caliber, they got 4 kills from it, but more importantly, they need these guns saved rather than the kills. And again, it's just going to be pistols here or there, a lackluster buy from the Tenerife Titans. And with Double Magic going on to a kind of the only man with any serious weaponry on him, he's got to go aggressive, he's got no choice. Then he's all going to kick things off, going to take down Viltrex, and look how confident he is. He's in a main alone. Spellin's just going to let him do his thing as they back on away. And for the SKADE, it looks like it will be a bit of a Ivy-heavy execution here.
I believe we're gonna see the full Ivy execute from 4 people and 1 guy playing Clade from Pop Dog, or they can even go CT3. We'll see. I love how they're just playing together, not letting the team of Tenerife get 1v1s, and that's what they need to do. They know Tenerife don't have a lot of money. SKADE just the only guy that's alone actually is Oxygen. He's on the other side of the map. Like Oxygen, his work here is to just hold for pushes, and the others need to clear the side. They need to refrac immediately, not let Tenerife capitalize on that win by. Nice opening from Double Magic. Will he go for the repeak? Denislaw, he's ready. They've baited the peak. Denislaw with a nice shot, but Caliber with the 1 dig. Will he land the second? Caliber, we know what he's capable of, missing a couple of shots, but he's still alive on site and has the help of Raf to Spellon with a nice refrag, and now a 1v2 for Raf to fix himself up though. They'll go to B, right? Yeah.
Yeah, with this AWP, he is going to have to face the scary prospect of saving once more, giving SKADE an 11th round, and it's a scary, scary scenario to face. Instead, we are going to see that AK picked up by Raftu. This will make his way out of Connector, looking to find either Spellon or Oxygen early on to at least kickstart a retake, but as the smoke goes down, time is limited. Oxygen's going to be the first point of contact, and is Raftu even able to win the first aim duel? We'll have to see. Oxygen goes wide, a lovely shots on to Oxygen there, but with 7 HP, Spellon, he must feel so confident in this. He must know that it's going to be so hard. They don't want to even contest him here. As Raftu, he'll tap it once. Caught off guard, Spellin to find him. SKADE, they make it 11. And at least this time, the Tenerife Titans can end there to lose another round and then go on to a bye. Whether or not they keep committing to this double AWP setup, though, we will have to see, because regardless, it just hasn't worked for them yet.
Yeah, it's just SKADE all the way. Like, they feel prepared for every Tenerife step, and they're going for the double AWP again, Caliber and Double Magic. They've been good at taking these opening picks, but afterwards, I believe they're getting a bit too greedy sometimes, not using their utility to the max extent.
Flashback looks like he wants to get a bit aggressive towards Ramp. He's just short of beating it now. It's aggression towards Ivy, though, as Viltrex will fall to Rainwaker. And Rainwaker, he's pretty much been just the little devil of Ivy. I haven't seen him have contact on Ivy without getting a kill, and it's just helped SKADE. It's the little nuances that are just really bringing them forward right now, little quirks and peculiarities that are just giving them an advantage here. Caliber with this AWP, he's trying to hold for it, but look at this, the utility doesn't even get a chance to. He's forced to back away yet again, and SKADE just getting more and more map control. Aggression towards Popdog, though Raftu to establish a man advantage for the Titans, and it looks like he might even go back up Popdog. So Oxygen wary of being caught out at this point. He's going to have to hope he gets the right timing, as it'll be Raftu to aggress towards Duplicate. With this knife out going to full, and more importantly, that's the bomb of SKADE being dropped, and for the Titans this could be their first round. Then he saw he's making his way on forward with this AWP. Spotting Raftu, I think, progressing. Raftu bringing out a shot, but Dennis to finish him off. 3 versus 2. SKADE, they've got the B-bomb site. At least they have somewhere to go. The question is, can they commit to it and can they get there? As Dennis saw, he's going to try to sprint down towards this B site, but he'll hear those players. He'll be heard by those players, and as the wrap comes through from Popdog, Flashback and Double Magic are going to be at the ready. They're going to be hoping to try and flank him here. 20 seconds left on the clock, and that moment of him waiting is going to be into his detriment. Then he saw planting, at least so it can't be cancelled straight away. But now he's going to have these players to watch out for. Double Magic bring out first shot. A lovely leg shot. Oxygen's finished the job. Oxygen to find Flashback, and it's all down to Caliber, the lone member, and Oxygen goes huge. That is a disgusting 3K. A 12th round for SKADE, and the Titans are running out of options.
I mean, that was so smart there from SKADE, but at the moment that the bomb got dropped, I really thought that Tenerife would win the round, but then he's on fire. Like yesterday, he hasn't missed a single shot. Like, he's 16-2.
Oxygen's doing good as well.
Yeah, Oxygen being great in this round. Obviously, his position won the round, actually.
Yep. He just held everything. That's a lot of utility damage from SKADE to kick things off as well. Look at that. Unfortunately, Oxygen is going to aggress towards Ramp. Finding Flashback again. Lovely shot. And it's always heartbreaking to see just how strong the Titans were before, only to see SKADE just dismantle them.
Yes, Tenerife, they can't even eco. They need to buy because they're 12-0 down on the city side. They need to continue buying. They desperately need a round because SKADE, they're looking so well prepared on train. Caliber going for the aggressive position here. Denislow entering with the AWP once more. Will he find success? Yes, he will. Nice kill onto Caliber. He's 17-2. That's ridiculous.
That's insane.
That's ridiculous.
Yep. And for Raftu, he's going to try his best from Bluejays to just do the odd bit of damage where he can, but on what? You know, he's flanked on all sides. The remaining players of Tenerife all have had a substantial amount of damage done to them. So he might try to catch out Oxygen. He's able to find one, but the trades are just like that. They're instantaneous. Viltrex and Double Magic going to make their way towards center site. I think he's maybe cancelled a plant and just shut out the idea of a plant before it comes through. He's going to go to full, and Double Magic leads that charge. Rainwaker to find one, looking for a second, and a second he finds. SKADE lead 13-0, and I'm starting to get really worried.
That's just a lecture.
It is.
That is a lecture on how to play T-side train by SKADE so far on Tenerife. They're doing so well. I really hope that Tenerife manage to win a couple of rounds, even if they don't win the map, because at this point, do they have a realistic chance of turning things around on train?
Yeah, on the C side as well, because I think the C
I believe that Tenerife need to win a couple of rounds. But as I said, that Double Magic with the aggressive pick gets the double. But again,
how
two
does that
trades.
not go in their favor?
every time Tenerife go for the aggression. They go for such right plays. They're doing basically the same that we said we want to watch from them on the city side. But SKADE, they shut it down every single time. and now Tenerife. If they lose this one, I think it's pretty much over, to be honest. If SKADE go to 14-0, I really hope Tenerife manage to win a couple of rounds in the end, just to break the curse in a way.
Likewise.
Win 1, 2, 3, up to 4, 5, 6 rounds if you want, just to get on the second map with confidence. Just forget about Train and say, okay, that's their map pick, they won it. We're going on our turf now.
Yeah, and Raftu, he's in a really good position right now. I don't think they're going to predict him to be here at all. Spellen, he might be caught off guard by Raftu instead. Raftu's position, it might come through as anything. Rainwaker, a lovely shot to shut him down. Viltrex is able to trade, but to what avail as the nades are going to force him back. Rainwaker caught by Olaf. Caliber's going to try and catch him off guard, and this duel will pretty much decide the rounds as it fades. Rainwaker not quite finding Caliber there. Both players fairly low, so duplicate. This is winnable for him. Let's see how winnable. He'll spot the first to Caliber. He'll just drop down and wait for the rotation to come back around. Viltrex spotted. Viltrex to find him. And the Titans to finally find their first round.
They needed that. They needed that badly. They need a second round as well. We can see the replay of the aggression. Yes, that's first round for Tenerife Titans. If they get the second and they manage to get the pistol, I think even if they still lose the map, they'll have some kind of confidence. They'll be like, okay, they're not unbeatable. We can win rounds. We just need to be more concentrated on our map pick because they were better prepared here.
Yep. Again, we will have to see. At least this time they can get a buy that's fairly strong, that being rifles around the board and there's some utility to support it as well. We've got SKADE, their buy. It hasn't had any worries for pretty much the whole game. It's only going to be a single up on Denny's side. I'm surprised they haven't got too cocky and gone for a double up setup. Oxygen on ramp, finding one. Viltrex also very quick to respond. And with that, the Titans, they just back away. They give SKADE a chance to reposition, but SKADE, their response is just going to be aggression towards Ivy. Their reaction to aggression is aggression themselves, and Rainwaker, he's just going to lead that charge. Volleys go down. Viltrex will try and find out the off man where he can, but he's caught out on all guards. Rainwaker, a lovely 3K for him, just kill after kill after kill.
The reactions from SKADE are so nice. They saw the B aggression, they saw that there's 3 players there, and just immediately mauling top pop dog, dropping down, Ivy players pushing, killing the guy Ivy, and just from there, there's nothing the lonely A player could do. That's the end of the first half. SKADE managed to make a serious statement. Gosh, that is a statement. That is a statement, like a serious one.
I am really concerned for the Titans because this, you know, regardless, it's SKADE's map pick, but it shouldn't influence them that much. Like, there should still be at least a few rounds that could be kind of.
The thing is that it wasn't even close rounds. Like, it wasn't as competitive as we would guess.
Yeah, this is.
There were like 1 or 2 closer rounds, but that was it. And now SKADE on the city side, Tenerife as the aggressors, they have their last shot. They need this pistol. They absolutely need it to work for them.
Yeah, and it's armor around the board for SKADE. It's going to be aim duel central. Let's see how it works for them. Dennisor, he'll kick things off. Trades either way. Dennisor with his second, actually, from Pop. Dog looking to do a bit more damage as Rainwaker makes his way towards Olaf, looking to catch out double magic. It won't even matter. Dennisor is going on a rampage. Viltrex will put an end to that, but with Raftu and Viltrex alone, men now just Viltrex. What can he find? He finds his second, turning back around. A lovely 180, but he's just swarmed. SKADE, they make it a 15-1 lead against the Titans, and this could just be a very, very quick map for us.
I really hope that Tenerife don't get tilted after this one, because it surely will tilt them a bit, because they're just getting dismantled, but this is not their map pick. They need to go into the second map with confidence. They need to try and turn things back, because SKADE, now they have the upper hand. They have a massive upper hand, and they will try to snowball their effect into the second map for sure. Tenerife, last chance for them to extend a bit their opponent's map pick, being Train. But Raftu, he falls to Spellon. SKADE, they want to close it here. They want to close it now. It's 15-1, double magic. He'll get killed by Oxygen. And I think this will be it.
It could
for
be.
Tenerife.
Yeah, it genuinely could be. Caliber, Viltrex, and Flashback, the lone members for the Titans. Go out towards Ivy as Rainwaker's defying Caliber. 2 versus 5 for the lone members of the Titans. And as Flashback makes its way towards B, to what avail will it work? Duplicate, he's already got that elevational advantage. The altitude difference going to work admirably for him. As Oxygen playing close for Viltrex at the ready as he'll look to catch out that early left. But 2 shots ring out. It's a lovely kill. Flashback now, the lone man. 1 versus 5. He's tagged down solo. Spellin looking to finish the job with just 17 HP left. It looks like this will be a very, very fast game for SKADE. Flashback, he takes his time, The Scarlet comes up, and it's a knife kill to end it.
Spellin insults the injury.
That is just disgusting from SKADE. That was a formidable showing on Train, utterly shutting down the Tenerife Titans. Look at that flash, that's run come up. Lovely little knife kill, and I'm running out of words to say for this game because that was just unbelievably one-sided.
Yeah, it was.
Incredible showing from SKADE there, and I take back everything I just said. That is so clean by them.
Exactly, and that's so scary for other teams because they saw that SKADE could be clinical, and they could be clinical in Train as well.
Yep,
so
without a doubt.
Other teams, they need to have this in mind. But of course, Tenerife aren't out of it. That was SKADE's map pick. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll go on a quick break, and we will be right back after a couple of minutes. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, after our short break to the 3rd day of BGE Stara Zagora. I'm your caster Ted, and next to me is the most handsome English guy in Bulgaria right now.
I'm one of the only English guys in Bulgaria right now. There's only 2 English guys in Bulgaria right now.
Oh no, there's more. I bet there's more.
I'm sure.
They can find someone. Production, can we find another English guy in Bulgaria so we can prove to Kremer that he's more handsome than him?
Oh, I don't like this game anymore. Without a doubt, we just saw SKADE utterly decimate the Tenerife Titans. It was on their map of Train. We're going on to Dust 2. This is Tenerife Titans' chance to either come back into this or to have a very quick departure from the tournament. Bear in mind, this is the lower bracket. You lose here, you go home. The winner will take their place in the semi-finals. I believe the winner of this one will be playing against Fate, if I'm not mistaken. So regardless, you have got a tough road ahead, even if you win it. The question being, can Tenerife Titans come back?
I think yes. Dust 2 on paper is their best map, even though we didn't see them closing it out versus MBAPEEK. I think MBAPEEK are just
insane.
They are insane. They have that core that won WESG. They have Restar. They have Sleepy around them. So I think just MBAPEEK are one class above the other teams. Speaking about individuals, and experience. So maybe that paid. And it was only a best of one. Like Tenerife, they started well, actually. They started well, but at the moment that this double AWP setup came in for MBAPEEK, that's what made the difference. And, of course, Ships being insane.
Ships was just incredible.
Bobo as well, calling and fragging at the same time. But the thing is, Tenerife, they should be careful about the double op on SKADE side as well, because I think Dennis Law is doing bits. Like, he's playing out of his mind, and he's been doing it yesterday. He's done it today. He's just insane.
Yeah.
How do you think that they can counter him?
Honestly, they need to play really, really quick. I want to see some sort of hit and run attacks onto short, just establish short control, straight down, mid B. That sort of kind of fast control, back away aggression sort of thing, where maybe they go for early long control, back away up short, or long control, and then maybe just shift up long. Once you've kind of conditioned SKADE to expect you to back away once you've got early map control, I think that so long as Tenerife Titans are being aggressive, they're just getting up in the face of SKADE, and they don't give them a chance to build that economy and momentum, which is what we saw on Train.
Yeah, exactly. I think Tenerife need a strong start. If they manage to get the pistol, maybe 2 or 3 rounds, just to feel comfortable. Because now they feel like they can't win a round versus SKADE. If they win 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 rounds in a row in the beginning, just get that momentum started. Even if they don't win the first half, I just think that they need a couple of rounds to gain some confidence in themselves.
Yeah, without a doubt. And you said it perfectly. They just need to find a way to kickstart this first half.
And Double Magic, he's not a bad hopper at any cost. Like, he's doing really well. They can go for the double op setup again. They have such good aimers. Like,
You have Caliber. You have Double Magic. You have Viltrix, who is a really nice aimer. Raftu being crispy as hell. You have Flashback. We saw what Caliber and Flashback did with the Digos versus MBAPEEK. Like, they know how to play this. They know how to shoot heads. I believe Tenerife have got a shot at it.
Without a doubt. And I'll tell you what I also think as well, is that bear in mind, SKADE, they get to start on the CT side. They get the favoured side to start things off.
Yeah.
It's down to them to control the early game, and that must suck for the Tenerife Titans to have to go onto the least favoured side on the second map, having just lost 16-1. We didn't even get to see anything from SKADE's CT side on train because they won so quickly.
The thing is, I believe that by the way, any second now we should be in the server.
Oh,
but
perfect.
Ladies and gentlemen, I believe that if Tenerife find a way to counter Denislow, they might have a shot at it. But Denislow, Oxygen, Rainwaker, they're all playing out of their minds. They're all playing with such confidence. And I really hope that Tenerife have a way to just counter them. Because if they don't find a way to counter them, I don't see how they're going to win the game. And by the way, I want to just tell you what the production manager just told me into the ear. He was like, going game.
I mean, I respect that. Production having some fun up there.
Yeah, Marbeto. He's a really nice guy. Props to him.
Without further ado, SKADE, though, going very fast onto this pistol round. It's armor pretty much around the board. We do see the flashbangs and kit in the hands of Spellen for Tenerife Titans. There is flashback with that utility. Raftu, he's fallen early, but he was only on armor. The utility still stands as SKADE looked like they have to hold long. Sure, Spellen will find one, two.
My goodness.
Not able to find the third, though, as flashback's able to trade, but the utility is expended as Rainwaker finds flashback. It falls down to Double Magic, the lone man for Tenerife Titans, doing damage where he can, but SKADE, they kickstart things with a bang. And what scares me about this is they only lost one man. It shows they're maintaining that momentum they established on train, and they're bringing it forward into this second map.
Exactly, and this is such a nice setup for the pistol round, actually. I don't think Tenerife expected the guy to be so close behind middle doors, especially after seeing 3 players towards long at the beginning. Such fast rotations from SKADE, and that won them the round. They didn't expect Spellen to play behind the doors, because usually you don't get up close versus Glocks, and he just wanted the element of surprise, and he found it. Caliber didn't fully check the angle, and that led to the round just being lost for Tenerife. The second one has already started. Tenerife, of course, on the force with the Mac-10s, the pistols. They're going for the fast B split. Spellen gets one, gets traded. Rainwaker, though, needs more than one. He gets traded by Viltrix. Really nice kills by him, and now a 3v3 retake required. But look at Caliber. He can be so dangerous here. He'll catch Denislow. There's the refrag from Duplicate, and now a 2v2. But B is so hard to retake.
Yeah.
And they don't have a kit. Oxygen, he doesn't spot the guy on last. That's Raftu with the M4. He's hiding. Now he spots him. A Duplicate. He needs that kill. He finds it. And now the 1v1. Duplicate versus Raftu. No defuse kit. Raftu, he's playing for time, but Duplicate manages to win it. And
he's just
this
got
will
enough
be
time. Just enough time. That is scarily close, but it will not matter. SKADE, they
do
make
they
it.
have it?
Yeah, they just
do. They do.
SKADE, they make it their second, and it was messy. It wasn't as one-sided,
but it was a force.
Yeah, exactly. So for now, this is their chance to just build some economy, go up against the eco of Tenerife Titans, and actually, the Titans are going to buy again. This is going to catch SKADE by surprise. This could be perfect for them.
They planted the bomb. They killed 4 SKADE members. They know that SKADE don't have a really strong buy, but look at Dope, look at the AWP play. They're going towards long. Nice molly from Oxygen to slow them down. Tenerife, they're just gonna go for that late long take. They did it versus MBAPEEK, and then it worked. It worked,
really well.
Victor was alone on this exact same position that Oxygen is, and again Raftu with the entry. Denislow, he needs to go huge. Gets the first. Will he get a second? Yes, he will. Will he get a third? Denislow, what are you doing? And Duplicate is there to back him off. What is he doing? Caliber now in a 1v4 just like that. I don't think he realizes how this happened.
That is so strong from Denislow. And we said on train how confident he looks. That's just embodied here. Caliber will find one Duplicate just like that. He's there to trade. SKADE, they make it 3 with relative ease. Granted, Spellen and Rainwaker, they can't upgrade off Famises, but it doesn't matter. The Titans, they go down to a poor buy yet again. And SKADE, they show real danger of running away with this.
I think here, although I don't want to take any credit from Duplicate, I think from Denislo, pardon, I think Tenerife should have refragged better. Like their refrag was so late, they gave Duplicate the chance. Denislo again, he didn't have where to hide. Like there was nowhere to hide. He just had the time to reload every time and shoot again. This shouldn't be happening for Tenerife. You should go for that fast refrag, especially on the low there.
Yeah, for the Titans, it's going to be just a push up short. They picked off by Spell, and Bluejays able to have a little exchange with Duplicate there. I think Duplicate maybe got a bit too cocky there, a bit too aggressive towards short, as he is punished for it. Flashback now with this M4, going to look to try and maybe find a bit more than just one. We will have to wait and see, though, as the Titans are set up fairly confidently towards this ace, or towards short and long, looking like they want to close in on this ace site. And unfortunately for SKADE, Denislo has to turn his attention back towards mid. They can't leave players or areas unopened or unchecked. That nade's beautiful by Spellin. It's more early damage, but there's no kill and there's no confirmation to tell him that nade was perfect and he needs to stay there. The Titans, having gone quiet, looks to just play the mind game. Of course, as I say that, the push comes through towards short, but we'll see if the Titans actually commit to it. You take 9 shots going out by Denislo just to make sure that the Titans are a bit more careful with their push, but they keep pushing on forward, slowly crouching their way across, and any second now they have to explode. A lovely shot from Double Magic to kick things off. Denislo fired one, looking for more. A lovely second, looking for a third. Looking to spot the man crossing, almost finding the header after there. That was scarily close, and with a man disadvantage, let's see just how, well, I say man disadvantage, just going back into a 2v2. That flash. And Vorov on Flashback is doing perfect. It's down to Rainwaker now, the lone man. His team had collapsed around him. The Titans look like they might actually win off the backs of just an eagle buy. As with that, Rainwaker is able to find one, but Rafdu able to get the final say in the matter. He'll just be able to pick up the AWP as well, as the Titans make it 1.
That was so sick from both Double Magic and Flashback. The confidence that Viltrix had in his teammate. He killed the guy on short with the M4. He instantly drops it to Flashback, and he does prove that he deserved it. Brilliant play by him. I really love the fact that both Viltrix and Flashback, who are the quiet players, even versus MBAPEEK, versus SKADE the first map, they're starting this map better. They're starting it better. They're hitting their shots. I feel like Tenerife have a decent shot at it.
Yep.
But the thing is, they can't just rely on winning ecos. They need to get these buy rounds going.
Yeah, we will have to see. And what worries me as well, 20 seconds left on this timeout. For SKADE, this is a forced buy. Yeah, this is a fairly poor buy at that. And for the Titans, if they can win this, it's going to actually give them that confidence to say, okay, it is doable. We can tie things up. As, of course, the eco will follow, tie it up 3-3, and then it could be anyone's game.
Of course, of course. And for what we know, this too is a map where the T's can be really aggressive. They need to go fast, but I think it's pretty much like T's have slight advantage nowadays on this too. Because there's so many fast rounds, so many splits, so many positions that you can push at the same time. I really believe that the open spaces make it easier for T's to just get aggressive. Now Denislo trying to get a peek with the scout to bait the shot of Double Magic. Oh, so much utility damage here, but no cigar for Oxygen. His teammates, they need to fall back.
Denislo, he's going so aggressive with this scout. Double Magic is very far. What a shot from Denislo there as he gets this up. Just like that, the Tenerife Titans find themselves trapped. I don't think anyone would have expected a scout to go that aggressive and for it to work. And that's more damage being done towards these players. And Duplicate is just going to add insult to injury, finding Viltrex just before that smoke blooms. Plant goes down. A boost is going to go up for Rainwaker. Let's see if he can catch out any of these elite sides. Rafdu going to delete Rainwaker there, and it could just be a save from Denislo. That was a very nice pickup of that AWP, and without any utility to draw the Tenerife players out, it wouldn't surprise me if they just hold on to these guns and then use them in the next round. Duplicate as well, he was looking for an early kill, couldn't find it, he'll back on away, and with that, it's going to be 3-2 with the Titans.
Now the thing is for SKADE, they will go for an eco. Surely they will go on an eco. Tenerife managing to start the map in the best possible way. That's a mini comeback, but I believe this mini comeback could help them a lot. Yeah. Now there's the eco. They still need to be careful for that open Denislo and the FAMAS in Duplicate. But I wonder, will we see? I want to see a short boost for Duplicate, actually. Denislow peeking towards top middle, or just himself getting a boost towards short. They need to be aggressive with the guns. They need to find some kind of an opening pick here, SKADE.
It's going to be a very early push, a very early tunnel control to come through, and the AWP's in just the right place. So if he aggresses, he's going to need to find Viltrex. It is a right to left peek for him, so he is going to have that peeker's advantage. We'll see to what avail. He'll shift off for Viltrex, going to lose his head. And more importantly, that bomb has been dropped. Duplicate, he'll now aggress up short. Double Magic, again, very quick to trade. Damage done to both these lone members. But regardless, it's still just a 4v4. Then he'll turn his attention back towards mid, and now he's going to look to try and catch out the odd member as they go for fast short control. And with that, Tenerife Titans, they're probably going to get the site, but how costly can SKADE make it? A few shots ring out from these USPs, and Spellen's able to find Caliber. And in 3v3, we'll see what else can be done. As it looks like SKADE, they turn their attention towards short. Raftu, the man to watch out, as he'll switch that AK, and he'll await the push. Instead, then he's
Two players going towards Lonkin. Spellen, he's all alone here, but he's gonna wait. He's gonna wait and play last after the two players from long. That's so smart from Spellen. But SKADE, they need to go fast. They don't have a defuse kit. Oh, I don't think Denislow spotted him. I don't think he spotted the flashback.
Flash goes off, and Tenerife Titans are being so fast. Oh, student gonna fall, and he saw he was able to trade, he's able to do damage, but I think he realizes his only choice is to back away. Let that bomb go off, and now Spellen looks to just catch out some odd members, jumping up, spotting Raftu, doing damage where he can. Bomb's gonna go off. Damage where he... I say damage where he can, he's done hardly anything, actually. He's at risk of being knifed. He'll find Raftu picking up the AK, and the Titans may have been a bit too greedy there.
Raftu wanted to just give back the favor. Favor back for Raftu. He wanted the knife to get it equalized 1-1. But now SKADE on the buy once more. Tenerife looking really, really refreshed on this too after these 6 rounds. Now flashback going for that fast long take. No, changed his mind. And double magic spamming the smoke. The player on the other side being Rainwaker should be really careful. By the way, I really want to see aggression from Tenerife towards B, maybe a split. Not only because I want to see them do that as an idea or round, I want to see how Rainwaker will react, because he's such an insane B anchor. Like, I've seen him do nuts. I casted him, I believe, in the CE Champions Open Bulgarian qualifier. He was so massive on B as an anchor there.
For Denislow now. He's going to be at the ready. Gallagher swinging wide into him. A lovely shot from Denislow. He's so quick with that up. Now for the Titans, it's going to be Raftu to make his way. The re-aggression comes through in the form of a mid-push. Denislow, he's ready for that as well. He's everywhere. You can't try and outposition him like that. As Denislow, he'll just keep aggressing. It's laughable at just how aggressive it is and how well it works for him. As Viltrex on the other side of this door, a shot right now for Denislow would just do even more damage. Flash goes out, shot rings out, and Denislow, he's caught off guard for a second.
Oh my goodness!
And that's a lovely little collateral on for the ace. And as Oxygen finds flashback, SKADE, they make it 4-3, and that is just harrowing for the Titans. Denislow, I think he's going 13-4 at the moment, and just look at that. Denislow, behave yourself. 13-3.
No, that's mental. That's mental.
Is.
He's just enjoying himself.
Lord.
Like, they're not even winning that much now, and he's just enjoying himself so much. Again, going for that fast long peak. No one to challenge it, and Tenerife, they're back on equal territory. Only Deagles, no armor, despite for double magic and 1 smoke and flashback.
Yeah, again, it's just Deagles on the hands of the Titans to try and do anything here, as we will see them make their way on forward towards shorts and maybe catch out the old AK here or there. Look to save. We saw their Deagle buy last time actually worked fairly well on a short push. They were able to get that early entry thanks to Caliber, the man who seems to just be insane with an Deagle. But we'll see what the push is towards A right now. Duplicate, he's the man on the response. He's the man to spot the contact. We'll see if he's able to do so.
He needs at least 1 or 2 in this situation. We saw what happened last time when Tenerife went for that short peek with the Deagles. Maybe that's the reason they're going for it again. And double magic, of course, leading the charge.
Well done, follow.
Nice utility damage here. No, not damage, but rather usage from him. He saw what happened last time to Spellen when he tried to challenge the Digos, so now he's just falling back, using his grenades. There's no need to go for the kills here. Only 35 seconds on the clock, and Tenerife, they're going back towards long, where Oxygen is waiting for them in pit. He needs multi-frag there. I think he has the help of Denislow right there with the AWP. Repeaks, Caliber takes his head off, and now Oxygen.
Ooh.
Oh my goodness. What a peek from Viltrix.
20 seconds left. Duplicate, he's going to try and delay the push. And delay it, he does. He finds the first, a lovely shot to the second. The third with the assistance of Rainwaker. And SKADE, they make it a 5-3 lead. Unfortunately for the Titans, they can buy, but it's lackluster at that. Only 2 players without utilities, so at least it works for them there. For SKADE, it's going to be a standard buy. We'll see if they're able to shut down the Titans once more. The Titans are going to make this game just that bit more competitive.
They're so dangerous with the Eagles, by the way. They've been doing it for the second time. Duplicate, nice headshot onto flashback. Being full flashed as well. Spellen with the Nova. Okay, pushing slower. Himself. Sure. He found himself an AK, I believe, so that's okay. And now a 3v5. Dolb still in play for Double Magic, though.
We'll have to see. Oxygen, he's at the ready as 3 members are there to be caught off guard. Let's wait and let's see. What's that, mate? That's fast from Double Magic. Able to find Denislow. The trade's there, though, by Oxygen, and now well-timed flash could be what gets him out of this position. Actually, the smokes are just perfect. He's not going to have to worry about that at all. By some miracle, actually, he's able to escape that scenario. Double Magic with his ult. He's going to try and hunt down what he can. As he finds himself alone, he's got SKADE members all around him, like wolves around a stag. He is just going to have to try and cling to this AWP and pray that he isn't found. And Spellen, he's so smart. He knows Double Magic is going to aggress on him. Instead, he backs away. He plays it off angle. And Double Magic, he's got no choice but to try and hard clear him.
The thing is that the first round where Double Magic manages to win the duo versus Denislow and just dismantle him and just kick him out of the round, his team disappears. Like, SKADE's team just demolished Tenerife in this round. The first time Double Magic had a real shot. Nice! Quick scope there from the IGL, but there's only 15 seconds on the clock. Nothing more to do than to just try and save the AWP. I can see that Tenerife are getting pumped up. Like, they're looking a lot better than last round. But just SKADE, still, they're a bit too clinical for them.
Yeah, a 6-3 lead, and for them, we're going to see a full buy come forward. And I say full buy come forward, they could buy all they want. You know, they've got 8k on Duplicate, post buy, we've got 5k on Denislow. Spellen, I think he's taking a moment to invest in because he was considering the double AWP setup. Instead, they opt for 4 rifles, and for the Tenerife Titans, it's just Eagles around the Sorpa Raftu. He's going to go for the early pick on long, but SKADE don't even challenge it. Actually, they do, it's just really late. As the real push at least comes up in the form of a short angle from Denislow. They don't find anything, and the Titans, they just hover around Double Magic. They just see if he can find any kills. If he can't, he can't. If he can, then they explode forward. They still finding 1 Double Magic to trade, and that's just what they were after. Let's see if Tenerife Titans with 2 AWPs can open up a site of some form, or if they're just going to have to play save game and/or team deathmatch.
Denislow here getting a bit too greedy. He knows that Tenerife won't fully invest into this round, so it wasn't needed to go up close, but at the end he finds what he was looking for, as well as his death. And now Tenerife just slowing things off. They want SKADE to run out of grenades. They want to have that aim duels 1v1. Oh, missed shot here from Double Magic, but now they know there's someone there.
Oh, what a nade.
The thing is, they know there's only one guy there, but they're not committing. They're falling back. They will go for B, and Spellen, he's behind the door. Oh my goodness, the Double Magic didn't hear it.
That's scary. Duplicate there to support him. Oxygen, he's going to aggress. Raftu missing some shots. Eventually he'll find him. It's messy, but it works. Spellen, he'll find Caliber as well. It's down to flashback, and I suspect his only choice, his only viable choice at least, is to try and save this AWP. Instead, he'll try and find Oxygen as well. He'll be dinked down for his woes, and the AWP shot is lovely, but the trade is there by Rainwaker. And SKADE, they lead 7-3, looking to mirror what we originally saw on Train.
That was so unlucky for Double Magic, though, because he tagged Spellen through the door, Had they committed, I think they would have killed Spellen easily.
Could have snowballed from that as well.
Exactly, exactly. So that was quite unlucky for Tenerife. Unfortunately for them, 7-3, but they're back on buy territory. 5 AKs. Oh no, actually 4 AKs and a Digo in double magic in this round.
Short control from SKADE. It's going to be Dennisor making his way up there with the assistance of Duplicate. And yeah, there we have it again. There's just no real way for SKADE to find an early pick. That's credit to Tenerife Titans, but Tenerife Titans, there's no real way to roll themselves into this. They lose that AWP and they just can't buy it again. It's going to give SKADE a chance to accelerate even further ahead, and the Titans mentally, they're going to need to have some really strong mental fortitude to try and, you know, keep giving this their all.
And Flashback manages to take down Dennislow. That's a massive kill to have if you're Tenerife. And the Titans, they're going towards short. They're slowing down again after they get the first pick. They're doing the exact same thing that you're supposed to do when you get the first pick. Just slow down a bit, wait for the nades, and now they will explode onto this A side. Duplicate has no idea, doesn't manage to connect the shots. And that's the A side open, but they're rotating. They're going... What's the bomb doing there? Okay, okay, now they'll go towards A, right? No, they're going towards B. Yeah, they're going tunnels. This round is just so chaotic.
Rainmaker needs to go huge. He needs to go seriously huge. Double magic shot by Oxygen. Tenerife Titans, they make it their fourth, and despite how messy and how kind of... that was like just a spaghetti junction of players there. But regardless, the Titans, they make it fairly clean. They survive with 4 members. They get a bit of a cash injection when they get the rifles brought out by them. But for SKADE, they do still lead 7-4. A pause comes through by SKADE just to take a moment to recover, just have a little tactical talk. And we'll see just how they fare against what will be yet another bye.
Of course, okay, we can see some cheering up from Viltrix. It's nice to see that Tenerife are feeling better this map, because I think they were pretty down after train. They're playing with more confidence now. They see that they can win rounds, and SKADE, they're up for a reset round. That's why they're calling the pulse. Like, they know if they lose this round, they're going for the reset, and they might even lose the half.
Yeah. Maybe we'll have to see. Once more, it is going to be early contact. I assume it would be early contact, at least from the Tenerife Titans. I think when they speed it up, when they go fast, it works really well for them. For SKADE, I want to see a double up setup come through. We haven't really seen them try it yet. They have been preferring this more 4-rifle setup and then have the aggression come through Dennisor, who is actually quietened up a little bit. He was going 13-3, he's now going 15-7, so he's had a bit of stagnation in these last few rounds. But for Tenerife Titans, they've started to wake up. You know, we've seen Double Magic hit some insane shots, and as he wakes up and as he starts putting himself into this, Tenerife Titans stand a fairly good chance.
Yeah, exactly, and I love the fact that Dennislow learned from his mistakes. He's not over-peaking, not over-aggressing. He's respecting Tenerife again, and he should be. Tenerife, all 5 players towards that long area, and now there's gonna be the duo 1v1 Ops Double Magic versus Dennislow. Missed shot from Dennislow, doesn't want to risk it, goes for it, and takes the second. Dennislow still alive, manages to find a second, a third from him. Finally, refract from Caliber, but isn't it a bit too late? Instead of a little bit, I just said a bit.
A bit, yeah. I wasn't going to comment on that. I was going to just let it slide. But if you want to talk about it, yeah, I'm more than happy
I think I should use that more often. It sounds...
A bit.
Yeah.
That's what you've said quickly.
Just combining the 2 words.
Yeah. Flashback the lone man, 1 versus 4. Trying to find a few kills here or there, but Oxygen's the man to finish the job. SKADE, they lead 8-4, and just in the same way that Tenerife Titans, that round was clean for them, this was just as clean for SKADE. It gives them a chance to build some economy. For the Titans, they can afford another buy, but they only really have 1 more in them, and even now it's kind of scary. Only to smoke on Raf to a double magic. Viltrex is down to a max 10 at the expense of having to get utility, and it's actually early damage done to Spellen.
Double Magic searching for that middle peak. Tenerife fast on the long take, Duplicate and Oxygen on the other side. I don't think they know that there's a player inside of the smoke. Duplicate has no idea, but Oxygen is there to back him up. Oxygen with the second, will he go for the third? There's the refract from Flashback, and now Duplicate, he needs to be really careful. But look at the wrap, look at the minimap. There's a player all the way behind. And that's Dennislow with the ult. Like, okay. We get it. You just have no respect for your enemies. We get it. Yeah. But they're ready for it. They're holding, and Caliber will strike Denislo down.
Something that actually puts a
Denislo, he's over-aggressing a bit.
Yeah.
Maybe a moment of miscommunication because SKADE, they can tell him that there's no one playing towards that A side. So he should be aware of the possibility of them being aware. Oh, Rainwaker. No way. No way. Gets the first. There's the flash. Goes for the second. There's the refract from Caliber. But that was such a nice position. Such a nice awareness. He knew that they could come back, so he didn't show off.
There's still 30 seconds left in this round as well. So the Titans, they have to commit to somewhere, and they have to commit somewhere fast. It looks like it will be long as they make their way up towards the safe site. The man to try and stop them will be Spellin. Fortunately, he's only got 25 HP, and that molly might just force him out. That it does. Caliber going to fall to 6 HP, and as Double Magic finds Spellin, Duplicate, he's got to find a way to either cancel this plant, and that he can with the molly if it's in the right place at the right time. And there we go, he's done it. That little kill there is going to secure the round for SKADE. By some miracle, he's able to win that. Fortunately, the bomb plant will come through, actually. I spoke too soon. Double Magic, he's able to jump up and find it. He'll aggress towards CT. It won't matter. Duplicate wins it. We hear that scream from the SKADE side of the stage.
That was so well played out of Duplicate. Like, he knows after he deploys the molly and kills the guy, he knows where the molly is. So the only place I don't know, who is the alive guy?
Spellin.
No, Double Magic.
Double Magic, right.
From Tenerife. The only place where Double Magic can plant the bomb is for long.
Yeah.
He has the AWP. He's just going CT because he knows Double Magic won't stay on side. He'll try to go to that long position. He'll try to cross. Just reads it perfectly.
Yeah, without a doubt. And, well, here we have it again. SKADE with what looks like a victory in yet another half. Tenerife Titans. I'm feeling scared for them as they look strong. You know, they've been making these rounds close, but they just haven't been winning them. SKADE have been looking so good at the moment, and Denislo again is aggressive with the shot towards lower tunnels.
He just doesn't care.
Insane shot onto build tracks, and when he keeps hitting shots like this, I don't blame it. I'd be aggressive if I was doing that as well. So fair play to him, but regardless, it's going to be Duplicate to trade once more. Onto Caliber. As we're going to see Raftu, Double Magic, and Flashback. The lone members, the Tenerife Titans, it falls to Raftu and Flashback alone.
And Denislo, he's towards that B side, and he's
so
not
quick.
missing. He's just not missing anytime soon. He'll probably get the final frag onto Flashback as well. 10 rounds for SKADE, and he's 21-9.
That's insane. SKADE, it looks... I'm so convinced they're going to take this.
You know what? If Denislo continues playing like that, I might consider that he might be better than Purple Rain.
Well, let's not get ahead of ourselves.
But definitely not. Not yet. If he continues, maybe in a couple of years, he might be close.
He can aspire to be.
Yeah.
Regardless, it's going to be a fast push towards short from the Tenerife Titans. Trying to just get early control towards A. They're sprinting it up. And with this early control, they do have a constant threat, a constant presence shown, as Raftu's actually able to make it into CT. And with that, the mid-B flank comes through Denny, so he's wary of it, though. It falls down to both Rainwaker and Spellin to hold this B site. Rainwaker through the smokes to find Double Magic. Coming out the other side, Duplicate finding one. Rainwaker's making it a second, looking for a third, but kills go either way. It's Flashback just like that. He's alone. 1 versus 3, trapped towards center site. He might be able to get off. He's able to upgrade to an M4, but SKADE, there are players all around him. It's a 1 versus 3. He's got to isolate 1v1s, and if he aggresses, he'll fall. Denislo is ready for that. SKADE, they take the half 11-4.
Well, that's quite a statement from them. Tenerife, after winning these 3 rounds, I really believe that they have what it takes. But SKADE, they're so well prepared on this map as well. Yep. And Denislo, he's playing out of his mind, being 22-9.
Yep.
I'm not sure how the utility damage is going, but I believe that SKADE were doing bits of utility damage.
Yeah, without a doubt. And I feel worried for Tenerife Titans because they need this pistol round so badly, or they're screwed. going forward. SKADE, their buy is going to be fairly util heavy at that. We're going to see 2 smokes, a complement of flashbangs to maybe get them somewhere quick, fast and hard. The Tenerife Titans, they opt for a more armor heavy play, that being armor round the board. They opt for aim dual central, SKADE opt for long control. We'll see what comes out on top, we'll see what avails as Denison early flash out long. Raftu's got no choice but to back away. He'll try and find Spellin, a lovely shot. Another onto Oxygen, and that's half of the utility gone for SKADE. There's Double Magic, he's feeling confident, he looks to aggress as well. Duplicate gonna take a few little shots here and there with one another, as on the flank though, Rainwaker finding Viltrex, making his way out from mid. This is his chance to maybe catch out a player in rotation. As Denison going to be able to get out from Pit, and just like that, the real center of attention, the real mandate of the push will be towards B. Rainwaker finding a second, and Rainwaker, he has been a surgeon's scalpel, a tool by SKADE to use to their avail. Another kill for Rainwaker, and a fourth. Just look at that, it's pure filth as SKADE make it 12-4, and for the Tenerife Titans, they've got no choice but to go onto a force buy.
Raftu, he did what he could, like he did his best. 2 instant headshots, but
one of which the utility player
that was so smart from Rainwaker after getting the first frag, just hiding, waiting for his team to rotate towards B, killing the rotation, and afterwards just shooting heads.
Yeah, again, we're going to see it will be a B stack from Tenerife Titans. It won't matter. The point of contact, the real kind of addressment from SKADE is actually going to be long, but it won't matter. Raftu goes huge fighting 2 there, and he may have scared SKADE off pretty much before the round even gets underway. So we'll see where they truly, attempt to aggress. All of them do have rifles, so they have that kill potential. But if they can accelerate within the next couple of seconds or so, they will be able to make it onto site.
Exactly. Raftu for the second round in a row being really dangerous towards long, finding these 2 beautiful kills. I love the way how he knew that there was a double peak going after the flashbang or the HE, I'm not sure what was it. Tenerife, they have a shot at it. They're in a 4v3. SKADE though already have the side. Tenerife, no defuse kit, no grenades. They have only 2 smokes to work with. But there's the things from the pistols. They could still be really dangerous. And the long wrap from long. Oh, what a shot from Viltrex. And now Denison all alone. And Tenerife, they managed to win the force buy, which is vital for them. I think that was their only chance in getting back into the round. They're going to save some AKs, some Galils, and going in to round number 18.
That was to Raftu's antics. That little 2K on long is what secured Tenerife Titans that round. Beautiful little display from him to get 2, but for SKADE, their buy, it's going to still be a bit lackluster. We might just see pistols, it might just be a full eco, and if that's the case, Titans, it's their chance to just get that cash injection. Unfortunately, none of them have got SMGs. They've all upgraded their rifles and or reinvested, but for SKADE, I assume this will just be a chance to get this round over and done with, and or maybe get a bomb plant. As they bomb it up towards short, early flash goes out, it won't matter. It's just a full charge going that way, and as the bomb is left towards B, it looks like he'll be able to get a plant, actually. Rotation is messy, and Rainwaker is doing a fair good job doing damage. Eventually it'll all be cleaned up, but Spellin, he'll get the plant. That's all SKADE wanted.
Yeah, but Raftu is on fire. Like, Raftu is phenomenal the past rounds. We can see that he's motivated, he wants to fight, and Spellin, he's going for the knife, but no one is coming from here. Like,
he might look to go save the gun that was dropped as well.
Yeah, look at him just laughing.
my local Google Translate help me out there.
Oh, he was just shouting that they didn't let him knife.
Oh. That's sad times for the whole SKADE side. With Titans though, with that defuse, marks a kind of signing in killing of a comeback. It is a 12-6 lead regardless for SKADE, as we'll see them go into yet another buy. And look at that utility damage for SKADE. 300 on Oxygen, about 300 on Spellin as well, about 100 on Denison. That's impressive by Denison to consider. He's maintaining 125 ADR after almost 20 rounds and getting utility damage. That's insane to me.
Yeah, he's just doing bits right now. This man, Raftu, on the side of Tenerife, he's the game changer for them. Oh, double magic, that's a huge miss here onto Oxygen. Rainwaker with the second. And Tenerife, things are just falling apart for them. Flashback pushing through the molly. This is a 2v5. Flashback
He misses the shots. Oxygen doesn't turn around. I don't think he realized what's happening. Spellen here with a missed shot, but Raftu, he's all alone, 1v4, and he needs to save.
He's not got any choice, he's got to. There isn't an option to try and do damage because he just needs the money. It doesn't matter. Denislaw, he's going to tear his head clean off. And SKADE, they're going to make it 13-6.
Only 3 rounds, by the way, and we'll have our first semifinal. Ladies and gentlemen, let me remind you, the winner of this goes tomorrow to the semifinal versus Fate, I believe. And, of course, the winner of the next match that we'll be watching, which will be Bluejays versus Majesty, will be playing versus MBAPEEK.
Let's see. Again, it's early control being established towards A. A few shots ring out here and there, and I am worried for the Titans. I genuinely am, because if they lose this,
do or die. It's do or die for them.
There's no money left either.
Exactly, exactly. They need to win it. If they lose it, they will have no money. They will probably need to concede 15 rounds and try to crawl back from 15-6. Nice position there from Double Magic to play with. But SKADE, they've dropped into CT. They will clear it. Flashback goes down. There's the kills though from Raftu and Double Magic. Raftu still alive and kicking, but Oxygen with the refrag. Aggression there from CD, but Denislaw, he's ready for it, and he goes for the flick. 14-6
so
in favor of SKADE.
He genuinely is.
He's, what, 26-11?
Yeah, 26-11.
Look at the second.
It just reeks of confidence. And for SKADE to be 14-6 up, bearing in mind that the Tenerife Titans have little to no money, they're going to force buy yet again. We're going to see MP9's the odds deal here or there, but nothing too extreme, as it will be another B stack from the Tenerife Titans. SKADE, this time they might walk into it though, so they do need to be careful. They still need to give respect to the Titans, but alas, they still have such a huge round lead. At what point does it not matter anymore?
Let's see SKADE. They know that they're probably against the force, because Tenerife, it's really unlikely to try and go for that overtime from 15-6. They're investing everything that they have. They have 3 Digos and 2 MP9s. That's everything that's keeping them in the tournament right now. They need to focus, but SKADE, they have the anti-strat. Like, they're going towards A. They have the call for the round. The thing is, will they stick to it? Because we have seen teams going with the right idea and just mid-round deciding to go to the stacked side. Oh, they're just faking it. They're just faking the B split. A side is completely open, and Tenerife, they're gonna be gutted.
Yeah, a complete out position by SKADE, and it's a really, really well executed fake. Rainwaker, he's very pushed towards short. He'll make it 1, he'll make it 2. Looking for the third as Flashback swings wide, but he's able to trade. Instead, Oxygen's there to assist, but it won't matter. It's Denislaw's got the final say of the matter. Onto 1, onto 2, and a Spellen finds Caliber. It's going to be 1 round that separates SKADE from victory. Tenerife Titans, yet again, with no money whatsoever. We see a scout on Caliber, and with a scout and no utility whatsoever, that just kind of mirrors the entire buy of the Tenerife Titans, where it's just lackluster. SKADE, they really look like they're going to be able to take this, as I'm genuinely worried for them. Regardless, though, this early kill by Spellen, finding Caliber, making his way back up from mid, doing damage where he can. There's a few shots that ring out here or there, but with a man advantage, SKADE, the ball falls into their court.
By the way, I have a little edit. Whoever wins this plays versus MBAPEEK, it turns out. They told us from production.
Thank you, production.
Yeah, so the winner of Majesty and Tenerife and Bluejays will play Fate. Yeah.
See. Well, regardless, it might just be SKADE at this point. Tenerife Titans, there is only 3 men left standing. Raftu, he'll swing wide. Dennisaw's ready for him. 2 players left, and it falls down to Flashback. 1 versus 5. Coming up from short behind these members, looking to catch out the odd one where
they're just going to. Yeah. They're searching.
Duplicate's ready for him. Duplicate to find him. And with that, SKADE, they take the 2-0. A 16-6 victory on Dust 2 catapults them into the semi-finals.
What a series, SKADE, just making a statement that they're going all the way. When they lost that early game versus MBAPEEK, we were kinda let's say, we didn't believe in them so much. They had to go all the way through the lower bracket, winning versus Peak, winning versus Tenerife, both in a 2-0 fashion. I think they prove that they deserve to be in the semis. Of course, ladies and gentlemen, let me hear your applause for Tenerife Titans. We want to thank them for participating in the tournament as they're out right before the semis. Well played, guys. You gave it your best. And it was a pleasure for me and Kremer both to cast your games.
Yeah, without a doubt. It was, even though it looked really one-sided, it was still solid CS played on either side. And commiserations to Tenerife Titans. Again, we said it at the start, any team could have taken this. Unfortunately, it was just whoever showed up on the day.
Of course.
And, SKADE with a swift 2-0 victory, it means that they can look forward to their match against MBAPEEK. As for now, we are going to talk about the game a little for a few moments before we'll then throw it to the host of the fabulous Niku to have a wee little talk with these two players from either side and just get grips with what's going through both the minds of SKADE and that of Tenerife Titans.
I wonder who's going for the interviews, by the way. But what we can say, we saw Tenerife, they started really well in the tournament, but slowly, I think they got two of the hardest opponents to go against. They got MBAPEEK, they got SKADE, and SKADE, they're revived. Like, had they gotten SKADE earlier, I believe they would have had a chance. Maybe yesterday, but SKADE, after that nuke yesterday versus Peak, I think that they have so much confidence that it's really hard for them to choke now. It's really hard for them. We can see Denislo, he's playing out of his mind. He's just being the best opper on the stage right now.
Yeah, without a doubt. And I'm seriously impressed with Denislo. He has played insanely good. And, it's that just unwarranted aggression, just pushing. And time again, we saw, even on CT side, he's at long doors with an AWP against,
he's just pushing everywhere. He's just pushing everywhere, getting up close. He doesn't care at all. I love the fact that he was entering with AWP. I really hope that tomorrow, when they get their chance of redemption versus MBAPEEK, we're going to see the same SKADE as we saw today. Because MBAPEEK, they're looking phenomenal. They're looking phenomenal. You obviously have this three-man core from Windigo. They played for 2 years together. They won WSG. You have Sleep, the only Bulgarian who alone qualified for Rank S. You have Restar, who just got into FPO, got kicked, got in a second time. I don't think anyone else has done that ever. You have Ships, who is maybe arguably the best player here on the stage. And you have, SKADE, they need to show up against it. They need to show up. It's going to be a best of 3, not a best of 1. Of course, map picks do matter a lot. But now, what do you pick against SKADE? That's the question. Because the obvious ban against MBAPE will be Mirage. Because we saw how good they are on it. But what do Emba ban? Do they ban Train? Do they ban Nuke? Do they ban Dust? What do they want to play against SKADE?
I don't think Emba's going to ban Dust. I think they'll leave it in the rotation. So we end up with a map pool that looks something like Train or, Train, Dust, and then something kind of puggy towards the end, so maybe Overpass.
We've spoke about how Bubble playing FPO, playing open qualifiers with players from FPO, with mixes, he likes to play Train there. But the question is, does he have the balls to pick it against SKADE?
Well, I don't think he will. I think SKADE's going to pick it. I think their pick will be Dust too. Yes. But something to highlight, at least food for thought, because we'll be joined tomorrow with those semi-finals. For now, we do have the... are we ready for post-match interviews?
Okay, we're waiting for Niku.
Any second now, we'll be told that he's ready for these post-game introductions.
Of course, ladies and gentlemen, don't forget that this is not the last game of today. We still don't know the final semi-finalist. We have Bluejays and Team Majesty going in for the fourth spot in the semi-finals, versus Fate. Both teams want a shot of redemption versus Fate because both of them lost. Of course, Bluejays, in my opinion, doing a bit better than Majesty. Their game was actually pretty close. I thought at one point they were going to win it.
Yeah,
and they were the massive underdogs. Fate are the big favorites in their group, and Bluejays did a really good job against them.
Yeah, I'm really, really impressed by the quality that Bluejays displayed. But again,
the thing is that Majesty showed up as well.
Yeah, they did.
I think they beat... who did they beat? I think it was TTFU.
Yeah, TTFU. It was a stomp against TTFU.
No, it was Imposters. It was Imposters.
Okay.
They beat Imposters, and they beat them in quite a convincing fashion as well. So in Imposters, we saw really good gameplay. Like Imposters almost won versus Bluejays, and Majesty just demolished Imposters. So I believe they're a sick team as well. We can see that already there are players who are ready to give interviews. Are we ready?
Are you ready?
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to the main stage where next to Niku are the star player of SKADE, Denislav, and the in-game leader and upper of Tenerife, Double Magic.
Hello, once again from the main stage. I'm here with Denislav and Double Magic. Double Magic, unfortunately, your run ends in the quarterfinals. Did you expect more out of your team?
I mean, we are here, we are playing with a stand-in. I'm not gonna say that we have big expectations, because like if you're playing with a stand-in, you're not playing your like usual game, so it's kind of different. So I guess like we didn't have big expectations, but yeah, I'm happy that we managed to at least play with these guys over here, and like, yeah, that's it.
So we can say that your experience on stage was good.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay, but how about your experience in the city? Did you went somewhere?
Yeah,
how was
of course. Like the food here is great.
Oh,
I'm
right.
gonna say
you got the burgers or the sandwiches.
Yeah,
what was
of course.
All right.
I know them from before, so.
Oh, okay. Well, who do you think will win the whole thing?
I mean, it's difficult to predict because like Fate and SKADE are playing like really close matches against each other. I mean, I think that the winner of tomorrow's match is gonna be the winner.
Okay, thank you. And Denislav, so you guys are gonna face Fate in the semis. Do you think that you can beat them?
I mean, of course we can. If we play our A game, we can beat almost every team. So yeah.
All right, and we definitely saw a different face of SKADE today. Was that victory a statement towards the other teams?
I mean, as I said before, we worked on our mistakes a lot, and we had a team talk. So we fixed a lot of stuff, and that's how it looks.
Okay, well, we can see Blocker in front of us on the first row. Do you have something to say to Fate?
I mean, we just have to have fun, like.
But do you think that you can beat them, like smash them?
Of course, as I said, I mean.
All right,
I'm not gonna say anything, like. That's it.
I hope Blocker is well prepared because we're about to do the same to him tomorrow.
All right, guys, we are gonna go on a quick break before the last match. You can watch the best highlights of today.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We've got some more exciting games for you, or it is not over just yet. We've got another best of 3 series coming up. This time it's going to be against Majesty and Bluejays. I'm quite excited about this one. John, how about you?
Yeah, I think if you asked me out of all the games at the start of the day what I was looking forward to the most, I'd probably say this one. I think this is the potential to be the closest game. We're yet to see a third map today out of the 2 best of 3s that we've seen, or just the 1 best of 3 that we've seen so far. I think this definitely has the potential to be a double overtime on every single map kind of match we've got coming up. We've already obviously seen Bluejays in action earlier on today. We saw them playing against imposters, against Fate earlier on today. Sorry, they looked okay. Looked a lot better than they did against imposters on the first day.
I mean,
let's say that.
We definitely weren't expecting them to do as well as they did.
No.
I'm pretty sure your prediction was 16-5 and mine was 16-7, and they actually ended up going 11-16. Of course, that was a loss versus Fate, and that's what now puts them.
Yeah, but I mean, if you just cast our mind back to that game, it was on Overpass. You know, a game that does require quite a heavy set of teamwork in terms of doing those retakes on bomb sites once you lose site control, for example, and just standard holds on sites in general. And I think just on today, just Fate were a better team. You know, they had all the answers to all the questions that Bluejays threw their way, and I think Bluejays just got a little bit stuck against, you know, the higher caliber opposition that was Fate. But it did, like you said, it did give them a very good run for their money. It wasn't a one-sided blowout that we thought it was. I mean, coming off of that 22-18 win on Inferno against Imposters, you know, a team that everyone kind of wrote off going into this week. Well, it's a mix, yeah, exactly. And they really struggled on Inferno against them. So going into that Fate game earlier on today, we all kind of said, yeah, this is going to kind of be a fairly easy game for Fate. They're going to probably stomp through them. And it's kind of the complete opposite. You know, there was stages in that game where you could have argued that Bluejays could have blew the barn door off, sort of, and really put a bit of a gap between those rounds for themselves and Fate. But it wasn't meant to be. They do drop down into the losers bracket, and that's why they are facing Majesty. And talking on the side of Majesty, their favourite map pick, I do believe, is Inferno.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, they actually lost that 16-4 to Fate as well. So both these teams have been beaten by Fate in the same tournament, within the same sort of 24-hour period, if you want to call it that. And I don't know if we're going to see an Inferno pick out of Majesty. I think they will see, Bluejays really struggled on it against higher caliber oppositions like Fate. And not only that, it is their favourite map pick.
Yeah, I mean, Majesty's IGL was very bold in saying Inferno is our strongest map, which, like you said earlier, is quite concerning when you consider the fact that they lost 4-16. They also, however, they did play versus Imposters on both Inferno and Train, and they managed to pick up 2 wins there. So who knows, John? I think we should throw it over to our fabulous host, who has been doing a fantastic job throughout the duration of this event. Nico, take it away.
Thank you, Jasmine. Well, let's go. We have a lot of action in front of us, so let me introduce you, Bluejays. They're kind of slow coming up on stage, but here you go, Zix. All right. Well, what do you guys think about Majesty?
They're an upcoming team. They're not bad. I'm sure they can put up a good fight, but we'll see what we can do.
Do you think that you can beat them in a ball 3?
We should, but there is nothing sure in this world.
All right. Well, I wish you good luck.
Thank you.
And on the opposite side, we have Majesty. Walking confidently, all right? All right, Dark Side, right? Dark Side, how are you?
I'm fine, thank you.
You're fine, all right. Well, how's the atmosphere in the team?
It's actually pretty good. Like we're just chilling, but still we try to focus on our game.
Okay, and will the pizzas that you ate last night help you beat Bluejays?
Oh, well, I don't know.
All right, well, let's see. Take your places.
Also, I want to thank all our fans from Ukraine. I know you're watching. Thank you.
Round of applause. Thank you. Well, Jumpy, Veracity, take it over.
Yes, thank you very much, Nico. Don't worry, guys. My co-commentator might not have introduced us, but at least Nico did. My name's John. I'm joined by the lovely Jasmine, taking you through this final match of the evening, and we are playing a best of 3. Now, we haven't heard from our admins yet as to what the map vetoes will be, but are there any certain types of maps you think that... hello, buddy. How are you?
There is a fly that has just landed on his notebook. Oh! Don't attack me!
Is there any types of maps that you would like to see?
I would love to see Inferno. I would absolutely love to see Inferno, simply because, obviously Majesty, they had that difficult loss versus Fate on Inferno, but then when they played against Imposters, they managed to win it 16-9.
Yep.
I did mention yesterday, I believe it was, that Majesty seemed to have this track record of performing well against mixes, but as soon as it comes to playing against actual structured teams that have strats that have been together for a while, that's when they start struggling. And I mean, a prime example of that is the fact that, Majesty actually, they lost to SKADE during the Flashpoint qualifiers, and in combination with the fact that they didn't qualify for CEE, and they lost out to teams such as Crazy and Navi Jr. So yeah, I feel like both Bluejays and Majesty, like the fact that Bluejays have obviously, with the latest benching of...
Red Star.
There we go, Red Star, yeah. With the latest benching of Red Star, I feel like they're at a slight disadvantage. So I feel like it's kind of a bit of an even playing field, I feel like this is going to be. And I feel like it's a great opportunity for the fact that we can simply see who the better team is, because it's a best of 3.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, I literally said it. One of the first things I said was, if this, out of all the games we're going to see this weekend, probably has potential to be a double overtime in every single map that we see. It's this game here. They're two very evenly matched teams. I think on paper, if you're looking at recent results, you might swing towards Majesty being the slightly better team. But then again, we've only seen them really play it in best of ones. We did see a best of 2 out of Majesty's yesterday on Imposters. There was a 16-7 win on Inferno and a 16-9 win on Train. The third map would have been Dust 2, which they did actually win against TTFU on day number 1, 16 rounds to 3. So it wouldn't surprise me if we see a Dust 2 pick in there at some point.
But then again, you've got to consider them playing against TTFU. Is that a structured team?
Yeah,
exactly. Again, it proves
exactly.
the point that, it's great you being able to perform against mixed teams and against, last-minute teams that are being put together. But it really counts if you're able to keep up that performance when it comes to playing against actual teams.
Yeah, just a few accolades of Majesty over the past recent few months or so. They've come in second in the CIS Esports Open Cup. They've finished second in the Republic of Gamers, or ROG as you would like to call it, Autumn Cup. And obviously you did mention the disappointment in missing out on the CE qualifiers to teams like Navi Junior and Crazy, for example. So a little bit disappointing for them. They'll be kicking themselves that they didn't reach that tournament, as this again is a tournament very similar to this. Some very good teams that are entering into it, and it's always nice to have that kind of caliber of tournament on your CV, on your track record, to say that you have performed quite well in it. Now, let's talk about Bluejays. They have had a few roster changes, throughout the course, the latter course of these last 6 months or so. That Blocker and Patrick obviously had left and parted ways with Bluejays. They went and joined Fate in June. Then in July, Rockin, the former SKADE player, made his way over to Bluejays and is now playing for them as well. You mentioned already, Red Star had been benched. He's now playing for MBAPEEK, who look like one of the hot shots, if not favourites, coming into this.
If you didn't realise, John P over here is an MBAPEEK fan, so...
I just think they play some very good CSGO from what I've seen of them, especially for a mix as well. I've been very impressed with their actual strategical teamwork, and I'm not too sure who's actually calling for them. I'll have to try and find out for you going into tomorrow what sort of roles everyone is playing for that team, but they seem to just be clicking, man, so you can't really complain. And
I know you said we've had all those kind of roster shuffles coming in from Bluejays, but also it is worth noting that Darkside actually only joined Majesty in September, which was not too long ago, and he is now in fact IGLing for them too.
Yeah.
So from both sides, every angle that you look at it from, it's like weighing up a scale, Each team has had its roster changes, its recent shuffles, and I feel like honestly this is anybody's game. I feel like we're definitely going to see one of those games where it's round for round.
Yeah, very similar to what was the game we casted yesterday, where it was very tight. I think it was like a 16-10 or a 16-11. It might have been actually that Majesty's game that was going tit for tat for a while. I can't remember. We'll try and find it. But one thing I want to mention is the results for Bluejays from their recent ESEA Open Online win. They recently won the ESEA Open Online. 2-1 fashion. They took the first map on Dust 2, 19-15. They then got stomped 16-4 on Mirage. So don't think we'll be seeing that in the map picks for Bluejays, and then won 19-17 on Nuke. So
okay, before you go any further, we have to point out that ESEA game was against a mix, and then in addition to that, the rounds where they actually took it to overtime and managed to win, Red Star was performing incredibly well during both of those matches. Yeah. So again, we come back to this thought of, are they
going to rue the day that they kind of benched?
Exactly that.
And I think we have had the map veto. By the looks of it, if I just glance to my screen here, that we are going to be playing Inferno first map, if I'm correct. The game is just being set up.
Could we get some confirmation on what
the veto
we're just waiting
on confirmation, and then we'll give that to you guys. But it does look like we are going to be playing Inferno first map, and I don't think we've seen a single series this tournament without Inferno in it. Yeah. I might be wrong.
I've casted plenty.
I've casted
of Inferno
a lot a lot of Inferno. I don't think I want to see the map Inferno for at least like 3 weeks once I get back from the event. We can practice our our new converter instead of Inferno.
Absolutely not. You know what? One thing that I've been waiting for to happen this event, I've still not seen a knife kill take place.
I think I might have commentated a knife kill with Kremer on day number 2, maybe. I'm not too sure. And I feel like it was on Inferno as well in Library.
I feel like I would remember that.
I might be dreaming, but I don't know. Not too sure. But
I'm waiting for that knife kill to take place.
Yeah, and one thing to mention is a map like Inferno is a player to look out for. Is wonderful. He is the AWP player for the squad of Majesties. You know, he's quite impressed me. I've seen some very fancy flicks out of him, and just some, you know, kind of bog standard CS:GO gameplay, holding those angles down, holding those lanes down with that AWP, whether it be facing mid to, like, you know, mid for the AWP duel, or if he's facing down banana, for example, trying to hold off where Car is. Yeah. He's very impressed me. I'm looking forward to seeing him perform on this map. Didn't get a chance to see how he played on Inferno against Fate. I think it was you and Ted who were commentating that game. That was back on day number 1, I think, or day number 2. Yeah, I'm losing my mind. It's been a long week, but I'm very interested to see that, and as well as Darkside, you know, the new player, his IGLing, if he's going to be making the calls and the strats for his squad of Majesty. Hopefully we can see him, you know, sort of pop off, and it's always nice, you know, when your IGL's playing well, because he feels quite confident in any of the calls that he's making. And I know, for example, Peak had that problem with pop-off. That's why they changed the IGL over to Choiv.
I mean, however, even though Darkside only recently joined them as IGL and to the team in September, shortly after that they actually came second in the ROG Cup. So I mean, it seems like all the changes that they have made so far is working in their favour, but whether or not it will work, it will pay off and work versus Bluejays, I guess we'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, and obviously this is going to book the final remaining spot in the semi-finals when we head into finals day tomorrow. We've got some fantastic fixtures, or matches rather, sorry, to look forward to. On Group A side of things, you've got Tenerife Titans taking on SKADE. If you ask me, I think SKADE probably take that. They looked very, very, very good today, very strong.
Yeah, absolutely.
Tenerife Titans, they did drop in to that losers bracket from losing to MBAPEEK, obviously. But again, MBAPEEK playing very, very well this weekend. And I've been quiet in... Oh, no, sorry. We've just seen Tenerife Titans lose to SKADE, sorry. So it's going to be SKADE versus the winner of... I'm not even too sure. We literally just see the game before that is... yeah, we have to just wait and get confirmation.
I think we have confirmation on the veto, by the way.
Cool. Go for it.
Yes, could we get that veto, please?
Bluejays have picked Inferno.
Majesty does too.
Ooh, this is quite an interesting
deciding
pool of maps here.
Third map is going to be Mirage.
That's a...
Pew pew.
A very risky play from Bluejays, especially after that recent ESEA Open defeat, 16-4. Maybe they've been practicing it. They know it's kind of a bog standard CS:GO map to go to.
Again, we're here on LAN now, though.
Yeah, exactly. Things, you know, done on different types of servers. For example, the ping does vary, but you heard it. We're going to play Inferno. Then we're going to be heading over to Dust 2, and should we need it, finish hitting it up on Mirage. And let's focus on Inferno for now. The two teams, we've seen them play. We've seen both of these two teams play Inferno. Going into this one, have you got any favourites? What sort of round count are you looking for? Any particular player that's going to be catching your eye?
I feel like the pure fact that Bluejays actually struggled on Inferno to me is quite concerning. Again, yes, that was in a best-of-1 series. I feel like they're definitely going to be struggling a lot more versus Majesty. You know, obviously Majesty have been performing quite well recently with their new IGL and whatnot. So I feel like Majesty's going to win Inferno. Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like Majesty's going to win Inferno, especially the fact that it's their favourite map as well that they've said, and they've not even had to waste one of their map picks on it because they kind of been gifted that by Bluejays. Again, we saw Bluejays struggle 22-18 against Imposters, but was that a bit of like a bump in the road for them because they've performed very well since that?
I feel like maybe Bluejays actually picking this map might be a sort of, you know,
a confidence swinger, you know? Like
yeah,
they say we've had our troubles on the map, but we're still quite confident in winning it against a good team. And if they do that and they beat, you know, they beat Majesty on their best map after picking it, the reverse psychology might come into effect there, you know, and they might be have that delusional confidence going into that second map.
I feel like absolutely if Majesty actually end up losing their best map once again, I feel like that could just end up being a downward spiral for them. I feel like after that, Dust 2 will be quite a struggle. So here's to hoping, you know, they'll put up a good fight. Yeah.
And we've seen Majesty play Dust 2 once this weekend already. I mentioned it a second ago against TTFU. They took that 16-3. Again, though, it is against a mixed team. How they perform against the likes of Bluejays, who have probably got their own strat set up. You know, they know what plays they want to make throughout the game and in different situations. Again, I say this quite a lot. I think this match is gonna be determined towards the latter stages of the first round. Inferno, obviously, 9 times out of 10, you would probably want to pick CT side first off to play on it. You know, just get a little bit of confidence going into it, because it can be quite hard to break onto bomb sites and take a site, especially, you know, that B site as well. If you try to hit B and the CTs counter aggress that, you know, for a few Molotovs, double nade stack it even, trying to break onto that site can be very, very hard. So I think it's going to come down to... I want to make the statement that whoever wins the first half is going to win the game. I would like to think that. Because if you're on the CTs, for example, and you go in 9-6 even, you then win the pistol round, once swapping sides, potentially force buy, you win that follow-up round, and then going into the full buy, that's 3 rounds on a row. You're only 3 rounds off winning the game then, and you've got a lot of economy to work with. You've got a lot of rounds in the game to work with, you know. So I feel like, yeah, I'm gonna make that bold statement as to whoever wins the first half, I think is gonna carry on and win the game.
Cheating. You've got to pick who's gonna win the game.
I think it's gonna be Majesty's. I think at halftime score we're gonna probably be looking at around a 10-5 or a 9-6 roughly, in and around sort of that region. Still a little bit close, but. Yeah, I think they're going to go into that second half.
And do you have a final score for Inferno that you think it will go?
I think it will. Again, I think Majesties will win the map. An exact score, maybe the likes of a 16-9, a 16-8, maybe. Okay. You know, I can't really see.
I was going to go for more of a 16-11.
Yeah, a little bit closer, maybe.
Yeah.
And again, I think it really comes down to how Bluejays come out performing. You know, if they still have that map against imposters in the back of their mind, you know.
Well, they must do.
They might second doubt themselves, and especially if, for the IGL's point of view, every time he was calling against the imposters, they were struggling to outstrat and outmaneuver a mixed team, let alone a very strong Ukrainian side like Majesty's, you know, the only international team here that made it to the actual event. I think the psychology going into this game might play a huge factor, and I just can't see Bluejays really causing Majesty too much trouble. But then again, it's CS:GO. You know, we've seen crazy things. This is Majesty's favorite map, but they lost 16-4 to Fate on this map. You just never know.
Yeah, I mean, again, you got to remember, Bluejays have had so many changes in their team. I feel like Majesty will win this. I feel like it will definitely take them a few rounds to get into the swing of things, get used to Bluejays' play style. And likewise for Bluejays also. I feel like only time will tell, John.
Yeah, and, you know, it's this winning a tight series sometimes, or winning a series that going into it, you know, the casters, the analysts, even people watching will think is going to be a close series. That could be a huge morale boost and a huge confident boost going forward into the later stages of the tournament, especially if they can right the wrongs from previous, you know, for example, if Bluejays come out of this and completely stomp Majesties on their favorite map, Inferno, that's going to be a huge morale boost. That game against Imposters 2 days ago is completely out of their mind.
Yeah.
You know, but I think we are now ready to head into the match. It is the final game here, a best of 3 to book their spot in the semi-finals. Is it going to be Majesty? Is it going to be Bluejays? Bluejays starting off on the side of the terrorists. Majesty occupying the CTs, and we're going to kick things off in this pistol round right now, gents.
Yeah, you can see here on the CT side, we actually have Toff with 2 flashbangs and a defuse kit. No armor there. So I'm hoping, you know, we see a bit of an aggro CT.
Yeah, looks like the bomb. The bomb's getting very aggressive towards these apartments here. Darkside finding one. Throne finding a 3K straight off the rip into those apartments building. He does get traded out, however. So 2 versus 4 here. 4 in favor, of Majesty's. Darkside gonna shift his way towards Pit and rock in. 1 member of the duo left alive for the Bluejays. Gonna just be hanging out in and around mid, trying to get into those apartment buildings by the looks of it. He is now shifting down in towards Boiler. I don't think he knows there's going to be a player waiting for him just around this corner. does take some shots towards Wonderful. Neither player going to get tagged up. You mentioned that Rockin has got that flashbang, so should he want to, he could always throw that flash out and try and reposition himself. He's going to elect to just go for the engagement. He doesn't tag Wonderful up. Wonderful finds a fantastic headshot onto Rockin. There's Darkside in pick to pick up that final kill, and a very strong opening pistol round there from Majesty. And that comes down to Throne. He pretty much handled and won that round single-handedly with that 3K in apartments.
I wish I could get 3K with a pistol. I'm dreadful with a pistol.
Time will tell. You know, practice makes perfect. So now heading into this next round. And a decent little buy here for Majesty. They've got the 2 M4s, the FAMAS and the 2 MP9s. And you can see a little bit of an aggressive push here. Up Banana from Bluejays. Native just going to hammer some shots down through that smokes to no avail. However, no players tagged. A little bit of molly damage there onto Kristen. Down to 72 HP. You know, both teams not really got too much utility to work with, so they want to try and hold on to these flashes, hold on to these smokes for the later stages of the round. Should a retake need to happen? Psyche going to find the headshot onto Tok. That's Rockin finding Native. It's just like that, you know. 2 guns are now picked up. You've got the MP9 in the hands of Kristen. You've got Rockin with the FAMAS. He drops, however, that's going to be Darkside through the smoke, and it's a 3 versus 3 here as Darkside and the squad of Majesty try to opt for this retake.
I don't think they have a clue that he might be in construction already here. Obviously, we see Wonderful with the MP9. If anything, Wonderful is charging straight in, trying to pick up a kill, so his teammate can immediately trade him back. But unfortunately, Zix manages to pick up a kill on him. Darkside trading right back. Do they know that Kristen is hiding in emo? They have absolutely no idea. He manages to pick up 1 kill. Oof.
Yeah, I think, you know, not really checking too many corners for the squads of Majesty. Unfortunately, they cannot clutch up, and just like that, 1-1 now. Native with the scout in hand as the 4 Deagles are in the hands of the rest of his teammates, and it's quite a strong buy here for the side of Bluejays. You know, very good guns in the hands of 3 of the players with the MAC-10 and the Gallo in Psyche and Rockin's hands. Narrowly missing out there with that scout, and the way Majesty's just going to play is they're going to try and hope Native tags a couple up with that scout to try and finish off the Deagle shots. And as I say that, Darkside finds the first. He's thought he would have elected to kind of get a little bit more aggressive forward to try and grab that gun into his hands, but you know, luckily for him, there's not really anyone else in and around that A site. There is one player hanging out towards second mid.
I feel like they've just left that player there to try and gather as much info as they can. Look, you're going to see him attempt to throw a smoke. However, his teammates are now joining him. He's not heard anything towards A-bomb site.
I think they played this fake quite perfectly
Yeah.
here. You know, 2 players from the squad of Majesties, which was Native and Darkside, have rotated over towards that B site. What's in the player, in the Majesty players' minds right now is these guys are shifting in and around Banana. These guys are making their way up towards Banana, and they've just left Throne here in and around Pit to try and get the info. As soon as he spots these players here, you're going to see the full collapse coming onto A site. It wouldn't surprise me if you see the smokes. There you go, the Molotov into Pit as well to force Throne out. And you can see already one player going to elect to rotate himself away, and I think he spotted the bomb crash. It wouldn't surprise me if you can see here, yes, all players from Majesty going to rack through CT in and towards Library and Archers to try and retake this site. But with 3 Deagles and a scout, it wouldn't surprise me if, you know, I like that play. They're going to probably send the players with the Deagles out to try and find a few exit frags. But the economy is awful here from the squad of Majesty, so if you're Majesty, you just want to try and hold as many guns in your hands here as possible. And they've got 3 sets of armor as well.
Yeah, it really wouldn't make sense for them to kind of throw this when attempting to retake. Although they do have that scout, so I'm hoping that scout kind of sets up for any potential exit frags coming out of that A-bomb site.
Yeah, well, the scout's in the hands of Native, and he's hanging over towards Coffin right now on B site, so can't really see any type of exit frags coming into play here. A few players taking a little bit of cheeky pump damage in that far back pit corner, but 2-1 now in favour of Bluejays. They've started this side very, very well, despite losing that opening pistol round. As you are going to see 4 AKs in their hands, the MAC-10 for rocking, and once again, you know, the economy on the side of Majesty is just not good enough.
Surely we see a banana rush. Look at all those nades. I feel like they definitely nade stack this, inflict as much damage as they can towards the CTs, you know, kind of push them away from banana. You've got the flashes, you know, oh my god, and just when saying that, Native manages to pick up a kill on Kristen. Psyche trading right back. There goes the nade. Unfortunately, unable to inflict any sort of damage.
Yeah, the bomb is down, however, towards T stairs, so I think the Bluejays at the moment just sort of scouting out the area, trying to get as much info as possible before really dedicating themselves to one bomb site. And if they send the bomb up banana here, they're genius. No, they are going to elect to go and play through mid, and Rockin finds the entry frag into that site. That's going to be dark side. There is one more player towards pit. Zix finds him.
And you see that library player playing very smartly. He's called out to his teammate, letting him know how many steps he's heard. Being sprayed through the smoke though. And over here, Tok only has a smoke to work in their favor. Can they make something happen?
Now, if you're smart, if you're a Majesty player, you know you found one kill, right? You know you found one kill towards banana. Your economy is not looking great. Rotate yourself back over to B, try and pick up that gun if you can, you know, and take it into the next round. There's no point you trying to push this. They've still got a little bit of armor to work with, but keep hold of that smoke going into that next round. Wonderful does, however, find an exit frag, but Majesty's really struggling early on here against Inferno, and there you go. I said, just try and find that gun, and it was Tok who picked up that scout rifle. As we head into round number 5, it's going to be a 3-1 lead here for Majesties. As you see this is a fantastic headshot from Native here. Unfortunately for him, you know, he just doesn't face in the right time to find the angle onto Psyche. If he was like half a second earlier, he would have caught Psyche transitioning on that swing and even found potentially another kill. If not, he would have legged him, tagged him up for his teammate to finish him off with the deagle.
You see the T's here have opted to leave long towards the bottom of banana. Native takes a little bit of damage from that molly. Managed to stop the kill on Zix through the smoke. Psyche trading right back, and now you see the T's are slowing it down ever so slightly. They know they have the bomb in their possession.
Looks like the bomb again, and I like this from Bluejays, you know. They're just playing quite passive with the bomb, and it's working for them. We've not seen once this game thus far a really aggressive push from Bluejays. Every time I feel like, especially on Inferno, teams who will storm up banana towards B, storm up the middle of the map towards A, you can drop the bomb early on. The CTs get that information, they can set up from there. What they've done well is been really passive with that bomb, getting the information first and then sending that bomb late in onto the site, and it's worked for them so far. So as I say that, they make me look a little bit of an idiot as they start to storm up towards banana slightly, but again, I think they might be playing this slow enough, but no, those smokes are going to come in, the execution's going to come through here as Tok finds one onto Rockin. Zix also drops early on. It's a 4 versus 3 here as Majesty tried to hold on to this B bomb site.
And now you see the rotation coming in. They've decided they do not want any of this. They threw the smoke towards CT. I think they were hoping that more of the CTs would have rotated to come and help their teammates. You see Darkside boosted up on there, managing to pick up a kill. His teammate thrown shortly after, picking up another 2 kills underneath him. That's one thing I really like. If you see someone boosted on top of that little roof, you're not expecting someone else to be sat directly
we literally
under.
said that. I think it was yesterday when we was commentating a game. I'm not too sure who it was, but they set it up 2 or 3 rounds in a row, and it worked every single time because the players are just, you know, you're either going to pre-aim one angle, you're either going to pre-aim above onto the boost, or you're going to pre-aim just underneath where that boost is. So very smart plays out of Majesty, and again, you know, when they didn't have the best of economy to work with, they come out of that with a very, very strong round. They've now got the full buy, including the 2 AKs brought over from Wonderful and thrown from that last round. The 4 AKs and the MAC-10 in the hand of Kristen here for the Bluejays thrown. Trying to find some pre-fires there, down apartments, but unfortunately for him, it is going to be NK who's way away from that. The bomb again getting very aggressive up towards banana here, Jazz, and I think, you know, they should have really tried to listen to what I've been saying. You know, the aggression didn't work for them in that round. The passive playstyle with the bomb has been working to break onto those sites. You can see here, looks like it's going to be a very standard B execution. The smokes go out towards Coffin and towards CT. And the pre-fires come through. 3 players getting tagged up very heavily. And now that rotation towards A is going to come in once again. You can see...
They've absolutely called their bluff, though. That these players from A side are not rotating. They know exactly what they're going to be doing. They knew that that was a fake.
But I think luckily here for the squad of Bluejays, you've not got the players from Majesties rotating, you know, closer to that middle of that map. But we saw last time 2 players, one on the boost, one underneath, getting really aggressive to stop these players taking a bomb site. And there is one more player, Wonderful, who's rotating through Library towards his A site to help his team out. Throne trying to find some free fire through the smoke. To no avail, however, Wonderful finds a shot onto Rockin. That's Throne, takes down NK. Zix does trade that out, however, it's going to be Darkside who sat on the site. It's all up to Psyche. 3 versus 1. Darkside finds the shots, and just like that, another aggressive push there from Bluejays is shut down instantly by the squad of Majesty.
I think if you're T side, you always need to make sure, especially if you're pushing onto this A bomb site, you have at least one molly to isolate the one player that you have that's inevitably going to be sat towards pit. But unfortunately, all they really had were flashes to work with, and even then, they didn't elect to throw them. Yeah, exactly. You have to wait and see how this plays out for the rest of the game. And again, you know, the aggressive play, and Majesties have clocked onto it, what they're doing every single time now. You know, the play call for Bluejays is get aggressive up towards B site, and already the prediction has come in from Majesty what they're going to do. This has been 3 rounds in a row, and identical play has happened for the Bluejays. The Majesties have clocked onto it. They've double nade stacked that banana. They find 1, they find 2. Native finds a fantastic 3K with the spray down of the M4. He wants the 4K. He finds it. And I think he might have been one of the players who threw a nade at the start of the round and he got the assist for it. I'm not 100% sure, but yeah, I think Majesties have really clocked on to the way that the Bluejays are playing here. That was amazing utility usage by the CTs and also teamwork. Do you reckon Native told his teammates at that point, let me at him, let me at him, let me have the kill? You can see, like, he switched to his pistol. He held that W key as hard as he could to try and find that kill. He was not trying to give up on that 4K. And again, fantastic play from Native so far. He's sitting at 7-3 at the moment. The AWP in the hands of Wonderful. Looks like he was over towards Banana. Nothing's going to face him just yet, holding a very tight angle. And again, I like this now. I like this now from the Bluejays. They've dropped that bomb down once again, and they've gone back to that sort of strategical game plan of let's get the info first and decide what we do with the bomb afterwards. And Molly coming in, Throne with the MP9, unleashing fantastic shots there to find that player. 5 versus 4 now. The nades come in from Native. Might do some damage. I think it was towards Rockin'. However, doesn't find any damage from that grenade. The spray coming in through the smoke. Again, to no avail. The smoke now, or flash rather, sorry, going to go over towards the A site as Rockin' looks to try and gain some sort of site control here for the Bluejays. The bomb, however, still over towards that left-hand side of the map. Wonderful. He's been holding that angle. We mentioned how many times have we mentioned patient play can play off? How many times have we seen players face away at the wrong time and die because of it? Rockin' there finds the kill on the top. Can he find the spray down onto that player towards pit? That's going to be a no, as he's now got one more player towards Boiler Room. That's Darkside who peeks out. And I think Darkside's going to have called out here. He spotted the bomb towards the middle of the map. As player number 5, you can see that's going to be Native. Elects to rotate towards Library. Throne finds one onto Psyche, and he's left alive here. Just needs to duck, dodge, and dive his way out of those bullets as Native finds the kill onto Zix. And Majesty is now really, really starting to get a scruff hold of this game. Did you notice that they did the complete opposite of what they've been doing the 4 rounds before that? Before, they were faking B and then going A, and then they faked A, and then started making their way towards B. And it seems like Majesty just had absolutely no idea either. We see 3 players on the CDs with AKs. Wonderful picking up a kill with the AWP on Psyche. Seeing 2 players stacking towards that B bomb site, spraying through the smoke, managing to pick up a kill onto Kristen. Rocking with a deagle in hand, decides he does not want to face this without his teammates' backup. Zix following shortly behind.
Darkside does find the kill onto Rockin' after he tried to swing out. Zix now left alive for his team. 5 versus 1. Darkside's there to clean up the kill, picking up a 2K that round, and kind of called it sort of, you know, the way I think this map was going to go. I said Blue Jays are going to start off very, very well. I think they might take, you know, the opening pistol round, which I was actually wrong. It was actually Majesty who took the pistol round, but then Blue Jays won 3 straight after that. But since then, Majesties have won 5 in a row, and they're looking very strong here on the CT side of Inferno. But there is still 5 rounds left here, Jazz. A lot of positives for Blue Jays that they can pick up a few more rounds. A map like Inferno, I mentioned it, all it takes is those first 3 rounds at the change of half, and you pretty much get yourself back into the game. And, you know, shout out to our boy Gumpster back in the UK for always saying if you win the pistol round and you win the force buy, you can get yourself back into the game.
Good old Gump.
Good old Gump. As Kristen finds the kill onto Native. That's Throne and Wonderful combining for 2 kills. 3 versus 4 here. The bomb is making its way down Banana towards B site. Dark side finds the kill onto Kristen. Psyche now going to be taken down. Talking it is all up to Rockin. You're not rocking no boat today, my friend, as you're going to get taken down by Dark side. Seven rounds to 3 now for Majesty, as the economy is very, very bad on the side of Blue Jays.
However, you do see plenty of those T players. They are fully armed with those nades. I don't doubt for a split second they're going to nade stack that pit area, isolate whoever might have the AWP on the CTs.
It's actually a double AWP setup here for the CTs. You've got Native and you've got Wonderful. Both with the walk in the hand. They've got the 3 AKs that they carry on that last round. Throne now does get tagged up a little bit. He's just going to back himself off. He's like, I know these guys have got pistols, but they can definitely still shoot their shot if they need to. And you mentioned here you're going to see the nade stacks come in, and you literally saw the utility went from full to empty as Darkside finds 1, finds 2, finds 3. Can he find the 4th? He cannot. Wonderful's there to trade. It's all up to Rockin, my friend, as the CTs are going to hunt for this kill here. And it's pretty much a dire situation as Wonderful finds the kill.
See, that was really good util usage from Blue Jays. But unfortunately, you know, when you're armed with only pistols, that should be happening when you've got a full buy.
Yeah, I mean, luckily for them, it was just, you know, the pistols, and we are going to see that full buy coming into play now. You've also got the full utility usage available there for the Blue Jays. And again, they've gone back to that passive playstyle with the bomb. I think they're just going to try and scout out, get a little bit of info if possible. Native misses the pre-fire with AWP, misses a second shot. Native playing with fire a little bit. You know, usually you miss 2 shots with an AWP. You miss the first shot with an AWP and you're most likely dead, let alone getting a second bite at the cherry. But 3rd time's a charm, sometimes they say, and he'll live to see another day. The first frag of the round is going to go in favour of Majesty. However, Wonderful taking down NK. As it's bit of an ambitious, to say the least, peak there from Zix. Wonderful, and I mentioned he's a player that I wanted to watch coming into this game with that AWP. He's been so patient, and okay, he might not be fragging super heavily at the moment, but he's just picking up the kills that his team needs. Finds the kill onto Psyche. It's all up to Rockin now. Is going to elect to swap out for that AK. Fantastic teamwork there from the side of Majesty. You know, I'm not too sure who it was who got the final kill, as this is the kill from Wonderful again. They knew where the player was. Luckily, the player who was around CT did have a flash story. He flashed out on towards the site, and before you know it, it's a free kill for his teammate who peeks out and swings at the same time. 9-3 now in favour of Majesty.
In defence of Blue Jays, though, they did throw 2 flashes towards CT, hoping that player would not be able to face them, but he was just way too quick on turning around there, and it didn't actually land on him. So he's taking ever so slightly a little bit of damage. NK actually taking quite a bit of damage from all of that util being thrown down towards Banana. Here comes the spray down. He picks up 2 kills, picks up a 3rd. He's not going to get greedy though, John. This is very important to note. He's going to be patient, waiting for his teammates to come in on the rotation.
And I like that, you know, how many times will we see people get 2 or 3 Ks, get a little bit carried away, try and swing out to find the 4th or the 5th, and he's like, you know what, I've done what I need to do in the round. I'm going to back off, I'm going to let Wonderful come in now and find 2 quick kills in quick successions to find the kills on 10K and Zix, and
152 total damage with grenades from top.
I said Wonderful wasn't fragging too heavily, but he's currently sitting at 13-2 right now. He's you know, I love it when I say I want to watch out for a player and he's going to perform well when he does just that. It's like
you're reading
it's like some would say that I know what I'm talking about.
I wouldn't go that loud.
10-3 now in favour of Majesty. It looks like it's going to be quite an aggressive push up towards Banana. Wonderful finds the shot through the smoke onto Rockin, but he's only going to do leg damage, however, and 3 players drop down to half HP or under for Bluejays.
Was that because of a shot through the wall?
Yeah, I think he shot through the...
Oh, Zix!
I think if you want to sum up Bluejays half right now, it's that kill.
Feels bad, man.
Wonderful now. Still alive over towards Coffin on this B site, and
Please tell me they rotate here. Please tell me they rotate.
I don't think...
They're going to commit to this.
And because of how many times that Bluejays have surged up B, thrown their U2, and then rotated A, 3 players are still staying at the A site. So, okay, now that they've got the entry frag onto the B site, Wonderful is going to back off, give it up, and they're going to elect to play this 4v4 retake. But look at how much utility the side of Majesty have to work with. They've got the flashes, they've got the smokes, they've even got a few incendiary grenades as well. On the other side of Bluejays, they've only got 2 smokes.
I feel like all it takes here is for Darkside to just throw that molly towards New Box, throw it towards Emo, hoping he can isolate at least one player so that Wonderful can pick up a kill. There you go. He knows that there's one player there behind New Box. All he's got to do now is get there and hold the line. NK manages to pick up 1 kill. His teammate Zix following shortly after. Wonderful and Native being placed in a 2v3
And these
situation.
are 2 AWPs as well. These are 2 AWPs, they need to save. Native finding a fantastic shot actually with the wallbang on to Rockin, and I kind of like that play from them there to try and back off, save those 2 AWPs going into the next round, but just take a look at the economy from the side of Majesty going into this last round. They're vibing. They've got max economy that they can get. It's going to be, you know, very, very difficult here for Bluejays to come back going into this next half. I said I think whoever wins the first half is going to win the match. Or the map rather, sorry, and Majesty is currently sitting at 10-4, looking to make it 11-4 potentially. As you can see here, an aggressive push down the middle of the map for Majesty, that they're met with the SMGs and the AK of Rockin and Psyche. And now they've got complete control of this A bomb site pretty much. There's one player, it's Native. He has got the AWP in hand, however, but one thing to mention, Wonderful also still got that AWP in hand.
Look at that aggression from these teams. I feel like they're not going to watch their backs. They're not going to have any idea that there's going to be people coming up behind them. You have the one isolated player, however, Native throwing his utility onto the site, hoping he can inflict as much damage as possible. His teammates, Throne and Native, following closely behind one another.
I think this is very much doable. The incendiary is going to go out towards Pit, but fantastic play there from that player on site. He knew exactly where the 2 players from Majesty were going to come from. What did he do? He threw the molly, he stopped the push going forward. Native somehow finds one, finds the no-scope onto Rockin. 3 versus 1 here. I don't think he's going to have enough time. He's definitely got enough time to defuse the bomb, but Christian is going to peek that, and Native turning on the a bit of showboating there for the crowd towards the end of that half. 10 rounds to 5 now, Jazz. This is going to be very interesting to see how the first few rounds of the second half goes. If you're a supporter of Bluejays, I think you have to win that pistol round. You have to then follow up with a force buy, win that round, and go into the full buy in that 3rd round really aggressively and try and take those guns straight out the hands of Majesty. If they lose the pistol, they pretty much set themselves up for an impossible task to come back in this second half. Bomb is going to be playing quite passively, however, on this first round of the second half of Inferno. One thing to mention, this was Bluejays map pick. After this, we'll be heading into Dust 2, and should we need it, we'll have a Mirage for the decider. A very, very ballsy play from Bluejays to, you know, pick the favorited map for Majesties, but they thought they were good enough, but at the moment they're just getting outclassed at every obstacle. The bomb here over towards A site, and it's actually worked out for Majesties. They've actually got the first frag, opening frag on B site somehow, which is thrown in. He's cropped directly to the site.
You know what I like here is that they play at their own game. Oh my god, you really want to hit those.
They've literally done exactly what Bluejays did to them, but better.
Yeah.
And it's actually worked. Now they're going to have complete control of this A site on this pistol round. Darkside, look at how sneaky he's playing. He's going to hear the steps. Oh! Walls, hello? That's, That's a, you know when you just spam question marks in the chat. As Psyche finds one, make it the second as well as Bluejays. A successful retake. I think the crowd enjoyed that one.
Rightfully so. That was sick.
I'm still confused as to
here we go. Let's watch this. There we go.
as to how NK drops down and one taps him there. Finds the first. NK finds the second. He swings.
Look at that snap.
Very, very good mouse control there from Psyche. And I said they needed to win that initial pistol round. They're now going to go into this. They're going to full spy. You've got the 2 M4s, 2 MP9s, and the FAMAS. But a force buy back from Majesty, however, because they picked up a few kills. You've got 4 Galils and a Mac 10.
Not much utility.
The utility here is going to be the factor. If they use the utility right, they've not got a lot. They've already thrown it all out even. They've got 2 more smokes left. Darkside does find the first frag, however. That's going to be Psyche who drops. You can see already the instant rotation here over to the site, and Kristen is going to tag up one. Tok finishes the kill off onto Rockin. Zix does find 2, but they drop, and it is complete B-site control here for the squad of Majesties. It's all up to NK. 3 versus 1 retake. He has got the M4 to work with, has got a flash and a smoke as well. But I like this. You know, he knows that losing this round is going to hurt the economy slightly here for Bluejays. He just wants to hold on to that M4 going into the next round. He might be able to pick up a few submachine guns for his squad as well. As Majesty have got this, and I'm kind of surprised they're not trying to hunt for this kill. They must know he's got an M4 in his hands, or at least some sort of weapon. And
he gets an exit frag here.
I think
feel like
he does.
They get impatient.
Unless all three of them. Yeah, they've spotted him. They're going to search down Banana to try and find his kill, but there's not enough time to find the kill. As per Majesty's put their 11th round on the board, and they are just 5 rounds away from taking map number 1 on Inferno here. Again, this was Bluejays map pick.
Can we just talk about how they've not called for a pause again, John?
Yeah, I mean, again, these are 2 squads, so I'm a little bit surprised that no tactical timeouts have come into play here. Obviously, they get, what, 4 a game? They should be utilising that a lot better than what they're doing, especially for the squad of Bluejays, who are kind of struggling right now for any answers to the questions that Majesty are giving you. Majesty getting very aggressive down towards Banana here, and the bomb's still down in and around the middle of the map. Nothing to commit to just yet. Zix does take some damage. Gets tagged up as well. Drone finds the opening frag. Tok as well. Picks up NK. The rotation going to come in towards this B site now for the CTs, but Majesty is already there. They got complete control of the site, and it's 4 versus 3.
Paranoia is still getting the better of these 2 Bluejays as they elect to stay on that A bomb site. Psyche deciding, you know what, safety in numbers. I'm sticking with my teammates.
Yeah, and it wouldn't surprise me if Majesty sends at least 2 players to go off hunting for these 3 kills here. They know they've pretty much wrapped this round up. You're going to probably look to be saving 1 submachine gun, maybe, you know. All 5 of the players from Majesty still alive. Another round on the board. A 6-round deficit now, as you can see here they're searching for these kills over towards the A side.
The Mac 10.
You don't really mind if you lose this Mac 10. You can have enough to go and buy an AK next round anyway. As Psyche does find some shots. He finds Darkside. Can he find another frag? He cannot, as only the 1 exit frag by the looks of it there for the CTs, but you know the guns are going to go straight back into the hands of that player anyway. If not, like you said, send them Mac 10 players. You don't mind if you lose them because you're going to grab AKs next round anyway.
I mean, he had nades though. He could have flashed him over, mollied him out of pit, made something of it, helped his teammate out at least a little bit.
Looks like it is going to be a push towards B here as Native just comes around the corner and completely deletes Rockin off the map. Darkside going to elect to try and find 1. There is a player now. We've seen this happen already once in this match. 2 players boosted above each other in the same spot. They've also set up a crossfire here on short as well. This is either going to go dreadfully wrong or incredibly right, and be the biggest brain play one of them that we've seen.
It's definitely not going right.
They've actually got...
Oh my god.
Wonderful. What are you doing? What are you doing, Wonderful? 3K. NK finds 2, however. Native finding the kill.
I had absolutely no idea they made it all the way onto B.
I don't get how they literally set up a 4-player crossfire. They had one person on short. They had 3 people in and around that boosted area, and they still lost a round from one player getting a 3K. I just do not understand here. Let's just watch this again. Okay, fair enough. They had the pistols and the MP9, you know, so maybe it doesn't look as good as it would have if it was an M4, but still, if you got 4 players shooting at you with pistols, you have to die. Throne finds the first frag of this round onto Psyche, however, and the bomb now heading over towards apartments. Bomb's already out to A site here. NK is going to find the first, however, onto Tok. Smoke going to go down towards the middle of the map, but there's already one player here over towards Pit. That's Darkside. The nade is going to come in. Molotov now goes out towards Pit to force any of them players out. It's going to be wonderful with the AWP to find Rockin. Throne finds NK. Wonderful, does pick up another kill, and it's all up to Kristen, the lone warrior for his team, against the 4 players of Majesty. Bomb is going to go down. Kristen's going to drop. 2 rounds now for Majesty, away from winning this first map. A very, very disappointing performance here from Bluejays. I mean, I don't want to say it's a disappointing performance, to be fair, because Majesties have just been that good on this map that they've had the answers to every single question that Bluejays have thrown their way. And not only that, they've kind of took some of the strats from Bluejays. And you said it a minute ago, Jazz, when it was the play where they sent the players towards B and they actually rotated towards A, but it worked a lot better.
See, I see more aggression from the CTs this time. I feel like they're definitely going to flash over towards mid. Oh no, they're full eco. They've only got Deagles.
They've got 1 AK in the hands of Rockin after that first frag onto Darkside. Wonderful, narrowly missing out, and that's a rarity because Wonderful is sitting at 20 and 6 right now. He is playing fantastically well.
Playing wonderfully, some say.
You had to. It was there, and you set up, but Zix a little bit too quick with that Deagle. Now got that AWP in his hand. Is going to face towards Banana. Finds the first onto Throne. Tok does trade, however. 2 versus 4 here in favour of Bluejays, and this is looking to turn into a very, very good eco round for them, albeit that they bought the Deagles. Naked finds 1, finds 2, can't find the third. 2 versus 1 now, and it's all up to Tok. But this is a very doable round, you know. The players are split as well. All he has to do is find 1 frag onto a bomb site here, and it's a 1 versus 1, and USA is in his favour, because look at the utility difference for Tok here. He's got the nade, he's got the flash, the molly, even the smoke grenade to work with as well. If Tok can find an opening frag and take this site here to level it up at a 1v1, you'd probably back him into winning the round.
Of course, it's also worth mentioning that, you know, there's only a Deagle on the side of NK over here, so this should be relatively easy for Tok pushing onto the bomb site.
I don't think he's seen him.
Oh no.
He popped his head up at least twice there, and I just don't think Tok had seen him. Native there, unfortunate, just can't control the recoil as he tries to flick on to that third player. And Bluejays now, you know, this is going into a bit of dangerous territory for Majesties. Luckily for them, Throne has got a good bit of economy to work with, so you could always, you know, do a full Mac 10 drop should they want to rush a bomb site, but you can't be giving away too many.
Come on, please.
We're going to see it. I think we're going to see it.
Oh.
How disappointed.
I'm very disappointed.
So disappointed. NK trying to find a pre-fire. Zix meets it back, however. Smoke going to go out towards mid. Native, just the angle difference here. Can he find the peak on the angle? The flash is going to come in, however. Darkside with the flash. Does get blinded by his own teammate, however, and he actually manages to pick up 2 while blind from his own teammate's flash. That's going to be Zix and NK who drops. And the full bomb execute and collapse onto the site here. You see the smokes go out towards archways and library. They're going to push all the way onto the bomb site, and I like this here. There's one player, I think it's Throne, who is literally sat on stairs, and he's just waiting for a player to rotate down Banana and get the kills in the back. And it looks like Bluejays are going to elect to try and save here, not even bother going for the retake. They've pretty much said to themselves, guys, if we're going to win this map now, we have to play perfect CSGO.
Obviously, after this round, only 1 more needed for Team Majesty. That says a lot about the confidence of Bluejays here. You know, you're relying on this one final round also thrown with the 218 utility damage at halftime. I'm wondering if that's gone up by much in this second half. And now you see them get hungry. Now you see them hunting for kills.
I think one kill actually happened, and it was Throne who picks up the exit frag. As we could be heading into this final round here on map number 1 in this best of 3 series, the last series of the day. As a very strong performance from Majesty on the Bluejays pick, let's not forget, and they'll be heading into their map pick, Dust 2, after a very, very confident performance here in Inferno. Narrowly missing out there was Rockin with that quick scope with the AWP. 2 players up, however, from Majesty's tagged very, very low towards Banana, and it looks like they're going to try and execute some sort of lead taken. Rockin misses that AWP shot, but lucky for him, Kristen swung at the right time to take out Throne. 5 versus 4, and look at how fast that rotation came into A there. As soon as that frag did go down, Zix now going to try and pop, just flash towards the bomb site. The molly does come out, but the instant re-smoke to get rid of that effect. And the Majesty players surging onto the bomb site. The flash is coming from Wonderful. Native and Tok going to pick up 2. NK finds the 3K onto Native, Darkside and Tok. It is now a 1 versus 3, up to Wonderful. The man of the map thus far for the squad of Majesties. Can he turn the style burners on? He can't. It's going to be Rocker who finds him. It's NK, man. What a fantastic performance out of him. He actually, the quick reactions to, you know, re-smoke that molly. As soon as it went down, he jumped up onto that box behind him, finds the spray down onto 3 different players.
I mean, just looking at that though, John, that replay over there, that to me says that the communication from Majesty was not all there. You saw people storming onto the bomb site, relying on their teammate to pick up the kill, but as soon as he went down, nobody thought to turn around and trade back.
We are heading into this 24th round now. 2 players from the squad of Majesty getting rather aggressive over towards Banana, and I think Majesty have just gone back to that whole, you know, scout out a little bit of information kind of strategy here, as 2 players are over towards Apps. The kills are going to be traded as Native takes down Zix, but he drops immediately to Rockin, and it's now up to Darkside to try and find that frag over towards Apartments. He does drop Rockin with that kill again with the AWP. 4 versus 3 advantage now in favor of Majesty. The economy not looking at the best for Majesties here either, so it wouldn't surprise me, you know, if they just try to relax a little bit here, keep that AWP in the hands of Wonderful, keep the AK in the hands of Throne, but I think they are still going to elect to try and take this B bomb site. 1 player boosted up, as I think yeah, now they're going to elect to try and save. There's only 38 seconds left. They're not going to have enough time. I don't think there's no way these guys will rotate towards A here and try and get this bomb down instead. They are going to, but Rockin finds the shot onto Throne through the wall. And Wonderful is definitely going to save this AWP now.
I mean, you saw those 3 T players that were left remaining. In combination, they didn't even have 100 HP between them. So I feel like if these CTs have any idea just how lit they are, a couple nades would have just easily finished them off.
Wonderful does carry that AWP through into the next rounds, however, and it's going to be interesting to see the economy here for Majesty. I don't think they're going to have enough to really do anything. It wouldn't surprise me if we just see a few Desert Eagles come into play here and just try and say to Wonderful, you know what, let's just see if you can pick up anything with the AWP, and we'll try and recycle those guns going into the next round. And it is going to be some sort of force buy here, really. You've got the 2 MAC-10s. You've actually got an AK as well as the Tech 9. You've got a full buy on the other side of the Bluejays, however, with the 2 AKs, the 2 M4s, and the AWP. And Majesties, I don't know what they're kind of doing here. They're trying to close it out, but they're just running straight into the opposition players of Bluejays. It's going to be Kristen who finds one with the molly. He finds the nade as well. And this could have been an awful force buy here for Majesty, sorry.
I'm pretty sure Tok down Banana took like 90 damage from a molly before deciding to move out of it, by the way.
He must have used his Prime sub on you this month then, by the looks of it, as
Whoa!
5 versus 3. situation here in favor of the CTs of Bluejays. As Majesties are going to try and do something to break onto some sort of bomb site, but Native does find Kristen. He does get dropped down to 10 HP, however. Psyche is going to back up. The rotation from that player towards CT is going to come into play to try and help Psyche on this B site. The bomb looks like it's going to be making its way down Banana.
No flashes to work with here, though, for Majesty. So how they're planning on storming onto this bomb site, maybe completely smoking it so that they don't get mollied off by the CTs. That would be quite an interesting play to come see right now. There we have it. There goes the smoke. And they just know, as soon as that molly's... Oh, Psyche picking up 2 kills. Native being left on 10 HP now.
I think the problem is, and I've literally wrote it as the smoke come in too late, the play that they had to make was smoke CT, smoke Coffin, and just try and win an all-out gunfight, an aim fight on the site. But you saw the smoke towards Coffin coming in just slightly delayed. I don't think the communication was that great. Those 2 players swung, and before you know it, the 2K does come in the hands of Psyche, and it's all up to 1 player alive for Majesty. Zix cleans that kill up. It's 15-10 now. Jazz, the economy, I believe, is going to have been reset for the squads of Majesty, and
didn't I say it would be 16-11?
You did. You did say it was going to be 16-11, but I personally think, you know, if Bluejays can win the next full buy round, it's pretty much theirs to take, as it's 15-10 now. Majesty still needing just 1 round. The 3 Deagles in the hand of Majesty. No armor, no util at all. Native taking 60 Molotov damage, as the nade coming in from Kristen as well. And that's been a recurring theme we've seen in the past 3 or 4 rounds towards Banana. I just don't get why these Majesty players are continuing to try and storm up Banana. They are out onto the A bomb site, however, but they're met by NK. Finds 1, the kill traded out. That's going to be Darkside. 3 versus 4 here, as they're actually going to rotate all the way through Library to CT. Darkside finds the kill onto Kristen, and you've now got 2 guns pretty much in the hands of Majesty here.
Psyche doesn't actually look like he's too bothered about people possibly coming up behind him. Has that information been relayed to him at all?
Surely that had to have been called out that they were pushing CT there, right? That must have been the most delayed comm I've ever heard in CSGO history, if that's the case. Psyche now looking to try and find some sort of frag. He knows 1 player is going to be in and around Coffin, potentially over towards Emo as well. He finds the first kill on Tok by Emo. Does tag 1 spot down to 46 HP. They don't know Darkside's there, as 2 players line up for the headshot. Make it a 3K. As Majesty finds the first map here in this best of 3. And you can see from the squad of Majesties, it doesn't look like they're happy with themselves that they let it get that close after such a convincing start to that Inferno game. But wow, Jazz, what a close game we saw.
And next up, we do actually have Dust 2 coming up, John.
Dust 2, a map I know Majesty are very strong on. We saw them play against TTFU on it. They looked fantastic, 16-3. I think, again, it was Wonderful who impressed me on that map with the AWP, looking down long, facing mid, for example, as well as potentially holding tunnels from Heaven. And just fantastic plays overall, man. I think there wasn't really 1 player that kind of shone for me in that game. I mean, you know, Wonderful had his moments, Throne had his moments. He got the 3K on the first pistol round on the map. He then got a 4K as well to clutch up and win a round. I think that might have been on a bomb site, I think. But yeah, it was a very good team performance from Majesty. I think they're going to be a little bit disappointed with themselves that they let it get as close as they did. And let's face it, if that information was relayed slightly quicker that there were players towards CTs, they probably lose that round quite easily, because you would have had the 1 player, Psyche, would have pushed back to face CT with that AWP. You would have then had the 2 players on a bomb site rotate probably through Library or Archways to come behind them and try and force them out onto the site. So, yeah, just very, very...
Good CS.
Good CS,
really
though.
Good
really
CS,
good CS.
yeah.
Really good CS. But, you know what? We're not going to talk too much about it, because we are going to go to a quick break. We will be back, so don't go anywhere. Go get yourself a few snacks, even though, unfortunately, I'm not for sale. And we will see you guys in a little bit. Yeah, hello, guys. Welcome back here to the penultimate day at BGE Stara Zagora. We are heading into map number 2 shortly in this best of 3 series between Majesty and Bluejays. I am John P. I'm joined by the lovely Jasmine here again on the desk. And the first map, we saw some great CSGO.
Yeah, we did, definitely. I think I speak on both of our behalves when I say that we were not expecting it to be as close as it was. It was indeed 16-10 in favour of Majesty. But now we're going to take it on to Dust 2. Who do you have winning this map, John?
Well, I've only had the chance of seeing Majesty play Dust 2 out of the two teams. We saw them play that on day number 1 against TTFU. They looked very strong. They picked up a 16-3 win, I think. But then again, that was against a mix of quote-unquote lesser opposition. Will you have that? Not against Bluejays. I thought Majesty were going to stomp Bluejays in the first map, but it was actually quite a tight match, to be fair with you. Map, sorry, rather. And I think that's going to replicate in this map as well. I think, however, that the stomping will happen. But when I say it's going to be tight, I think it's going to come down to 1 versus 1s, 2v1s. And I think Majesty are just going to have that clutch factor about them.
Do you have a prediction for me?
I would say I think it's going to be around 16-5, 16-6 in favour of Majesty. Production apparently think it's going to be 16-9.
My prediction is 16-8. So
we're all in the middle. We're all one off each other.
We got to make sure we cover all grounds.
Yeah, exactly.
This is where we find out it goes overtime, and then we're all wrong.
We are just waiting for the match to restart. I believe we are going to head into it now. It's going to be Majesty on the T-spawn, as it is obviously their map pick. That means Bluejays are going to be on CTs, Jazz. And again here, we saw how important pistol rounds can be, especially on a map like Dust 2 as well. For example, if you are on the CT side, you win those first few rounds and you get an AWP in your AWPer's hands early on, it can be very, very hard for the Ts to break onto any site. Psyche is going to find some shots. Fantastic. One tap onto Throne there. As he is going to have called out the bomb, I think. See those players rotating over. Wonderful. Does tag up Zix, however, he gets taken out. Zix finds the headshot onto Darkside through the smoke. Again.
That was amazing by Zix, by the way. He's just picked up 3 kills and Psyche joins him with... No, yeah. Zix picks up 3 kills and Psyche joins him with a further 2.
Yeah, one thing to mention, Zix was on 9 HP throughout all 3 of those kills.
How many pens do you need?
2 pens. Always bring 2 pens. Now that's very important for Bluejays. I said to you literally a minute ago that if you get that early economy built up on the side of the CT, you can see already the force buy coming through. Zix finding the kill with the dark sides. The 2 FAMASs, the AUG and the M4 in the hands of his teammates.
See, 3 of the CT players are actually sitting in and around that A bomb site, with bomb actually making its way up towards short by Majesty. Trying to get a 1 DK. I don't really think this is going to pay off for him. They have no utility to work with either. They can't really smoke themselves off, throw any nades. They can't really do much with this.
Zix finding his 6th kill. Another 3K this round. Can he make it a 4K? Yes, he can. As Zix is starting on fire this half for Bluejays. And we are going to now head in to the first full buy here, probably, for either side. I do believe the economy is just going to be enough.
No, actually we see pistols coming out on the side of Majesty.
Oh yes, because I don't think they've had a single kill really, have they? They've not picked up any sort of damage. As the pistols are going to come to play, just 2 deagles, as Tok is going to be molotoved off towards double doors. And pretty much looking at this early on, Jazz, you'd probably say this is probably another round win for Bluejays.
Absolutely. I like the fact that they were definitely being patient. They knew that that utility was going to be thrown early on in the round towards A long. They're just waiting for that smoke to clear, hoping that Psyche may get impatient, may wander off, and it doesn't look like he's going to start making his way towards that pit area. Gets tagged onto by Darkside, however, picks up 1 kill.
Tok is going to find the trade. Wonderful and Rockin'. Both taking shots at each other. Wonderful's going to win 2 Angels there as 3 more players. For Majesty making their way down long. Zix finds yet another kill onto the site. 2 versus 1. Zix finding the shots through the smoke and through the car onto Wonderful. 1 versus 1 here. Both players very low HP. I think Zix is going to find the kill. It's a 4K and a 2 versus 1 clutch. Zix is on fire right now.
It is worth noting also, John, that Zix is more than capable of being one of those players that performs when it's absolutely needed of him, as he did get 40 kills versus Bluejays when they played against them. Oh no, wait, sorry, not Bluejays. When they played against TTFU, yeah.
No, whereas listen, everybody makes mistakes. Even Hannah Montana wrote a song about it.
Oh, John.
We are going to head into the 4th round now. Here is Bluejays got an early 3-0 lead.
Finally, we see a tactical timeout.
Is that like, that's like the second tactical timeout we've seen of the tournament, and it is going to be from Majesties. They're probably saying, listen, all right, we're going into a full buy now. What are we going to do here to pick up our first round? You've got the AWP in the hands of Wonderful. AKs for everybody else. Good full buy of utility as well.
Do you think we're going to see an AWP v AWP down mid now? Or do you reckon he's going to try and play quite aggressively towards A-long and pick up that initial frag?
I don't know. I think what Wonderful might do is he might try to face long here because he knows Zix peeks it and he's been playing very, very well. And I think if they shut down Zix here, they could probably, you know, find themselves an open on the map to focus towards one site. But we'll have to wait and see. As
he doesn't really have a good spawn for peeking long though, so I feel like he's definitely going to try and face mid possibly.
Going to see what happens, as it does look like he did face mid. No shots found, however, and we are seeing an AWP versus AWP duel down mid, but no one's going to find any shots thrown. Is going to be flash, and it's Zix there once again with the kill on the throne. The top does trade that, however. Darkside taking some shots into Zyke. Is going to drop Tok finds that kill. 3 versus 3, make it a 2 versus 3 here. Finally, we're seeing the advantage go in favor of Majesty as Native finds his second kill, and that's going to open up that B bomb site. You see the bomb rotating all the way through T-spawn here to try and push over towards that B site, but Rockin and Native right next to each other. If he shifts forward, he's going to miss the shot, and Native finds the kill. If he finds that shot there onto Native, he makes that round very, very difficult because the 2 players that were left alive from Majesty were actually split.
That was a big problem there, by the way. They managed to push out towards A-long. One of them should have been covering towards that pit area whilst his teammate was watching his back, but we did not see that happen. Reminds me of when I play against you, John.
Couldn't have said it better myself, Jazz. There's going to be 3, make it 4 deagles in the hands of Bluejays. Just the MP9 for Psyche, but that's not going to do anything against the AK of Throne. Kristen now finding 1. Takes down Darkside. Top does trade that out. However, Wonderful with a fantastic wallbang headshot onto NK, and Zix is just going to run off down towards long, give up that B site, and probably try and take these deagles into the next round. 3 players with the AKs in hand. Wonderful got that AWP as well. This is a very strong round here from Majesties. You know, it was a bit of a scuffed buy from Bluejays. Only the 1 SMG with the rest having deagles, so isn't a bit of a shock that they have lost that round to Majesties. But going into this next round, however, we're going to start to see that, again, I mentioned it, when it gets to that, you know, that 5, 6, 7 round mark where teams can start to really get a foothold in the game and tie it by the scruff of the neck, as it's going to be 3 rounds to 2 as we head into this 6th round here. And you can see this is the replay of Rockin narrowly missing that AWP shot, being taken down by Native. And this was earlier on in the round where Kristen finds the kill onto Darkside, but gets instantly traded by Tok. And looks like now we're going to see a bit of a B push here, Jazz.
Oh, I like this. Look, CT's pushing up towards short. They can get that early info. See if anybody's coming in from lower tunnels, going towards mid. We see a boost coming in. Clear shot there for whoever peeks lower tons for them. Let's just hope they can actually land this shot, as this is very valuable for them. Picking up an AK possibly. Getting that early info is absolutely crucial at this point.
Well, yeah, if you're the squad of Bluejays, you know, you kind of were forced to eco again. You put the MP9 in the hands of Zix. You had 2 deagles as well. You had nothing, but you know, you got to play quite aggressively when you're stuck in that predicament. Bomb is still going to be towards upper tunnels, and just waiting to see here whether or not Majesty do commit to this bomb site. They've got 1 player, however. I think it's going to be Psyche who's coming behind them, shifting into lower tunnels, and we're about to see a head-to-head engagement. Psyche finds the first shot. Can he find Tok? Yes, that's the information that he needed, however. He doesn't mind dying there. He gets the kill, and Throne nearly losing that long-range duel, but the bomb's down, so they're going to rotate. They know where the players are heading here, as NK finds the shots onto Darkside with that Deagle. It's a 3 versus 2. One player which is thrown, however, on 13 HP. They've got some sort of information where the bomb is. The bomb's actually been picked up.
They saw the bomb towards B tons. I have no idea why they've all decided to leave lower tons and rotate towards A.
Oh, this is...
They saw the bomb.
Surely they had to have seen the bomb.
Yeah, they definitely saw the bomb.
Maybe they thought the player, you know, jumped up onto the box up to short, you know, and maybe rotated onto A site. But
they had one player towards short. He would have seen any sort of rotation.
Native. Left over on this B site, finds one, finds two, and it's all up to Zix. As he drops the 3k coming in from Native, or 4k for that round rather, should I say. What a strange rotation from Bluejays there onto A site.
I wasn't expecting that. Let's watch the replay.
So I'm not too sure who it was. I think it was NK, right, who found the kill on the bomb carrier. I'm just so confused as to why the rotation didn't come into play.
Look at this aggression from the CTs working their way up towards A long. I feel like they're definitely going to face Throne at this point. Oh, Throne. The timing of that. He's decided to fall back ever so slightly.
Wonderful. Is going to drop to Rockin. Currently sitting at 1 and 4. You know, it's good to see him back in the swing of things as the bomb is still down towards T-Spawn. Native finds it. The entry frag in onto the B site, but Psyche is there to trade. However, you can see another player, which was Rockin, look to rotate over towards that B site, but they've got no information here on where the bomb is. And it looks like these players are going to shift down towards short to try and get some sort of control of this A bomb site. There is one player on the A bomb site. That's going to be NK, and Rockin, he must be hearing some noise here, surely. I'm not sure if all of them are shifting. No, one person didn't shift. The person furthest back towards mid who's making a lot of noise. So Rockin's going to know that his players are here, and he's going to come behind him, but big bro plays from Tok there. He knows that his players are on towards doors. He throws the molly behind him to stop that push as Zix finds Tok. Darkside does trade it back out, however. 2 versus 2. One player at 100 HP each for both squads. The other down to just the one tap with any gun. The nade does kill Psyche, and it does enough damage to Zix to put him down to the one tap with Darkside cleaning up that kill. 4-3 now in favor of Majesties.
That was beautiful utility usage by Majesty there. You know, like you said earlier, they mollied off behind themselves, making sure that there was no sort of rotation coming up behind them, and then obviously calling out to one another, using your teammates' utility, using that nade to inflict as much damage as possible.
Bomb is going to go towards A, and this I think is the first sort of somewhat aggressive push towards A long we've seen. As Rockin, I think, did he tag one player there with that scout?
Through the door.
He tagged Throne through the door, drops him down to 59 HP. That's going to open up that middle of the map area there as these players are now going to rotate over towards B. The boost comes into play up towards A site. He is going to face long with this scout. Can he see the head of one player? He does, but Nature's reactions are too fast. Zix finds the shots onto one player. Doesn't take him down, however. 4 versus 5 here. Psyche does tag up Wonderful. Tok's going to drop Zix. It's a 5 versus 2 here. As it's all up to Wonderful. Sorry, it's all up to NK and Christian. Up against Wonderful and the rest of the squad of Majesty. Does drop all up to NK. Alone with just the pistol in hand. Tok finds the first, he finds the second, and it's 3-5 now in favor of Majesty.
I'm waiting to see how long it's going to take before Bluejays start to call a timeout. We saw as soon as Majesty had called that initial timeout, they've been winning round after round after round, and it seemed to work out perfectly for them.
And it all come down to that first full buy round. You know, we saw the full buy come in, and immediately, as soon as they knew that they had the economy to full buy, they hit that tactical timeout. They talked about what they were going to do, where they were going wrong, and since then, they played pretty much flawlessly. Let's see if Bluejays are let to do some sort of the same strategical gameplay here, but it doesn't look like it just yet, as Psyche isn't going to expect 2 players to be boosted there in and around that dumpster. He does fall to Darkside. The trade from Rockin, however, but Tok on that boost. Rockin with a second AWP kill. is going to elect to cross towards Pit. Finds the third. Okay, Rockin starting to snap a little bit with this AWP. 3 versus 2. The AWP in the hand of Native, however, and thrown. And I don't think they realise how much control of B site they've got here. The Bluejays are completely giving up this site again.
Yeah, these 2 AWPs for the CTs are definitely going to be great for them. They need to make sure they push onto that B bomb site as soon as possible. However, I feel like they still... This is where the paranoia comes into play. You know, John, they saw so many players towards that A long. They're convinced that it's going to be an A push, maybe towards short. That's why they've left the 1 player towards mid, making sure that there was no sort of short action going on from over there. But these teams, they have absolutely no idea. But now they are well aware. They have that B bomb site all for themselves. We finally see some sort of rotation coming in from the CTs.
3 versus 2 here. The man advantage in favour of the CTs as they elect to try and take back this B site from Majesty and get that defuse on the bomb in time. But the 1 player on the side of Majesty is that you don't want to drop was Native. He's been playing fantastically well. It's all up to Throne. Rockin finds himself an ace in that round with the AWP. And just like that, 5 rounds to 4 now as Bluejays pick up a round. Fair play there to Rockin and getting a little bit of recognition from the crowd there of a fantastic ace with the AWP. Luckily though for Majesties, you know, going on a few round win streak, they have got enough to fall by this round, and should they lose this, they've got enough in the bank for 1 more round at least. It's a double AWP setup now out of NK and Rockin here, Jazz.
Yeah, I'm liking the fact that they've split apart these AWPs completely from one another. We see a kill coming on from Majesty onto Rocking. Unfortunately, one of those AWPs does fall. NK managing to pick up a kill towards that mid area, calling out to the teammates. You see the rotation coming in from through CT, picking up another frag onto the top, shoots through the door.
Zix finds 1, finds the second as well, and it's all on Native. In a 2 versus 1, he's going to elect to try and pick up that AWP, but he's made so much noise. The players are going to know where he is. The pre-fire is going to probably come in soon. As he peeks out, he's going to drop it. Psyche finds the kill.
I feel like in that situation, you keep your AK, spray through the door. Worst case scenario, you do a bit of damage to them, and, you know...
Well, he had a molly as well. It looked like what he was going to do was molly the doorway off, because he expected 1 player to push through the door. Elected not to try to pick up that AWP, but, you know, making so much noise, picking up that gun as well as trying to jump up towards heaven is just... Unfortunately, doesn't work out for him as an aggressive push up towards A long here from Zix. You know, it worked out for him early on, picking up 11 straight kills, but... Wonderful, going to elect to rotate out, and it wouldn't surprise if we see these players push up towards short or maybe into lower tons here, because we know how easily Bluejays have been giving up this B site.
Little do they know, John, there is actually an AWP hanging in and around that mid area. They're being awfully quiet here. Rocking is going to have absolutely no idea they've pushed up towards short. Wonderful getting tagged up through that mid door, and even more so after that nade.
5 HP here for Wonderful. Not a lot of utility on the side of Bluejays, however, in comparison to the utility available for Majesties, but Rockin doesn't need anything. He's got his AWP in hand and finds the kill onto Darkside. Bomb still over towards short now. There are 2 players that have rotated over towards A. The third is about to join them. Native does shoot Kristen in the back. NK finds the shots onto Native as well. Rockin trying to tag up those players through the smoke, and he's going to have heard them drop here, sure. Elects to go for the no-scope. Throne takes him down. They've not checked the site, and Psyche's there to clean it up. It's a 2 versus 1. It's all up to Wonderful. The bomb is down.
With only 5 HP and a dream, John. He's got absolutely no chance. And there we have it. Zix very easily and quickly taking out Wonderful.
Fantastic plays there for the squad of Bluejays, and I can't believe those 2 players, Throne and Tok, did not check the extra player on the site behind them. And easiest 2K Psyche will probably have this weekend. And
ooh, finally we're seeing a B rush come in here. Kristen, none the wiser. These 2 players are going to be very patient, possibly start shift walking through that smoke.
They've made so much noise though by shooting through that smoke. You can see already the rotations coming into play. 2 players from A look like to be rotating themselves through CT over towards B site, but they're just going to hang in and around short for now. and making so much noise that you've kind of now stuck yourself in the middle of the map here. Rocking on A site with the FAMAS. Bomb still in and around tunnels here, Jazz. A very indecisive strat call here for Majesty so far. What would you like to see them do?
I'd like them to actually rush onto a site. Like, you know, we saw that initial smoke bloom onto B tunnels, but they made so much noise, they sent it away. Zix managed to pick up 1 kill on the player towards A long. And yet, see, this is what I like. Bluejays are not over-rotating just yet.
And they did this a lot better than in the first map on Inferno. You saw how early their rotation was, and they've learned the lesson from that rotation onto from B to A that time, where they completely gave up the bomb site too early, and that player got the plant down top. Does find a kill, however, 3 versus 2 in favor of Majesty. It's up to Kristen and MK to find the retake, but they're not going to be able to do it yet, or at least Kristen won't, as NK on his own after Wonderful finds that kill. And he's just going to hang out here. He's not going to risk losing this AWP. He wants to take it into the next round, and it's going to be 6 rounds apiece here. Definitely not the curb stomp that I would have thought from Majesty. Bluejays really, really performing well so far on Dust 2.
Yeah, I mean, they were performing quite well, unexpectedly well, albeit on Inferno as well. So it's no surprise that they're doing the exact same onto Dust 2. I don't think they're going to get as many rounds as they did in Inferno, but who knows? They might actually prove me wrong now, John.
Wouldn't be the first time you've been proved wrong in your life, Jazz. Well, at least not from me anyway.
You're flaming.
6 rounds apiece as we head into the final 3 rounds here on this first half of Dust 2 between Bluejays and Majesty. The full buy coming in from Majesty here, the 5 AKs max utility as well. They've got the AWP and the Scout. As an aggressive B push looks like it's going to come into play. The flashes, you see them come over. NK and Kristen, however, they stopped the initial push onto the site, and already you can just see that those players look like they were going to scamper back, but they do finally cross onto the site. It's going to be Rockin', however, who finds the kill with the Scout onto thrown through the wall, and
look at all this util that they have.
The bomb has been planted, however, there is 1 player still in and around those doors, but I don't think they're going to expect a double flank here. If I'm Bluejays, what I do is I send Zix out first, and then I let that player behind him wait a little bit, and then send them out again, because they're not going to expect a double flank here. Surely not. They're probably going to be looking at someone coming from heaven, coming from doorway, and tunnels at the same time. So if you can try and out-predict, but as I say that, Zix finds the nade onto Native. It's all up to Tok, 3 versus 1. Now you're just going to want to flood this bomb site. And that's exactly what they do. Tok finds the headshot with the Scout, and it's going to be 7 to 6.
Counter-terrorists win.
And yet we're still not seeing a pause, John.
Yeah,
I mean,
this
is triggering me.
You know, we are headed in towards the half-time soon, so no doubt a few words we said throughout that. We might see a tactical pause straight after half-time, and the games are quite close, you know. I don't think, you know, either team are really in need of any sort of motivational talk right now from their IGL or from their coach, but Native finds the first, finds the second as well with that AWP through the smoke onto Psyche. Rockin' is going to pick up 1. Tok does pick up Rockin', however, and just like that is a 5 versus 1 in favor of Kristen. All alone here. As the players.
Not when he's taken out like that, John.
I had 0 faith in Kristen when they were 1v5 there, to be honest with you.
Wishful thinking.
And we are going to go into the final round here with 7 rounds apiece, so one team just going to get a slight advantage going in to the next round. And how important could the next round's first few rounds be? The next half's first few rounds, then pistols, that first full buy, etc. That might come really, really clutch here and determine who wins this map.
Well, you know, John, you actually stated that whoever wins first half will win the game. Oh my god, that's the 2nd tag now they've had through the door. Fantastic shooting there by Native.
And that really puts them in a good position for the later stages of this game. You know, you've got 2 players that are 1 taps to pistol, rather, you know, let alone an AK or an AWP. And
Now, if he has called out the initial damage that he's done onto those two CT players, his teammates should be absolutely storming the bomb site with as many nades as they can, but unfortunately, you see they only have one nade. They have 3 mollies to work with, though, so I'm hoping we see, you know, a storm of the bomb site with all these nades.
Yeah, I wouldn't surprise me if you see the smokes go down towards CTs and they fully swing all together facing bomb site. The AWP was actually thrown over the
I think that was he failed the throw, I think.
Zix now, there you go. You see the smoke coming onto the site and towards CT. The Molotov pops out 2. Zix finds one, can't find the second. It's going to be Throne who's there to trade. NK trying to find the kill as Throne finds not only 1 headshot onto Psyche, he picks up the kill onto NK as well. It's a 2 versus 3 retake needed here for the Blue Jays, and both players down to just under 30 HP. Wonderful does get tagged that pre-nade. Fantastic stuff as Throne peeks out. Darkside picks up the kill onto Kristen, and it's going to be an 8-5 lead for Majesties going in at halftime. 8-7, sorry. Big brain, big maths.
Quick maths.
2 plus 2 is 36. Now, going into this second half here, Jazz, what are you going to need to see from the likes of Majesty on the CT side, and what you're going to need to see from Blue Jays on the T side to either take a site or for Majesties to hold a site?
I think we're going to see a bit of a fake coming out again from Blue Jays. I mean, you see they've got the 2 flashes, 2 smokes, and molly, maybe throwing that utility towards B-bomb site, getting some sort of rotation out of them. But I do think that Darkside might have heard those players towards tunnel and pushing out towards mid, calling that out to his teammate. CT has now been smoked. Watch your backs.
Tok finds 1, Throne finds the second. Tok picks up a 2K, Throne a 2K of his own as Majesty relatively easily hold off that first push there from Blue Jays on this pistol round here in the second half of Dust 2. And I'm really surprised if you see quite a bit of a full spy come through here from Majesties to just try and get the balls rolling for them and put a little bit of daylight between themselves and the Blue Jays.
Like we said earlier, Zix is more than capable of showing up when he needs to. You can see him sitting very comfortably there on 20 kills so far. However, the same cannot be said for Kristen.
Players hopping around like a bunch of useless rabbits for a second there as they were both blinded. It's going to be NK who finds the kill onto Throne. Bomb is over towards A long now as they're going to look to try and pull off some sort of execute onto that A side. Zix shifting up short. I'm not too sure if Wonderful actually heard him. Who's going to get the peek first? It's going to be Zix who finds the angle for the headshot with that Desert Eagle. Now with a FAMAS in hand, it's a 5 versus 3. As all 3 players, I think, are going to go up towards short here, Jazz.
They only have a molly and 3 smokes to work with as well here, John. They seem to have 1 kit with them though, so I mean that could work in their favour, especially if they molly that ramp like they have.
Rockin trying to find a tag with that scout. He finds the headshot even onto Tok. Darkside drops to Zix. And Native is just going to skadoot himself out of short.
Skadoot.
And try and find a few exit frags here if he can. But a very competitive series we've seen so far between these two guys. I think we even said it at the start of the game, or the day even rather, once we found out that it would be Blue Jays versus Majesty after that match concluded earlier on, that this has got the potential to be, you know, a map 3 double overtime in every single situation. As I'm still surprised that we've not seen a tack timeout yet to try and, you know, to try and see some sort of setup or strat call for either side.
That just makes me think that not even Blue Jays know what they want to do or what they should do to counter this. I'm hoping we see an A-long push from the CT. So you've got pistols, you've got armor, you've got a nade and a molly. I mean, they tried it. They really did. Zix picking up 1 kill, picks up the second onto Darkside. T's absolutely storming onto that A-bomb site. You can see these 2 players towards B. They're not interested. They don't want it. They're not rotating just yet. Zix also picking up yet another kill, make that 3.
Yeah, 2 remaining players there for
big chilling.
Majesty, and a very good start here to the T side from Blue Jays. There's a FAMAS and a Deagle left. Bomb is going to go down now on that A site, and there's actually one player. I think it's Psyche who's waiting for.
They've heard the initial molly down. They don't know he's there.
And you're just going to see all of these players flood towards Nate. If he finds the first, can he find the second? He can't, as NK is going to trade that out, and it's 9 rounds apiece now here. As you do see the economy reset here for Majesties, and the Bluejays are looking in a very good spot. They are able to get all the guns back in the hands that they need. You know, the max buy from the utilities side of things as well. And if your Majesty's here, you probably just rush down A long. That's exactly what it looks like they're going to do, to try and engage early on towards these double doors and find themselves a kill to try and pick themselves up a gun. But they're met with the AK of NK. Zix there as well to help out. NK finds the 3K, and that's what happens if you storm longs with pistols against a full set of AKs, Jazz. Some convincing words there by the sounds of it out of the Bluejays. The crowd liked a little bit of that.
I feel like I need a Google
Zix is fragging right now. He's 27 and 10, and there's still like 10 rounds left of this game. Minimum.
Kristen, however, not having too much of a fun time on this map.
Yeah, Kristen's kind of struggling right now. 3 kills, you know, no wonder why they've elected giving him the bomb for this map. And close call over towards double doors. There's bomb aggressively pushing down towards short here, and I like this call from Bluejays here. I really like that strat call as to what they did. I think they knew that Majesties were going to force buy that round, you know, to put 2 M4s and the FAMAS and the AUG in the hands of their team. So what did they do? They stormed down mid. They know probably no one's going to face mid at all. They get complete control of short, push onto A side, bomb goes down, and it's all up to Throne. Left to play 1 versus 4. He does find one. He can't find the second. That's NK to trade out that kill, and 11 rounds to 9 now in favor of Majesty. And again, look at the economy on the side of Majesty.
It just feels like they're underestimating the power of utility at this point. If I was them, I definitely would have, sure, had 4 players buy up completely, and then had at least 1 player waiting with all of that utility. You know, you could have stopped them pushing towards that short area, but
all it takes is 1 Molotov. Yeah, exactly. You take 1 Molotov and you do how much damage, and the rest of the players can easily clean those kills up. Throne finds the kill onto NK. Zix is going to trade that out. However, 4 players apiece. But one thing to note is,
oh, that's going to spread.
What he does now spread, and we mentioned the use of utility. Fantastic use of it there from the Bluejays as they look to set their 12th round on the board here against Majesty on Dust 2 and force that map number 3, which is going to be Mirage. And honestly, going into that Mirage, I don't know who I would probably favour at the moment.
I mean, I feel like if Zix continues popping off the way he is,
like, he could be the X Factor. He could be that player, you know, that kind of just pulls it together for his team. But 4 versus 3 retake needed here for Majesties, and Rockin does spot 1 player towards that car at the back of the T-spawn. Zix now going to elect to rotate and watch those double doors. As I think it's just going to be, you know, more of a let's not just add to the economy of Bluejays here and let them get frags.
He's going to get kill hungry.
I mean,
he's popping off right now. He's got 30 kills. He wants 1 more. He's not done just yet, John. He runs out of bullets though. Fails the spray. Oh! Oh! That is what happens, John, when you get way too greedy.
1 dink from the Deagle through the smoke. 12-9 now in favour of Bluejays. Bomb is going to be heading towards tunnels by the looks of it. Looks like they're going to elect to rotate that towards the middle of the map. Might even jump up onto that box to push towards short, or even push this bomb through CT towards A. And if they smoke this off, they're going to push towards B here and execute this near on perfectly. But they've got to play quickly because there is 1 player towards window, I believe. Tok finds the first no-scope from Rocket onto Tok, but Psyche does find the kill onto Native. That's traded straight back out as Throne does pick up the kill. Darkside finds the kill onto Rockin. Left on 1 HP, 3 versus 2, however. A lot of utility available here for Psyche and Kristen. Flash going off towards Tons. Oh, just shoot through the door.
I think they're just waiting for that.
They've wasted the Molotov.
Yeah.
I would have kept that to try and Molotov bomb should I have needed to, but luckily for them, Kristen finds one, Psyche finds the other. So 1 versus 1 here. Psyche versus Wonderful. Does find a kill. Has he got the kit? He doesn't have a kit.
That's what we like to hear, John. Good old
Does
CSJ.
not have the kit. Bluejays played that fantastically, by the way. They, for a second, I thought they were going to get, like we saw earlier on when Majesty did it, get stuck in the middle of the map a little bit and get caught from both angles, not knowing what to do, stuck on that rotation. But they immediately threw those smokes down towards CT, crossed over towards B site, took the player out of window, and had complete control of that site. And that was a 2 versus 3.
You know what would have completely changed that round is if Native actually pushed in through towards tunnels. They actually didn't check tunnels at all to make sure that there was nobody in there. If he had sat in tunnels and waited for his teammates to come and be their backup and maybe face when they were planting, it could have been a completely different round.
Yeah, and how many times have we seen on Dust 2 in this match in particular, people just give up that B bomb site so quickly as well. NK going to try and find some shots on that spray. And I think it tags up Darkside a little bit through that archway door. Both players just trying to tag shots up through that wall bang, and Flash coming over the top towards mid. I think the bomb is located up towards short, and we might see some sort of A push here as Darkside found a fantastic shot. I'm not quite sure how he found that angle there. At least not with it being a wall bang at least. But the bomb is pushing up towards short now. There is one player over towards the A bomb site. Sorry, make it 2 as we do see one shift back towards CT and elect to try and get that angle onto short. Now the bomb's actually wrapped itself all the way back through mid towards T spawn and coming through double doors. Not too sure who that player is. It's number 9. It's Throne. I'd love to jump on board with him to see if he can pick up the kills. He picks up 1. He picks up 2. Can he find the 3rd? Kristen knows where he is. The pre-fire comes in as he hears the steps, but he gets taken down. Rockin with the kill with the AWP, but Darkside and Wonderful were there to trade the kills out. And a little bit of BMing coming in there, you know. Majesty finding that 10th round on the board, and if you're Bluejays now, this is still looking quite okay. You know, they could lose this round even. They've still got enough economy to rebuy next round. However, you are heavily invested here if you're the squad of Majesty. You put the AWP in the hands of Wonderful. You've fully brought out. You've stacked yourself up on a little bit of utility. You lose this round, you're forced to go into the next round with a very, very weak economy.
Looks like that gamble did pay off for the CTs as Tok manages to pick up 2 kills on both Zix and Kristen. All the flashes in the world coming in there. Great use of that nade too. However, he's going to get mollied out. I think that smoke actually managed to put it out for him too. You know, Majesty should really be calling a timeout. I know they're in the process of winning this round right now, but did you see that indecisiveness from Tok? Previous round, he didn't know if he was throwing a molly, a flash, he was waiting for his teammate. It was all over the place, because it seems to me right now, their communication is not all there.
Yeah, whereas it's sort of polar opposite on Bluejays at the moment. They know when to rotate, they know when not to rotate, and they know exactly what's needed from every individual player. And bomb is going to be rotating its way through lower tunnels to upper tunnels into that B bomb site. There is a few shots heading down towards the middle of the map. The Molotov is going to come out. Molotov does go down from Rockin, but Darkside's there too quick to take it down. The smoke does go on to the site, but that's only going to allow some coverage for the Bluejays to take this site. It's a 2 versus 4. I think they're just going to try and play the crossfire here back to back should one person get the kill, but he's not really in the best of angles. I'd like to see him up towards window, but NK does find the first, and Wonderful's there holding the angle with the AWP to find the kill onto NK. 3 versus 1 now. Finds the first. Can he find the shots towards window? He knows where these players are going to be coming from. Throne picks up the kill. Majesty's 13 rounds to 11 now. They are slowly but surely edging their way back into somewhat of level in this game up here on Dust 2.
Do you think we can see an overtime?
I think we can, but I honestly think it's going to come down to one of these teams are going to have to eco at one point, I think, because especially the squad of Majesty, if they lose one of these rounds, they're going to be going in to the following round with very, very low economy, and it's going to be whether or not they can clutch up and make that play that they need to. And as I say that, Kristen does drop his dark side, who finds the opening frag. NK6 and Psyche all down to under 60 HP. They've got a few bits of utility to work with. Zix finds the first kill onto Tok. And how upset will Zix be here if he's been fragging this hard on Dust 2 for Majesties to make a comeback and win? 4 versus 4 here as the bomb is heading towards A long, and they've pretty much completely given up A site here. There's one person at the back of site. I'm not too sure if that person actually sat towards CT or if he sat short.
He didn't hear him?
He didn't hear him? Oh. He stepped, right? I'm pretty sure I heard him step. Darkside finds the kill onto Zix somehow. And it's all falling apart for Bluejays as I'm so confused how he didn't... I don't know if he didn't hold his shift button while coming off of...
No, he failed the jump. He failed the jump onto short and fell back down onto the box, but I'm not sure how Zix didn't hear that.
A dire situation there, and I don't know if the team was maybe coming too loudly potentially and just didn't hear him. NK popping out over towards long is gonna shift walk through the smoke, finds one but does get traded out. Darkside with a 2k. That's Kristen and NK dropping. 4 versus 3 here. Majesty looking to level things up, and if they win this round, Bluejays are going into the following round with absolutely zero economy to work with. And you would say that would then take it into map point and match point for Majesty.
I guarantee you, John, if one of these players, one of these teams calls a timeout, whoever calls a timeout ASAP, it will be a game changer.
You can see here the squad of Majesties are really fired up. The fist bumps going left, right, and center, and we're still waiting to see that tactical timeout. And I mentioned that they might be forced to eco here, Bluejays. They're all going to pick up deagles and a little bit of utility, but the full buy-in on the side of Majesties, and
big rush going to come in here towards that A-long area. Oh, it does look like they're going to go sneaky beaky, like making their way towards mid.
Darkside with the nade on to NK. That's the first frag. Players are going to come up short. The Molotov does go out. Zix finds one, but Throne is going to trade that. Wonderful finds the kill with that molly. Kristen picks up a kill, so he has got the M4 to work with as well. Can he find the shots onto that player? Native drops down to very low HP. The bomb is going to have been planted, and now it's a 2 versus 3 retake here for Majesties. And this is going to come down to whether or not Rocking can frag with this M4 here and pick up the initial kills.
Oh, they have no idea. It's not even planted for sure. Why is it not planted for sure? Oh, no. Of all the ways you could have lost a round. You see what I mean? It just feels like communication isn't there, John.
If they plant for short there, he probably wins the round.
Yeah?
Because I'm pretty sure he had a little bit of utility to work with as well. 14-13 now in favour of Majesties. The full buy is going to come through from Bluejays. Are we going to see Orc versus Orc face mid? We're not, as Rockin narrowly missing out on those 2 players crossing over towards the B site, and 3 players getting very aggressive into B. They're going to rotate through tunnels in towards mid. And I'm pretty sure Throne's going to have heard these players here. The one comes out, and the time, and he spotted the bomb. He finds 1, finds 2. Can he find the 3rd? He doesn't, but Tok's there to save the day as NK finds the kill onto Throne. It's a 4 versus 2. Tok is very low. A little bit of nade damage there onto Zix. He's going to rotate over towards B, and they know the bomb's down towards the middle of the map. Zix, fantastic pre-fire to Native towards window, finding that shots on the AWP player, and Darkside finds the kill onto NK, and it's all falling apart for Bluejays here towards this end of Dust 2. Zix left alone. If there's one player here that could probably find the 4 versus 1 clutch, it would be him. 33-18 Jazz. He is going to be utterly devastated here if he is not going to be able to pick up at least a map for Majesty. He's played fantastically well. He drops Majesty's move on to not only map point, but match point here on Dust 2. Can you see Bluejays any way forcing this into overtime?
I feel like if they had called a pause, yeah, I feel like at this point in time it's definitely too late for them, John.
As here we go, guys. Are we about to head into the final round of the day? Majesty just needing 1 kill, but as I say that, the initial pick with the scout is going to go in favor of Bluejays. It's going to be Native who drops early on, and it's going to be Darkside who answers back with that AWP. That's going to be Rockin who falls. 4 versus 4. The flashes coming in, completely blinded from Darkside. That allows one player to cross.
It's almost like they've given up, John. Look, they've left the bomb in spawn.
Well, I think what they're going to do is they're going to go back to that play call of just trying to find the info and find the frag
But look
spot.
at how far up they are. They're just going to waste time to go back for it.
Throne finds one. Love that from Throne. Repositions, tries to find the new angle, but Psyche is going to find the kill. The smoke comes into play because Wonderful has repositioned himself towards A long. But if you're... Surely you've got to tell the bomb to go B here. Surely you've made so much noise. They know you're that low. One player's towards short. You have to tell the bomb to go B here, surely. There's no way. I don't think these players are going to be able to push out.
NK's going to get back in.
Kristen finds the kill, and this has got to be fast. Top drops. It's all up to Kristen. The lone man as Darkside finds the kill. Majesty somehow really going huge. I think that was 5 or 6 straight rounds towards the end of the game there, Jazz, to find a clean 2-0 sweep of the series to advance themselves through to tomorrow in the semi-finals, where they will meet Fate Esports, I believe.
I'm speechless. I'm actually speechless, John.
I'm interested to see tomorrow's game. I really am. I'm already looking forward to it. We've already seen, Fate stomp Majesty on their favorite map, Inferno. Are we going to see that again, or, will Majesty elect to pick one of Fate's preferred maps and try to pull off some reverse psychology? Who knows? But fantastic days of CSGO here, especially that last series. We were speaking about how excited we was to be on the last game of the day today because we had this potential matchup and we thought it was going to be one of the most even matchups throughout the day, and it delivered, to say the least.
Yeah, definitely. Amazing CS we were watching all day today. In fact, it's unfortunate it didn't go to a map 3. Honestly, it really is. I feel like Mirage would have just been angels. And the way that both of these teams were performing, I mean, both of them put up a really good fight.
Yeah, and I think at the end of the day, it was individual errors, individual mistakes that did cost a few times on Bluejays. I noted down a few times that the players that were on B site rotated over to A, for example, slightly too early, and it gave up the bomb site. And a retake on a map like Dust 2 is very, very hard, especially if you're at like a numbers disadvantage and a utility disadvantage, for example. And commiserations for Bluejays. We've got to say a huge thank you for them for coming to the tournament this week, and no doubt they're going to come back even stronger. Going into this one, we kind of wrote them off a little bit, saying they didn't play too well against mixes. They were a little bit memed, for the first few days from us, but they performed, to say the least, against Majesty. But Majesty just too strong on the day. They advance through tomorrow to play against Fate. I'm excited for that. I do believe a few players are going to be having an interview on the stage, if I'm correct. We're just waiting on confirmation for that. But look, let's have a look ahead to tomorrow. We got some fantastic games. We have got Majesty versus Fate, and we've got MBAPEEK versus SKADE. We have got 2 fantastic semi-final games that could really go either way. Yeah. Early predictions, I think we're going to see an MBAPEEK Fate final. I do. But then again, it all comes down to how well SKADE come out tomorrow and play. If they start slow against MBAPEEK like they did against Peak, they will not have enough time to recover that match as they did against Peak. I think MBAPEEK are all individually better players and probably even a better team than Peak at the moment, even though they're only a mix.
That's a very bold statement
to make, but I'm just going off what I've seen this weekend. They played fantastically well as a team thus far. I think Fate will have enough in their arsenal to see out Majesty. I think it'll be a very close series. I think that goes to map 3 as well. But again, it all comes down to the map vetoes that we see tomorrow.
I know I'm most definitely excited to watch all of the games that we have coming up tomorrow, John. I feel like if we thought this was a close game, tomorrow is going to be a whole other experience for everyone, us here in the audience, us as casters, but especially you guys at home. So make sure you do hit that follow button on Twitch. Stay up to date with all of the info and all of the results of the matches. Make sure you follow BGE on Twitter also. And yeah, I'm very excited. I do believe we have players from either side of the two teams going to be doing an interview very soon with Niku. However, John, I must say, I need to speak to some of these players. I need to have a serious word with them and ask why on earth is nobody using these tactical timeouts?
I think we will see a lot of them tomorrow because I think
hope so.
I think the pressure's going to be on even more tomorrow. It's the final day. You need to perform. You know, you can't afford to fall behind, especially, you know, we've already had the losers bracket stage of things as well. You lose tomorrow, you go home. Do you believe we are already on stage with players from both Majesties and Bluejays as we head over to Niku to close the show?
Welcome to the main stage. Once again, I'm here with Zix and Darkside. Zix, you guys made it to the quarterfinals. Do you think that you could have done better?
We could have if we played better as a team, but that did not happen, so we lose it to the better team now.
All right, well, obviously Majesty are a tough opponent. Do you think that they can win the whole event?
They could give it a try, but I don't think it will work against the other Bulgarian teams.
Oh, okay. Well, the last question will be, how was your experience at Belém against Elite Stara Zagora?
Oh, it was great. I met a lot of friends, made some new ones. It was overall 10
yeah,
out of
as
10.
always
We'll
in a
do
big
again.
event, right?
Always.
Always. Thank you. Over to you, Darkside. The winners. You made it to the semifinals and you're going to play against MBAPEEK. Do you guys think that you can take it?
Well, I think we'll make a try, but we're not surely confident about them. But I think that there is a chance.
Why are you not confident? You're playing insane.
Well, I know, but you know, it's hard because they have a lot of experience. They are better individually, but nevertheless, we'll try.
All right, all right. Did you find playing against Bluejays difficult?
On Inferno, we had a bit more comfortable. Like, we didn't feel that hard on Inferno, but on Dust, Zix just made some crazy shots. We felt at early game of City side a bit difficult, but then we found our game and it was pretty good.
Yeah, I saw the comeback in the end.
Yes.
All right, well, we saw you yesterday eating pizza. So have you enjoyed being in Stara Zagora?
Yeah, we found a great restaurant called Venezia. Great pizza there and also carbonara.
All right.
Also, we made a couple of friends here in Bulgaria, so yeah, we enjoy it. Yeah, we drank some whiskey like a few days ago. So
you know what we saw? We saw Native. You were leading like 15 to something, and Native was googling the best whiskey in Bulgaria.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh,
what can you say about that? Did you find the best whiskey in Bulgaria?
I think if he would have found the best whiskey in Bulgaria, I would have found a good vodka in Bulgaria. You know?
Okay. All right. Fair enough. Fair enough. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that marks an end to our day. We started today with 8 teams, and now there is only 4. Tomorrow, we will see Fate, MBAPEEK, SKADE, and Majesty look at the title of first place at the Belém against Elite Stara Zagora. Then, have a good night.